Welcome, everyone. Let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. Pompano Beach City Commission meeting of December 10th, 2024. If I could ask you to please silence your cell phone or put them on vibrate so we don't get disrupted during the meeting, that would be great. So please either silence or turn them off, whatever you need to do so we don't get a telephone call during the meeting. Kervin, let's go ahead and call the roll, please.
Commissioner Fessick?
Here.
Commissioner Perkins?
Here.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Here.
Commissioner Smith?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Here.
Mayor Harden?
Here, thank you. Our invocation this afternoon is going to be given by Pastor Sharon Stone Walker with the Dove Ministries International. If I could ask everyone to please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good afternoon. Will you please bow your head as we pray? Dear wise and living Father, first let me say thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here today. Thank you for your many and abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself, for the measure of health we need to fulfill our callings, for subsistence and friendship. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities within this city. Thank you for loving and blessing us from your boundless and gracious nature. Your word declares that blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. In the scriptures, you have said that citizens ought to honor and respect the governing authorities, since you have established those very authorities to promote peace, order, and justice. Therefore, I pray for our mayor and commissioners. I ask that you would graciously grant them supernatural wisdom and clarity to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our city, a sense of the welfare and true needs of our residents, business owners, and stakeholders, a keen thirst for justice and righteousness for all, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement, personal peace in their lives and joy in their tasks as elected officials, continued posture and integrity in hearts to accept good counsel and live upright therein. I pray for the agenda set before us today. Please give us an assurance of what you please and what would benefit those who live and work around our beloved city of Pompano Beach. Father, I lift up our first responders to protect them every day, our school administrators, our educators, and students to always be safe, our residents and business owners to flourish exceptionally well year after year. God, I pray that Pompano is an oasis in the desert. It is a lighthouse and we are the salt of the earth. I decree and declare that Pompano Beach is a catalyst and conduit for surrounding communities and cities for its prominent illustrations of our warmest welcome, overwhelming love, and unprecedented favor and prosperity. We believe that the presence of God is arousing throughout our entire city. Let God arise in our churches. Let God arise in our schools. Let God arise in our businesses. Let God arise in our homes. And let God arise in City Hall and all of Pompano Beach venues. For this is we are forever grateful and will always give you all the glory, the honor, and the praise. In Jesus' matchless name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Can I get a motion approving the City and CRA Board Joint Special Meeting Minutes of November 12th, 2024?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of November 12th, 2024?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. And can I get a motion approving the special City Commission meeting minutes of November 19th, 2024 induction ceremony?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you for that. On our agenda today, we will be postponing item number 8 until our meeting of February 11th, 2025. So number 8 is postponed until February 11th, 2025. Mr. Harrison, any other changes to our agenda?
No, sir.
Very good. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our consent agenda this afternoon, we'll be dealing with items 1 through 5 individually. So item 6 is eligible for discussion during audience to be heard, but 1 through 5 will be dealt with individually. Very good. All right. That takes us up to our special presentation, special appreciation to the city of Pompano Beach. I believe we're going to have our fire chief come up, the Honorable Commissioner Honorario Luis Guerva, and Finance Director Angel Edmundo Carvajal, excuse me for the pronunciation, who are representing Mayor Marciano Valdivicio de Povito and the City of Manta, Ecuador. Wish to thank the City Commission and the City of Pompano Beach Fire Department for the donation of 18 sets of surplus bunker gear for the fire department in Manta, Ecuador. Pompano Beach Fire Chief Steve Hudson, along with the city's Facilities Operations Director George Benventuro, are part of the coordinating this effort. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. Today we are presenting a surplus of gear to the City of Manta, Ecuador. With us, we have the Honorable Luis Honorio Guevara, representing the city on behalf of the Mayor of Manta, Ecuador. This gear will be going to the city to support the firefighters over there. So I know he would like to say a couple things to you, sir, and to the Commission.
Señor Honorable Rex Harding, alcalde de la ciudad de Pompano Beach,
Honorable Mr. Rex Harding, Mayor of City of Pompano.
señores comisionados y distinguidos
Mayor,
amigos de esta bella ciudad. En nombre de mi ciudad, de 300,000 habitantes y con interrelación marítima, terrestre y por vía aérea con todo el mundo,
On behalf of the City of Manta, Ecuador, with a population of about 300,000, to be the first tuna port on the east coast of South America.
en nombre de nuestra alcaldesa, la primera mujer en sus 102 años de historia que ocupa este puesto,
On behalf of our mayor, the first woman to be mayor of the City of Manta, Ecuador in 102 years,
y considerando que el mundo actual es la interrelación no solo entre países, sino también de ciudades hermanas,
and considering the actual logistics between the city of Pompano Beach and the city of Manta, Ecuador,
agradezco en nombre de toda mi ciudad este gran aporte que le hacen para nuestro honorable cuerpo de bomberos y su lucha diaria contra los flagelos e incendios que ocurren en la ciudad.
I would like to say thank you on behalf of my mayor for the donation of this equipment to protect our firefighters in Manta, Ecuador.
Y los invito en su momento a conocer una ciudad turística, portuaria y considerada la capital mundial del atún.
And I want to invite you to come and see our city, our port, which is the first tuna port of Ecuador and South America.
Somos la principal flota pesquera de América con 110 barcos desde 200 a 2,000 toneladas de captura.
The tuna boats are considered the first because we have over 120 boats, anywhere between 200 tons to 2,000 tons per ship.
Somos el segundo exportador de atún del mundo y dependen de este atún cerca de 50,000 personas directa e indirectamente en todo el Ecuador.
We are the second largest city that export tuna worldwide. We have about 50,000 people who run this tuna port between the ships and the manufacture of canned tuna in Manta.
Capturamos 300,000 toneladas de atún al año y nos hace el segundo exportador del mundo. Espero que ustedes algún momento visiten nuestra ciudad, que sean recibidos con los brazos abiertos. Muchas gracias y tengan muy buen día.
And on behalf of the mayor of Manta, we want to wish you great holidays. We invite you to come and visit us. We have a beautiful city, and thank you again.
just so everyone's aware, what we're donating is a set of protective firefighting equipment, coat, pants, boots, helmet, and a protective hood. These donations have gone past our replacement cycle of 10 years, an industry standard for our protective firefighting equipment. So we are able to donate equipment that is still in optimal working condition just beyond our replacement cycle. So we were happy to do it. Thank you.
There is a small video, if you can, please. Thank you.
In Manta, you'll find everything. This is a meeting place where the sky and the ocean come together in a song of freedom, where life is dyed with colors through our ancestral traditions, where the soul of our land reflects the spirit of our people. Here, each step resonates with the rhythm of our hearts, accompanied by the murmur of the waves and the majestic outline of preserved forests. This is a place of infinite greatness, but above all, of deep gratitude. Manta is proud to be part of the world's most popular destinations 2024 Traveler's Choice Best of the Best. This only proves to us that every effort to build this city as the best of all has been worth it. Thank you, and thanks again for visiting us. We will continue to walk so that every day Manta is your best destination in the world. You will find it all in Manta.
Very nice. Very nice. All right. That takes us up to audience to be heard. Mr. Alfred, do we have anyone signed up for audience to be heard?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have 12 speakers.
Okay.
First speaker is Pat Anderson, followed by Quentin Tompkins, followed by Mike Skaversky, followed by Jocelyn Jackson.
Very good.
Pat Anderson, first speaker.
Just name and address for the record, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, this is Pat Russell Anderson, and I live near the Pink Church at 2650 Northeast 24th Street, Pompano Beach, with a zip code 33064-7701. And I say 7701 because it's very wrong what's been happening. And how long are we going to put up with this corruption? Last week, I asked Mario Satalongo of Calvin GAS Solutions, that's our code outsourced, to please research the smash to my house. It's affecting Google Maps. Chris Ema has changed house numbers and addresses to hide the realization of fraud to my house. It is wrong that Mark Berman does not admit the smash. I am robbed of closure to the code hearing citation of August 8th, 2018 with videos. Assistant City Attorney James E. Saunders is very aware of everything that's happened with me since the beginning. Because I am robbed of this closure and this absolute smash with no record, it constitutes me as a senior widow title fraud to the fact that Chris Ema changed the house number 2640 to 2642 and zip code discovered on January 20th, January 23 by National Wildlife Federation, for whom I am an artist teaching art to children, teens, and seniors in Broward County and pretty much in many islands. Bottom line, I have lost all my senior savings due to the denial of this smash, Mr. Berman. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Quentin Tompkins.
Quentin Tompkins, 436 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. Mayor, I'm here. My biggest concern in this community is about the paramedics when their call is taking so long for them to come. I experienced an incident at a service, at a church service after a viewing, that one of the ladies got sick. Paramedics was called and it took them almost 30 minutes to get there. That's too long. We were out here on 700 Northwest 21st Street, and when they did arrive, the man said that they had to come all the way from McNabb to get to that area. And my biggest concern is why they had to come from McNabb all the way to off a power line to 21st Avenue. That's unacceptable. Within those times, things could happen to people. When somebody called the paramedics, that means they need attention right away. And this lady was unconscious, and you had to try to keep her going until they got there, and the family was all upset. This is happening in our city. We need to take notice of this, and we need to do something about this. This is very ugly, and it's not nice at all. So if you would take that under consideration, to where we can do something about this, because we don't want this happening in the city. That save lives, not to try to let them go.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Tompkins. If I could ask you, sir, could you get with the city? There's the fire chief back there. He just raised his hand. Can you get with him and give him the date and location so we can look into that? Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Next speaker.
Michael Skaversky, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue, Pompano Beach, Florida. The first easy thing I want to raise is if we want to save a little bit of money, it's okay in here today, but maybe we could raise the thermostat 1 degree throughout here and the city and City Hall. I bet that's going to save probably at least $1,000+ a month if we raise just 1 degree. 2 degrees would probably be even bigger savings. I know from being at home what 1 or 2 degrees means. It probably won't happen though. Second one is, I know there's a lot of people here behind me now. Meetings should go back to 6 o'clock. These 1 o'clock meetings are ridiculous. You can't get people in here. They're here today, but for the most part, the place is pretty much empty. They should be 6 o'clock, period.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Please, no applause, no outbursts. Thank you, I appreciate that. Let the speaker speak. Go ahead, sir.
Third, I had an incident with my vehicle where parking violation. So I'd like to give a shout out and a thanks, and I just met him today, to Jeff Lance, who helped me out. And amazing, you just became commissioner and you're already taking the lead. I wish other commissioners would follow you. Audrey also got involved and helped me out. She just started, Hardin, already a leader. It's impossible, but it's not impossible because look how good she's already doing already. Right off the bat, she got involved. That's what we need up here. People that are going to lead and help the people out in the city. That is the most important job as a commissioner. Not what you vote on, essentially. It's helping the people that live here out. That is by far the most important thing. Last thing, and I'm running out of time, is, I'll try to be polite about this, streets are named after people in the city. They really shouldn't have names after a lot of them. We should find 2 streets to name after, and you probably will agree with this. Jerry Myrick, who passed away several months ago, and we know how much he did for the poor, helping the blacks, especially during COVID, supplying all the food that he did. He was an incredible help for us when we were feeding out west. And second would be Dolores Bullard. She was the first black female police officer in the city of Pompano Beach. She started in 1978, she retired in the 90s, and then she opened up her own business here in Pompano Beach for over 30 years. I think those two people really deserve a street named after them. I'm being fair now. These are,
Very good.
I think that
Thank you,
should be
sir.
looked into. Am I right or wrong?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record.
Jocelyn Jackson. I came before you for two things today. It was disheartening for me to see that Commissioner Segerson didn't have the opportunity, as everyone else have sat on this dais, to be vice mayor. I know it ended up being a cat fight, and granted, Mayor, you could have made an executive decision, but you let it be. So I want to say this, moving forward, you know, Commissioner Fournier, you say Commissioner Seeger don't like you, she got something against you. I don't know, for you, should have took the high road. This woman been here for 8 years, but you chose not to do so. I got a problem with that as being a female, being a woman, where you done been in position for a while and you looking forward for your big chance. You took that away from her. So out of respect, it would have been nice if you, yes, you did win, however, it took y'all about 30 minutes to come to a conclusion. But with that said, she deserved to have the opportunity to vice mayor just as well as Commissioner Perkins did when she was in the situation. She was on the board, you know, things was rocky and shady, but she did have a opportunity at that time and at that moment. The second thing is, Commissioner Perkins, we was at the tree lighting, and when they hand you the mic, you said, this is the second time they didn't acknowledge you. We got to understand, get out our egos. We ain't worried about no egos. The people elected you to be the commissioner. Everyone don't have to be acknowledged when you're having something in your district. It's not about you. It's about the residents. And we need to get back to that. Because we, coming in 2025, we don't want to see no cat fighting, this and this fighting. You know, you guys look crazy as hell when y'all be doing that. It don't look good for the city. You be looking real crazy. So we looking for you guys to act like adults and let us move this city forward. And we would love to have Commissioner Perkins to be a part of that. And we don't want her to feel like that she's not a part of it, because we got to move the city forward. It's dilapidated. You see all kind of the homeless people out there. Some of them don't even have on clothes. We need to bring in income, revenue. We got enough affordable housing. We need some money. That's what we need. We need some money. So hopefully, the Lord's will, everybody enjoy their holiday, and let's come back and work together as a team. That's what I'm looking forward to happen. Thank you.
Next speaker,
Mayor,
Commissioner Perkins.
thank you. I still stand on what I said at the Christmas tree lighting in District 4. I do understand that the mayor's name was on the flyer for lighting the tree. I have no problem with that. The issue that I have is that we have a ceremonial mayor, which means the mayor only presides over commissioner meetings and basically speak at grand openings and ribbon cuttings. So when we have something in my district, I think it's good to take off all the elected official names because whoever's there helps light the tree. I just did not feel that it was right to have the mayor's name on there every time. It's not his district. I'm elected just as he is. And I still stand on that. But it's easy to stand to the podium when you're just getting involved in politics, and I've been at this since 1983. It's easy to walk up there and say what we should and should not do. Everybody in my district know that I fight for the people, and I will continue to do that. But I am not going to continuously be disrespected in my district. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker.
Kenneth Lewis, followed by Mel Steffen, followed by George Burledge, followed by Jackie Moreland.
Very good.
Kenneth Lewis.
Just name and address for the record. Please keep your remarks to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Kenneth Lewis, 2513 North 3rd Street, Pompano Beach. I see you have, you said section 8. You're not going through.
Oh, yes. That was number 8 is being postponed, so we're not dealing with item number 8 on the agenda today.
Okay.
That'll be on February the 11th, 2025. It'll be on that meeting's agenda. But you can still speak on it if you want to speak today. It's
Yes,
not on the agenda.
my concern is my property increase every year, especially since my parents died. 1,000, 1,200, 2,000. Now it's up to $6,400. And my brother and I struggling to pay the taxes. So all I'm doing, I would like a decrease and not an increase. That's all I got to say.
All right. Well,
Maybe my brother wanted.
okay. Well, if he's on the list, I mean, he can speak. But yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Next speaker.
Mel Steffen, 298 Southeast 6th Avenue in Pompano. In November, with a special meeting between the city and the CRA, now ex-commissioner, very low-life man, Moss, made a rude comment about Vice Mayor Ferrier. And you, as mayor, running the meeting, did not reprimand him. I've lost all respect for you, sir. Very well. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. George Berlengi, 41 Havenwood Drive, Pompano Beach, Florida, 33064. Commissioner, thanks for taking my phone call this morning. I made another, and that prompted me to come here and speak today. Mayor, thanks for having me again. I came for basically to do some praise. I've been involved with community court now. I went to learn, and I've been pulled into it, and this ministry is moving forward. Commissioner Fournier and Commissioner Eaton, fantastic in the homeless community. I hope one day that you realize what these two ladies are doing out there for you. I'd also like to mention the HOT team. It's amazing to watch these guys. Officer Carabine goes out there and cares so much. They use their own resources. He even goes to the homeless people the day before or so, the community court, puts the word out, reminds them so they can do things and move forward. Cassandra Rett, I would need a half hour to say all that she does for this community. And I hope that as your budgets come around and stuff, that you can allocate proper resources for her, because she stumbles a lot. There's just so many needs out there, and she has a lack of resources. Mr. Mayor, if you'll permit me, though I'm speaking to you, I have a presentation I'd like the community to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, I volunteer at First Baptist Church. My heart and my soul goes with the homeless community, and I have something to say to you. I have sat through and streamed many commission meetings. I hear your pleas about the homeless. Do you remember an old saying, it takes a community to raise a child? Friends, it takes a community to battle the homeless situation as well. Do you fully realize that the government cannot do this alone? They certainly can't. Your help is also needed in the community. There are already people contributing, but it's not anywhere near enough. The two biggest things needed are volunteers at the churches and organizations and donations such as food, clothing, and money. Are you aware how much the police and the city commissioners donate from their own time and resources in these areas? I ask this next question to stimulate your thoughts and hearts. Are you doing as much for the homeless as your commissioners and police are doing on their own time and with their own resources? Are you? Please help those of us who are trying to help you in your area. Remember, it takes a village. Ladies, thank you so much for what you do for my ministry and the ministry over at church. Have a blessed day.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Appreciate your kind words. Next speaker.
Jackie Moreland, followed by Vicente Thrower, followed by Lawrence Thompson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and our commissioners. I'd like to say welcome to our new commissioners. I said a lot of girl power up here today and for this season that we're in. I'd just like to say congratulations to you all. Hello, Mayor, and to my wonderful Commissioner Beverly Perkins. I'm going to be short, I think. 3 minutes. Here we go. I truly hope that on this dais, that we can work together for the betterment of all of our communities. A lot of times when Commissioner Perkins brings things that involves our community, she didn't have the support. And so I hope that these commissioners that are sitting here now will really listen and understand her plight and what she's trying to do for our community. Again, I want to congratulate, as well as Commissioner Smith, the new commissioners we have here. Next thing, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Harrison, we talked about taking a ride to find the new place for the Bragg's Criswell substation. I remember you saying you took a ride to find a place for the skate park, so we're ready for this fiscal year, and we can find a place for that building, and I will be more than happy to ride with you, or you can ride with me, and we can find a place for it in the Northwest community. Is that a deal? All right. Next thing, I also too want to piggyback a little bit on what the gentleman said about Commissioner Allison. I too had said something to you about our former commissioner that was very rude to me and others when we came, and I read and saw in the news how he spoke very ill of the women here, and I think it's very disrespectful, and he often did that to us. I know to me, he even called me a bully, and I just think that you know, he's no longer here, but we can't allow things like that. I come and I don't agree with everything, but I'm never disrespectful. And I think that same respect needs to be given to the citizens as well. Last thing, I too think that the city commission meetings need to go back to the evening. I'm fortunate enough, I've been on my job for 41 years and I can take off when I want to, but everybody can't do that. And we have concerns that need to be heard. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the average citizen is working. So if you all can kind of look at this and rearrange this, because this is a disservice to a lot of the citizens in the community. Thank you and have a good holiday and welcome aboard. See you next time.
Very good. Thank you for that. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record.
Vicente Thrower, Pompano Beach. Mayor, I see that one of our assistant city managers isn't here, but I want to direct this comment towards the previous meeting where you and I said that we would sit down and talk about the local preference and how to do all that. Is there anybody that can answer a couple of questions about the draft and where are we with that process? Anybody right here on staff?
Oh, I can tell you we're going to have a meeting scheduled right after the holidays to go over that matter.
So we will be having some type of meeting to talk about. Yeah. Will we be looking at a policy, and if a policy is given out to you all, can make sure that it's public so we can look at that?
As we discussed when you were here before, staff will be there to show you what has transpired as a result of our efforts and our policies thus far.
But we also would be looking at codifying a better policy to strengthen the current policy, right?
The policy is up to the commission. I'm having a meeting with you, Mr. Thrower, you and administration.
Okay.
What happens after that is up to the commission.
So you're saying that we will be looking at something
I'm saying that I'll be having a meeting with you and the administration.
All right, have a good holiday, but Mayor, before we keep moving forward with all this downtown stuff, we need to codify a policy to make sure that local small businesses are actually participating with what we're doing. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Lawrence Thompson.
Good afternoon.
How's it going, Mayor? Good afternoon. Before I say anything, happy holidays to all the board.
Can you pull that down a little bit? Pull this down a little bit. There we go.
My name is Lawrence Thompson, and the story I'm about to tell you, it's 100% all true. I was homeless, and believe it or not, Mayor, I used to sleep right underneath City Hall. I used to panhandle across the street, and an officer stopped me, give me a ticket, and it's the greatest thing that ever happened to me. That ticket led me to community court, and that's where I met Cassandra Rex. When I seen that lady, my life changed. Just to let you people know, miracles do happen. And I am born on Christmas, December 19th, so I got my house, I got everything. And people, let me tell you something. If it wasn't for this board right here, and the mayor and the commissioner and Cassandra Rex, me and my brother would not know where we've been at. Right now, we're at 1870 North 58 and Terrace. And that's my birthday present. I got a house. I got a house now. I'm back in society. And just to let everybody know and back at me too, that miracles do happen. For God's sake, I was sleeping underneath City Hall. And Cassandra was working upstairs. And I went to community court. I said, I know you. I said to my brother in back of me, Mel Thompson, I believe when I look at this lady, I feel something. My brother said, what? I believe she can move mountains. And that lady did. Second of all, is, I'd like to tell everybody here that God works in mysterious ways. I thank Jehovah Jireh for everything you've done for me, and I thank the city of Pompano. Your people are excellent. Happy holidays, and God bless you. I'm from New York, all right, but you hear my accent. But when I came here in Pompano, I love the weather. It's cold down there. I love it here. And guys, thank you for everything from the bottom of my heart. God bless you. And community court is a blessing, all right? As long as you have a little bit of faith, you can move mountains like the sound of action. Thank you guys. Happy holidays. And that's my story to you people. I love Florida. God bless you.
Thank you. Yes. Truly, I think truly an example of community court and the successes that can be had with a little bit of effort and the efforts of Cassandra Rett. And Mr. Harrison, thank you for your leadership on that and making all that happen. It really does deliver results. As this gentleman can attest to, he's now home. Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Mayor,
Vice Mayor.
I want to just reiterate that the community court is an amazing tool for us, but it really is only the tip of the iceberg of what Cassandra Rett does for our city. She is out there day in and day out doing street outreach, and oftentimes not with the resources that we should have from the county. So she is doing this a heroic effort with these people, and we need to continue to support her and do everything we can because she is moving mountains for our city. Thank you, Cassandra.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, we've reached the 10 speakers limit. However, we do have one more speaker. Will be heard at the end of the.
Just one more. Let's go ahead and finish it off. Let's finish it off.
Carlene Duncan.
everybody. Thanks for having me. We got ladies in the house. Okay, my name is Carlene Duncan. Everybody know me as Miss Smoke. I live at 1851 Northwest 15th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. I've been in business for 34 years. Now I started my own, another business. The papers that I gave you is Faith, Hope, and Love Outreach. Because the paper I gave you for November the 25th on Christmas Day in Collier City, I'm going out to feed the homeless. That's my business. So I will be traveling from Pompano to Miami, from Pompano to Palm Beach County, feeding the homeless. So I'm asking y'all for a donation to help me. If you don't have no money in the pot, you can reach in your pocket and I accept whatever you got. So, like I say, I want everybody to come out there to see what I'm doing. Because we've been had the homeless in our community when I was a young child. The homeless ain't just got there, they're just getting larger because people don't have a place to stay. So I'm going out to help the community. So if anybody want to come and help, you're welcome to it. My name and address is on the file. And like for the man say, for the name of the people in the community, Richard Macon, that was the funeral home man. He helped everybody out in the community. And we should name a street after him because Richard Macon, he was our man. So, like I said, I just want to thank everybody that won the election and the newcomers, Miss Ellison, no, not Miss Ellison, Audrey and yes, and Darlene. Thank y'all so much.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Very good. That concludes audience to be heard?
Yes,
Very
we
good. Thank you, Mr. Alfred. That takes us up to our consent agenda. Can I get a motion approving item number 6?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. That takes us up to item number 1 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute an agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and the State of Florida Division of Historical Resources, accepting a grant in the amount of $25,000 for the project Expanding Florida Heritage, Preserving the Legacy of Cultural Changemakers, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Vice Mayor Fournier. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Part of why I pulled some of the consent agenda today is just because we do have new people up here, and I think it's useful always to talk about things. I know that would have helped me out when I was starting. With this one in particular, what is this exhibit exactly going to be focused on, and where will it be? It sounds like there's signs and exhibits, and is this planned to be out in the community? Is there community input involved, or is this city staff? What is the project?
Sure. Ty Tabing, Cultural Affairs Director. So in response to your question, this really builds on an exhibit that was done in 2020, which was called African American Women Changemakers. And that looked at a national lens, and in particular, African American women who have had a tremendous impact in the country. So with this grant fund, we'll be able to integrate some key figures here locally, Blanche Ely, Florence Ally, into that discussion, and we will actually build on that existing exhibit. And from there, we'll be able to create some mobile exhibits that will be able to travel around the city, whether at schools or in parks or other public settings. But it'll be a lengthy process of community input. We have Rock Road Historic Restoration as one of our partners. The African American Research Library and Cultural Center is also one of our partners. And as I said, there's extensive community input on kind of getting this right, and the digitalization and really kind of the output of all of this input that comes from the community. So in essence, we're going to build on an existing exhibit, and I think this really responds favorably to some of the conversations that have taken place in this commission about some of the exhibits that have been on display previously. And my department applied for this grant 2 years ago. So I think it speaks to how Cultural Affairs Department has a long-standing commitment to this subject matter.
Okay, so some of this is in response to the dialogue that we've had about being more inclusive and including the Northwest cultural history into other parts of our city. And this is going to travel around.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you for explaining that.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Yes. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record. Need everybody to speak into the microphone.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pastor Dr. Sherry Abram, and my question for you would be, how many African Americans do you have on this team? Because we do need some for insight.
Well, our partners, who I can list.
Not partners, but with Pompano Beach.
So within my department, we have 2 programming managers, one of whom is Adrienne Clerk. She leads our community-based programs. She's African American and has been with our department for, I think, 6 years at this point. So she will be kind of the key leader on my team who will be involved in this project.
Well said. Also, I am a board member of the Northwest Branch Library, and we will be available to assist you as well.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you for that.
Very good. Thank you. Further input from the public?
Jocelyn Jackson. Hi, Ty.
Hello.
Okay, when is this project supposed to start?
It'll start in spring of next year when we have the team in place, and we should have some design concepts by midsummer, and it'll be realized by the end of next year.
Okay. Will you be able to show those once you get them, the pictures, follow with the community, with the process, once you, so we can visually see them? Because I know some of the artwork,
Yeah, absolutely. There will be opportunities along the way for the community to be involved in that process. And then at the end, the output, the exhibit, will certainly be on display at many different community places around town.
Okay. And I would like to tell you the mural that you guys have over there with the African-American girl on the wall, the sunflower.
The honeybee mural.
I don't want to get emotional, but yeah. That was me coming to visit here at Pompano in the projects when I was a little girl. That it brought back memories. So that mirror is outstanding. It is beautiful. So I assume that you will have the same concept, to wow us when you do this exhibits of the African American women.
Yes, I intend to wow you, but I think this will be more educational in focus. There will certainly be some art elements, but this is more of an educational exhibit and historic storytelling more than it is art. But there will be some art included.
Right, because we have a lot of stories to tell as African American women being raised here in the city of Pompano Beach. So that will be very interesting. So the other residents will know what we gone through and where we are today.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I'm excited about it. And the $25,000, that's all the money you would need, or you would have to get more money?
I think that'll be sufficient. It's not a match, so that is pure grant funding. We may need to complement that with some of our departmental budget, but like I said, we're going to make this happen next year.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion? Questions, Commissioner Perkins?
Excuse me, you're saying that this money is for, you said, African-American women?
African-American women change makers is what we're starting out as the base, and we're going to kind of localize that because that was a national exhibit by integrating some prominent historical Pompano-based women into that exhibit.
Okay, and you said something about the ally?
Florence Ally and Blanche Ely are two prominent African-American women who we anticipate integrating into this exhibit. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I don't see any of that. Maybe I missed something, but I don't see anything of what you're saying in the backup. It says here the fixed price, submitted copy of credentials for the research consultant, and a copy of the project timeline, $6,250, and then you have $6,000, $6,000, $6,000. But nothing is mentioning anything you're talking about where the money goes specifically to what you're saying. The ally, the Blanche Ely, the African-American women, it's not listed here that I see now. I could have missed it, but I don't see anything of that here.
Okay, I believe the contract was shared that shows the money comes in at $6,250 increments. Once we meet certain thresholds, they release the money, the state does. And I'm not sure if there was a narrative included in that, but when we went for the grant funding, we very much referenced the two women who I've referenced in kind of pitching this and why the merits of this grant request made sense for funding. So I can provide that information, kind of a narrative if you'd like, that was provided by Adrian Clerk on my team as additional background.
Okay, I wouldn't agree with this, or I wouldn't vote on this simply because there's no breakdown of everything that you're saying. I do support Blanche Ely, the African-American women and all of that, but I would hate for you to receive this money and the funds are not going to what you're saying because there's nothing here in writing to say that. It's my concern.
Okay.
If the money is for those particular items and names that you name, it should be here in the backup for us to say this is what the money will be used for. But if I vote yes on this, how can I guarantee that the African-American women, Blanche Ely, the ally, whatever, will receive these funds?
As I said, I can share some additional information with you. I think that when a person looks at some of the more prominent African-American women in the city's history, those two immediately rise to the top. So I think it would be professional malpractice to not include those two. But I can provide some additional information if you'd like, or this isn't time sensitive. We could also revisit this at a subsequent meeting if you.
That's what I was going to ask. If you'd be more comfortable, we can table it. I mean, postpone this till next meeting.
Well, I wouldn't definitely vote on it the way it's written because I like for the money to be designated based on what you said, and in front of me, I don't have that. So I think it's a good idea. It's a good concept. I would like to see it work, but I would also like to see it in writing as a breakdown as to how you're going to spend this money in those areas.
Okay. I'll go ahead and make a motion that we postpone this till the first meeting in January.
I had one comment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
I had a comment also.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, that's part of why I pulled this. I looked at the attachment A in the budget, and I understand where the money is going, but there was no content, and there was no list of names, or even I assumed it was a Northwest, grant, but there was no detail on what it was going to be used for. And I would also like to see in writing the community input part of it, what you plan to do there to ensure that the community is involved in that, so we don't come back later and hear from the community that they were not. So, thank you.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to postpone till the first meeting in January. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on the postponement.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes. Item 2 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and accepting the public art for the Archive 1 development project to exercise the density bonus options contained within Section 155.3709 of the city's Code of Ordinances providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Ford, or Vice Mayor Fournier. I apologize. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So I had some questions on this project and in general on our overlay districts. So this is the old funeral home parcel, correct?
Correct.
So we already have a brand-new building just to the north of that, the one that has almost no setback off of Federal Highway. It's like consuming a light post on the
Development known as Celeste.
Celeste. So that's the one that basically consumes the street light. It is so close to the road. Now this one, I look at this and I'd asked you yesterday what the bonus was in our code, and for putting in a piece of artwork, a mural on the building, they get 23 additional units. So it's 99 units now, and 23 of those are for a mural. And this gets to my problem with our overlay districts. We did them, I don't know, was it 12 years ago? And I've asked Mr. Harrison a couple times if we could perhaps have a workshop to talk about what's working with them and what's not. I know other cities periodically review these overlay districts to see, because when you create them, you're doing the best you can, but you know, the world changes and some things worked out and you incentivized some things that you want and some things that you didn't want. So I think it's incumbent on this commission, and I think it's time for us to have a review of the overlay districts, because for a total of $250,000, and maybe back in 2012 that we couldn't get developers to come here, but for $250,000 now, a developer gets 23 more units. I mean, Maria across the street sold at $400,000 a unit, so you're talking about, I don't know, $5 to $10 million of value to a developer if they can sell at a decent multiple for putting only 250 of investment into our city or into art in our city. So I would like to have a workshop with the city and our commissioners here on the overlay districts, and that includes the boundaries of the East Atlantic overlay district, which we've talked about, where Briney is included in the east in that district, and maybe parts of it shouldn't have been. But how do we go about having a workshop on that so that we can see if we're at the right market rates even for these bonuses and incentives?
Mr. Harrison?
We can plan a workshop.
I need to make a motion
That's simple.
to
No,
do
ma'am.
that?
No.
Okay, so I would like to have a public workshop where we can, as a commission, look at these. We also have new commissioners here, and see if we are incentivizing what we want based on what we developed back in 2012. Because for me, this is extremely generous. Thank you.
A second.
Very good. Okay. So you've made your request, Mr. Harrison. Just it's not a problem. So back to the item, though. The item is a resolution. So that's all you had for that. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion on the item. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As I recall, we sort of have two overlay districts. We have the Atlantic, and then we have the Federal Highway overlay district, which this particular building is in it. And I was involved in some of the meetings that took place and some of the vetting, the public outreach, and that's when Jennifer Gomez was here along with, I can't remember who it was, but the team, Developmental Services and Zoning and all of staff, I believe took years formulating all of the different codes and methods. That was just the Federal Highway overlay district, the north and south one that sort of crosses over and interlaces with the East Transportation Corridor. So what I'm saying is those were very complicated issues, and I don't have a problem looking at any particular section, but there's a lot of heavy lifting that takes place in the entire thing. And I think if we're going to be looking at something, I would want to know very pointedly what exactly it would be. Do you understand that, Mayor? You look kind of perplexed.
No, I'm trying to see, I understand what you're saying, but that more goes towards a workshop. We're on an item. The workshop is for
You don't
the
think
future.
that's related? The overlay districts are related? You
No,
really-
not-
you don't?
no,
Okay,
this
well,
was-
I'm going to say that anyway, that they were very complicated and very difficult to put together.
Mm-hmm.
It took staff, in some cases, years to do it. And I don't think that we should just because of maybe the density bonus isn't agreed with, that we should be upending the entire thing and starting from scratch. That's just my comment and opinion on that, and that's all I have to say right now.
Very good. I think Commissioner Perkins, did you have? No? Okay, very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fessett?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Seeger-Sneaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
No.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Takes us up to item 3 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a second amendment to the parking license agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Sands Harbor Resort and Marina LLC, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner or Vice Mayor Fournier. I apologize. Vice Mayor?
No problem. Thank you, Mayor.
I'll get around to it.
All right. Allison works, you know. So this one, for me, brings to a head something that I hear about nonstop, which is parking. We keep kicking the can down the road, and I know there's a lot of work being done, but I've been here for 2 years with really no plan or on parking and how we're going to solve some of those issues we have down at the beach. And in fact, we are losing more parking at the beach in the future at Ocean and A1A with the big surface lot that is going to be developed. So right now we are losing parking at the beach, and we are behind because it's not like we've started a parking garage already, and that takes years. So our code, I believe, in this overlay district down by the beach still allows hotels to be built without parking. The Hilton leases part of our garage. This commission, or prior commission, recently approved another hotel down by the beach that they said they were going to put parking in, but there were no legal assurances they had to, because in our code, you don't have to put parking into a hotel. So my concern with this has nothing to do with this specific lease that's been ongoing, but we are about to lose more parking, so things are going to come to a head down there. And I am not comfortable approving any more leases of city parking lots down by the beach until I understand and have an independent plan and report on that's not RMA produced, on what we're going to do about parking down by the beach. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
This was Michael Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. This was one of the major problems that was brought up during early voting. People are sick of this with the parking. This has to come to an end. These parking meters that are being put up nonstop, I know that's not part of what we're talking about here, but it is part of it. It's just, we can't stop. The people have had it. And I got news for you. One small reason why she's up there is because we don't want to continue to see parking meters all over the darn place. We're sick of it. We are totally sick of it. All it is another tax. You love to tax. That's all this is. Tax, 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 tax. The answer is no.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Perkins.
I don't have any parking or whatever in my district, but I would like to hear from the new commissioner based on her district. Are you getting any concerns or complaints regarding the parking meters or anything pertaining to parking in your district?
Yes,
Okay.
that's a very short answer.
Commissioner Fessek, go ahead.
Yes, actually, the Parking is something I hear on an almost daily basis from constituents and residents, that there's either a lack of it, or they're concerned about overflow, or where people are going, or being charged when they're running in to drop off their dry cleaning. So that is a very sensitive issue here. And then, of course, when people come to the beach to come visit District 1, they're also complaining about the fact that to take their grandkids to the beach for the day, they have to allot for the parking and hopefully find a space and then drag all their stuff there and then buy something at the beach and so on, and it becomes expensive. So I understand that this was a ongoing, this was a previous agreement. My question is, and then this is just as the contract, it says it was 70 is crossed out and now it's 120, so is that an additional 50 spaces we're giving up? As part of this?
Jeff Lance, Parking Manager. Thank you, Commissioner. No, they can purchase at a discounted rate, a minimum of 70. They can purchase up to 120.
Okay, thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay, further commission discussion?
Mayor.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, Seegerson-Eaton? Yeah.
So we are contracting from the Sands to acquire spaces for public parking, essentially is what this is about.
Correct. They've been granted a number of variances over the years to meet their zoning and their parking requirements. So just another year extension onto that agreement.
Okay. Okay, so we are also generating revenue from parking there.
Yes.
So if we don't re-up this agreement, then we'll be losing that parking, essentially? And then maybe the Sands would take it over and just charge, and the city wouldn't get any revenue? How would that work?
City owns the property, so the city would
Okay, so this
certainly
is for
lose
the
revenue.
Sands.
The Sands would lose the parking capacity.
And a nice business. I was just there. They've put a lot of money into the remodel. It's very active down there. It's anybody can park there, not just the Sands people. A lot of employees park there that work at the Sands, Rusty Hook if it's still open, et cetera, and people. But, okay, and I don't see why we'd want to eliminate parking. Thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just to be clear, this is a city-owned lot that the Sands leases from us. So these are spots that if we didn't do this, and I know the Sands needs it, and it's nothing specific to their hotel and their needs, but we would gain parking, actually. So I know, I was at the park's master plan feedback session last night, and I heard from a mother who wants a splash pad somewhere somewhere west of not on the barrier island, somewhere where her kids can get to, because she can't take her kids down to the splash pad at the beach and easily get there and park during the season because there's no parking down there. So I actually always argued that the biggest parking issues come not from residents of District 1 because they have the circuit cars that drive them around. They can walk and they live there. It's the people who go to the beach. It's the people from, say, District 3 who want to go get ice cream with their kids, but man, I'm not sure how long it's going to take to get there, not sure I'm going to find a parking space, especially during this season. So, and we are losing the giant surface lot at some point in the next year or two at Ocean and Atlantic. So I am uncomfortable signing more leases, giving away city parking spaces until I have an independent plan for what we're going to do for parking down at the beach. Thank you.
Very good. Just to be clear, we're not giving away any parking spaces. This would be a proposed lease revenue to the city. It's not a giveaway. Just want to be clear with that so folks don't get the wrong idea at home. Further, Commissioner Smith.
I'm just concerned about a business that's been prominent in Pompano Beach for a long time, and not to provide parking to them would be definitely a problem with their business. We can discuss it for the next time, but to pull their parking out from underneath them would hurt their business, and they're prominent, and I'd hate to see that happen. But can't the public also park there?
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, without this agreement, the employees in the area would still park there. The employees at Sands Harbor would probably still park there. This agreement allows them a discounted rate on their monthly parking to buy a minimum of 70 passes. But yes, other employees, the Hilton, the restaurants, other employees park there as well as general public.
And the public can park there?
Yes.
So we do have parking. Would just caution the commission of making a vote on something that would be a detriment to the Sands Harbor. Not that we don't want to discuss it going forward, but for right now, they're kind of in a predicament that they need that parking.
Very good. Vice Mayor?
So just to clarify that, the Sands their employees, their customers can still park in this lot if we don't approve this.
That's correct.
Okay.
It would be at a different rate, but yes.
That's right. But they can still use it, so we're not actually eliminating parking. It's just more flexible, basically, and we will, I don't know, maybe we'll make more, actually. I don't know. And my bigger concern is longer term. The businesses down there will all suffer if we can't figure out parking down there. So over the next couple of years, if we can't figure out a parking plan by the beach and in Old Town, frankly, all of the businesses are going to suffer. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick?
Just have one more question related to parking. So this previous contract was for 70 spaces, and now they can do up to 120? Is that the change, or is that the amendment?
There's really no change. It's always been up to 100. At one time, they were purchasing over 120. To get the discounted rate, we capped it at 120 a couple years ago. To get the discounted rate, they have to buy a minimum of 70.
And how many spaces are in that parking lot total?
278, it's just over 6 acres.
And could you, and you may not know this, but what is the revenue on a monthly basis for a typical spot there that's not leased by Sands?
I don't have that, but I can get that for you.
Okay. And then the other question I have is just, is that parking being used for Sands employees, or is it necessarily used for valet? Because that's another question.
It's not valet.
Or they can use it at any.
Not for valet at all. It's for the Sands.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton?
Yeah, I also just want to point out that one of the long-term goals and plans of the ECRA is to build another parking garage with a public-private partnership, and in that location, as I recall. So the need for parking is, as plain as the nose on your face. We all know it. We're a victim of our own success. So that has been in the plan, and yes, we need parking in Old Town going forward if we want to have a successful, vibrant CRA and the Northwest CRA, which that is a part of. And previous Commissioner McGee did manage to procure, I believe, 150 spaces from the development that's going on the corner of, on the Oceanside lot. And that project was approved about, 15 or so years ago. So kudos for her to bring 150 more parking places. And yes, the long-term plan is another parking garage wrapped in retail with the public-private partnership with another hotel or some other entity. So I just hope we can get it done. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
Mayor,
Commissioner Perkins?
I do know that there is a parking issue on the beach, and we do have one parking garage, and I think we're considering putting up another garage there on the beach. And I think that with the new commissioner, I think we need to maybe have more discussion about it, and maybe perhaps bring her up to par as to what's going on with the parking. This is kind of hard to vote on when you're new on the dais and you're expected to do the right thing. So I would not vote on it at this point. I would like to see it come up at a different time. Maybe we can postpone it or talk about it at a later date so that the commissioner where this affects the most on the beach will have a little more knowledge of the history of our parking on the beach. That's just my take.
Sure, Mr. Lance, is this time sensitive?
Yes, sir, it is. Their contract expires the 20th of this month.
Mm-hmm.
The 25th of this month?
20th.
And this is a one-year contract, Jeff?
Right. Yes.
Okay, parking being a very
Commissioner
difficult
Perkins?
issue. We could go forward for a year.
Commissioner Seegerson and Commissioner Perkins, you still have the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's time sensitive. Is that what you're saying, the 25th?
Yes, Commissioner.
So if we do not pass this, then what happens? We just continue?
They would no longer get discount on their parking passes.
Who's they?
Sands Harbor Marina.
Okay. All right, well, I'd just like to make a motion that we postpone it to the next meeting. I do know it's time sensitive, but if we can postpone it to the next meeting would be my motion.
Seconded.
And that was a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to postpone to the first meeting in January. Despite the fact there is a time sensitivity to it, but it could still be postponed. Mr. Berman, you want to chime in?
I just want to point out, my recollection is that there's an approved variance through Development Services for them to park in this lot. I just wanted to point that out if that hasn't been brought up already. So,
Yeah,
they were allowed to meet their parking requirement, but through the use of this city lot, through a variance.
yeah, we were going to get there eventually, but yeah, this has got a long history because the city, per se, the city allowed them to develop the two-story building next to the Sands, that's where their parking had been. So, yeah, there's a long history. But so,
Mayor, this is very important to the Sands.
mm-hmm.
This is a very important item. And I would really hate to see the city commission do them this way. If you're not comfortable in moving forward with it for a year, approve it for 6 months, and we'll come back and answer any questions you have.
Mm-hmm.
This is borderlining being ridiculous about this parking situation. We have to have parking fees or taxes to provide parking. We can't just fluff it in the wind and hope that something works out. So I would urge you to please at least approve it for another 6 months, and then we can go into the situation with whatever you want to do. We can workshop this as well.
Very good. Yeah, Mr. Berman, as a result of that variance, are we somehow obligated to approve this, or just obligated to provide parking, or how does this work? Since we're at this juncture.
I have not read the variance, and I don't see it in the backup provided because I didn't know we'd get to this point, so I haven't researched it. It was just my recollection that that's how they got there. The variance allows them to use parking to meet the requirement. If we don't allow them or come up with a result that does not allow them to meet their parking requirements, then we've allowed an inappropriate result in terms of parking there. We've allowed the nonconformity to exist, and obviously, as a city, we want to avoid those situations.
Okay.
I think the other exigency here is, I believe this is running out. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if that's not just they're going to lose their discount, they're not going to have anything, and it'll be done, and they cannot meet their requirement, but the problem will be, from a legal perspective, we've caused that to happen.
Right.
So that's a concern.
Well, the situation right now is we've got a motion and a second on the floor to postpone until the first meeting in January. Should we go ahead? Let's go ahead. Well, I got Vice Mayor wants to speak. Vice Mayor?
Yes, can we perhaps modify the motion to give them 2 months, but so that we can sort this all out and resolve that?
You can withdraw your second, and you can withdraw your
Okay.
motion if it's.
No, I'm not withdrawing it.
Okay. Then very good. Very good. Further discussion on the motion to postpone. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on the motion to postpone.
Commissioner Fessig?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins? Commissioner Seegerson Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Frenier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
No. All right, so we're back on the original item. So, Mr. Harrison made the suggestion that we approve this on a temporary, well, not a temporary, if it's approved, it's approved, for however long we want to approve it. So we can modify, I'm looking at everybody here at staff, we can modify the term of this agreement? Mr. Berman?
They would have to agree to the modified term. I don't see why they wouldn't, but they've signed an agreement for 1 year, and that's where we are right now. I don't think they're here to respond or to put that on the record, but
so
let them know the commission approved for 6 months, and they would have to approve the modified term for 6 months.
Okay, so then the ball's in their court. Either they go along with it, or they just say no.
We would have to change the document that they've already initialed and signed off on.
Right.
With their approval, of course.
Right, okay. So we can change the term. I see a nodding of a head. Very good. I've got Commissioner Segerson-Eaton, then I'll get down to Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes, I agree that we can't pull the rug out of the Sands Harbor, and the parking that's been going on for a number of years. Is the contract perfect? Maybe not, but it has been working. It has benefited the public. It has benefited the city. And they need those guaranteed spaces for their business, and we've essentially promised them that throughout the years in the history, and I guess you're going to have to dig up the history of what the original deal was. I'm sure it's a contract that at some point was re-upped and re-upped and re-upped over the years or longer. So I'd like to make the motion if it maybe gives us a chance to go and delve into the concerns that I've been hearing here, make it a 6-month contract. So I make a motion that we fulfill the contract for 6 months.
I'd second that. Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm coming back down to Commissioner Smith now.
I was just going to say that we should go ahead with it for the year, because the year's going to go by fast, and it'll give us an opportunity to have discussion and make plans so that we're not in this predicament a year from now. So my support is to keep it at the year. I don't think it's fair to do this to a prominent business, and it is just a year.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
I appreciate that the Sands does have employees, and they do need a place to park. I fully understand that, and the employees obviously are what makes the business run smoothly. And I understand that we do have an obligation potentially to them as well, legally. Because parking is such a big deal in my district, it really is, I would like to see this revisited. I think 2 months would definitely give us a buffer zone in case there's any additional questions. So if there's any way that I could make a motion to have that be at the 2-month, I guess, timeline, then I would appreciate that, because that would also give me the time to, one, gather the information ahead of the next meeting, make sure residents are aware, make sure that I have a conversation with everybody involved, and I can get up to speed and be able to fully understand what we're giving up.
Well, we've got a motion on the floor for 6 months. Been moved and seconded for 6 months, as opposed to the current year in the document. Appreciate that. Further commission discussion? Okay. Seeing none, let's go. Let's see. Did we already do public input? I think we did. I don't know. That's
on the motion.
Yeah. I think I did. But let's go ahead and open again. Okay. Is there any public input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record. Seeing. Okay. Please come forward. Okay.
Hello again.
Hi.
My name is Pastor Dr. Sherry Abram. I've lived in Pompano for approximately 25 years, and being a veteran and the spouse of a veteran, we do love Pompano Beach. All of my relatives, when they come, they love to visit Pompano Beach. However, parking is a question that perhaps some of the places that I have visited may give you some ideas how to come up with a resolution. So, starting from other countries, Italy, Germany, Austria, Greece, when we visited those beaches, some of them have places, like you're saying, that have rental areas for you to park. Some of them, well, I'll say none of them, if you were disabled, had to pay for parking. That's not the case here in Pompano nor Deerfield Beach. I have to pay as a disabled vet, my husband has to pay, to park in certain places. Now, in Germany, specifically, I've lived there the longest. What they did was, I've seen it in Boca. They limit the number of hours that a car, not a person at the beach, but that a car can be in a parking space. In Boca, one place is 1 hour. In Germany, the place was 3 hours. They did the parking in 3 hours intervals, such as 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., 9:05 to 12:05, 12:10 to 3:10, 3:15 to 6:15, and 6:20 to 9:20. That is something that you may consider. But as I've said before, and many others, being residents of an area which is a beach, I have walked to the beach, which I'm 4 miles from the beach. My address is 704 Northwest 10th Avenue. I'm right at 95. I get all the dust, the debris, and everything else. But I love my home, I love my city, and I appreciate all of you commissioners, in which most I voted for. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lance, just for clarification, can you address the disabled parking issue? I don't want this nice lady nor the people viewing at home to get the wrong idea about our disabled parking, that we don't have any that people can park in for free. Please illuminate the area, the idea.
Mayor, yeah. In our parking ordinance, it calls for, with a properly placard ADA, a hang tag, or a license plate, they can park for up to 4 hours for free. And any Pompano Beach resident can get a 20% discount using a particular app. We do have some time-limited parking as well, as was discussed. Harbor Village would be one. Our new coffee shop over at the Fishing Village has a time-limited parking as well.
Very good. Thank you for that. Further input from the public. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record. And if we could try and I was a little open there. Try and stay germane to the item.
You guys, one quick comment. If you're disabled or you have a disabled parking sticker, you can park anywhere for free. You just don't need to park in a handicap spot. You can park in any spot.
Let me clarify that. If a handicap spot is available, yes, for 4 hours. If it's not available, any parking spot for 4 hours.
Yeah, and don't make, nothing against this woman, but whatever you do, don't make it 1 hour parking limit, God forbid.
Very good. Further input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion. Let's see, this is on the motion to approve it for a 6-month term. That's what we're currently on. So any further discussion on that? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on the motion for a 6-month term.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
No.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Very good. We're still on item number 3.
Mayor,
I've got the Vice Mayor, then I've got Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
I would like to make a motion to offer a 2-month extension, and during that period, have a workshop on parking at the beach where we have some independent input, and also have our Development Services Department look at the code, the part of our code that allows hotels to not include parking.
That's two issues.
That's the motion, okay?
That's the motion.
To approve for 2 months and have a workshop in that time.
In the meantime, we do the work so that we feel comfortable, and those are the pieces of the work that I know I need in order to feel comfortable.
Mr. Berman, I mean, what happens if we violate the workshop and we don't do it in the 2 months?
It's almost impossible to carry out. They've agreed to a term of a year. The city's offered a term of a year. If the commission denies it, if we change the term, they have to approve the term. So we can do it, if you approve 2 months, it has to go back to them. They have to approve that. Again, I want to point out, and I apologize, I don't want to repeat myself, but there are potential legal implications, and I don't want to get into the specifics, for allowing development, allowing parking and certain elements of that development to take place, and then changing it years and years and years after it's been in effect. It could result in legal problems for the city. That's all I'm going to say at this point without getting specific. So again, this is for 1 year as proposed. During the 1 year, we can come up with a different situation, but it solves the problem for now. And if there's a different way to deal with it, that's going to involve discussion with them as property owners with rights that the city has already given them. It's also going to require the commission to come to a consensus as to how to deal with in the future. I don't know that 2 months is going to be adequate, but as far as the motion for 2 months, we can approve it for 2 months. If they want to reject it, they're free to reject it. That's not what has been negotiated. And quite frankly, after 2 months, then what happens? It's difficult to change a major term of a contract when it's up for approval at this point. When does this expire? Because I don't think there's time to negotiate back and forth, is there?
December 20th.
December 20th.
So there is no time to discuss. So it's going to be take it or leave it for them, I guess, if they want the 2. But it would have to be conditional upon their acceptance of the 2-month term.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor to approve for a 2-month term and hold a workshop on parking ordinances. So, I'm sorry, was that citywide?
In the East Sierra, in the CRAs. Let's keep it within the CRA districts.
Within the CRAs only? Okay, because there's...
East and Northwest CRAs, because I have the same issue with the Northwest CRA and being unable to get answers and a plan after sitting here for 2 years and asking about it. So hold a workshop on parking in the East and Northwest CRAs.
Okay.
Second that.
Okay. Been moved and seconded to approve it for 2 years.
Months.
2 months, 2 months, my apologies. 2 months and hold a workshop on parking in the CRA areas of the city within those 2 months. I've got Commissioner
Question,
Severson.
is it necessary to have a motion to do a workshop, Mr. Harris? Because there was another workshop they were having earlier. I have no problem having a workshop, but I don't think it should be tied to the motion.
It's okay. I mean, there's no prohibition against making a motion.
Correct, so why does it have to go in the motion? Because it's like 2 different subjects.
You could have 20 subjects.
It don't think so, Mayor. I don't actually agree with that at all.
Actually, Mayor,
but
I
that's
have a comment.
fine. Let's call the question.
If we want to talk about tying 2 separate things together in a motion, I think you could probably go listen to the transcript from the last
Vice
meeting.
Mayor, do we have a second on the motion first? Oh, it's seconded? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded for 2 months and then have the workshop for the CRA area parking. Okay, it's moved and seconded. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, let's call the roll on that.
Commissioner Fessick.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
No.
Commissioner Smith.
No.
Vice Mayor Bernier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
No. We're still on item number 3. I understand the angst that people have with parking, And we all share that angst. That's why the city does have plans for another parking garage down in the beach area. That's why the city does have plans for another parking garage across the street over in Old Town. That's why the city does have plans for parking garages, plural, in the northwest downtown area, which, yes, all of those parking areas cost money. So there's financial implications. But if we're going to have parking, we need to figure this out and get past this, and there are plans to solve these issues. You may not agree with every portion of the plan, but yes, city staff actually does an awful lot of planning, trying to figure this kind of stuff out. But you know, you gotta accommodate what you've got. So just to say, nope, we're not going to approve this, number one, it's not fair to this particular business. Number two, it sends a terrible message to the development community out there that we're starting off this new commission in this fashion. We need to be able to function as a commission, as a city, and with some semblance of expectations on the part of the public, and I mean the public as well as the development public. Now, not everything is perfect, I'll grant you, but we're working to try and make it better. To get stuck on an agreement that has been, Mr. Berman, do you know how long have we had agreement with Sands? Approximate. Well, it was before his time. You've been here longer than he has. Microphone.
Your mic.
I recall, I believe, discussing this with Mr. Lynn, probably my predecessor, 20 years ago?
Okay, so for maybe 20 years, this business has been dealing with this issue in this manner, and this city has been dealing with this issue in this manner. To suddenly, at this stage in the game, say, no, at this stage in the game. Now, if you want to hold workshop after workshop after workshop, we can do that, and we can change things going forward in this city. You know, the public doesn't mind change, providing they're brought up to speed on it. The development community doesn't mind change, providing they've got some sort of expectation of continuity. But to say now it's on an agenda, been negotiated, to suddenly say, nope, we're going to change it right now. I don't think that's fair to anybody involved. And I'm being honest here. I don't think it's fair to anybody involved, and it sends a terrible message out from this city. And I am concerned about that. I'm concerned about the way this city looks to the outside folks outside this city, and also to the public, which sits here, not just sitting here, but also watching at home. I think we need to move forward, work out some issues long term. Let's have some workshops. I mean, I'm not a big fan of workshops because I think it's kind of a waste of time. We can have an item on the agenda to talk about things here. We don't have to have a special workshop, but not after an item is here. That's my feeling. So I would urge us to move forward with this year, approving this item. That's just what I got to say. Thank you. Further discussion on the item? Vice Mayor.
I have one response to that. Yes, parking does cost money. It costs a lot of money. And I don't think this commission is starting like this. I think it started by the prior commission being blindsided with a parking agreement where we're going to spend $10 to $20 million on commuter rail parking. We can't get a plan. I've been asking for years for plans for parking for our actual residents to use our beach and in the Northwest CRA, and no plan. But all of a sudden, with a lame duck commission, we can approve $20 million of parking garages for dedicated to commuter rail. So no, we have parking issues, and they do cost money, but we need to make sure that we are on top of this and have a plan, and I have yet to see one.
Very good.
That's all well and good, but please don't hold the sands up, because each individual might have a particular problem. If you have a particular problem, we can work this out in a workshop. But let's don't penalize the Sands for a relationship that we've had with them for over 20 years, and go ahead and approve the agreement, please.
That's my recommendation. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's, Commissioner Smith.
I agree with City Manager Harrison that And I agree that we do need to talk about it, but I don't think it's fair to punish a prominent business in District 1 that a lot of people use. And a year isn't that long. We know that it's coming. We can all mark it on our calendars and start the discussion 6 months before, so we're better prepared. Let's plan to discuss this. Let's plan to do the workshops and have discussions and have a plan together. But let's not punish the Sands. I'm a small business, and I would hate to see us do that to another one.
Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins? Segerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee? I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Fournier?
No.
Mayor Harton?
Yes. Very good. Item fails. I don't know. That's, all right. Item fails. Let's move on to item number 4 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a memorandum of understanding between the City of Pompano Beach and the Broward Sheriff's Office related to the Safe Neighborhood Grant, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Perkins. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is a $75,000 grant for overtime pay. Am I correct?
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct.
Is this the first time we've received this grant?
I think it's the second time.
Second time. How much, approximately how much are we paying BSO at this point, City of Pompano?
I believe it's 50 million. All right.
Okay, so you said approximately 50 million.
Well, round about 50 million. I don't have the exact number.
Well, that's why I say approximately. So with that approximate 50 million, there's just not enough money for overtime to cover that. So that's why you went out and got a grant to make sure you have more money to cover the overtime pay?
Well, I'll actually allow the major to speak to the need of the grant and why it was went out for and the purpose of it.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Grant is money that comes from the state, so it's not coming from the city. It's $75,000 that we're awarded to use for overtime for our crime suppression team. $30,000 is just to pay for what the state won't cover, which is FICA and retirement benefits.
So this funding is going for the crime suppression team?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I don't remember seeing that in the backup, but okay. Okay, and this is to, okay, got it. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Just name and address for the record.
Jocelyn Jackson. This is a question for the major. The grant monies that's being used, you say it's for backup. Is it a certain type of backup, or it can be used for, like, for instance, like the event just left here, the Fall Festival? That was a disaster.
So this is a Project Safe Neighborhood Grant. So the state is giving the city $75,000
right
to use for overtime for our crime suppression team. The only thing the state won't cover is their retirement benefits and FICA. So the city has to supply that because it's part of the payment of the overtime.
Right. For crime scene, for the extra officers to come onto the scene?
For crime suppression. So something similar to what we did with Operation Trigger Lock.
Okay.
Here, where we made numerous arrests for guns. We seized a lot of guns. We seized a lot of money. Our crime suppression team is the #1 unit that seizes drugs and money for drug arrests.
Oh, okay, like SWAT, the extra.
Yeah, and that goes into our law enforcement trust fund. And to give you an example, 5 school resource deputies were paid for from that fund
Okay,
for this current.
all right, and it's a grant,
That's right.
okay, on top of the money that the city already give to help out.
Grant comes from the state, so it's not coming from.
No, right, exactly. But it helps out,
It
just in case we need additional officers.
Well, we always need additional.
Yeah, we do.
Do everything we can, but there's, this allows us to do even more.
Okay. Thank you for breaking that down for me.
Thank you.
Because when we have our events, we need, situations happen, occurrences happen, so we need extra officers to be able to step in and resolve the issue.
I agree.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Next speaker?
I'm here again. I'm Pastor Dr. Sherry Abram. I guess the reason why you all haven't seen me a lot, because I love community work. I am a family and child advocate. I'm a retired teacher of 42 years, and most of my time in Broward County was in Deerfield Beach. However, so the $75,000, $30,000 of it cannot be for the FICA and retirement.
Correct, and that's, the state gives $75,000, but they won't pay for the fringe benefits, basically, retirement and FICA, and that's why the city is having to contribute that portion to get the $75,000.
So we are talking about $75,000 plus $30,000?
The state gives 75, and then the city is going to need to pay the $30,000 in order to get the 75.
Oh, okay. Now, I was approached by a person from the community court, and he was interested in knowing when there was going to be an expungement or seal in Pompano anytime soon. Where does that money come from?
That actually is handled by the state attorney's office. I know they do that from time to time. The BSO doesn't have anything to do with that portion of, I don't believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mitch.
Oh, sure.
I didn't believe so. Yeah, state attorney's office.
Okay.
And when they do that, I don't know.
I guess his question was, you said that I will let him know that the state attorney's office does it. Do we have any input in it as far as, I know it's been at the location in District 4 with Commissioner Perkins at Pat Larkin? So is,
Well, I mean, as far as input into it, we welcome those kind of services from the state attorney's office,
okay.
of course.
So if they want to have it here,
Oh, yeah, for
we're
sure.
welcoming it. Okay.
Well, right here, that'd be fine. Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Commissioner Perkins.
The $30,000 that the city is going to contribute to this grant, what fund, I don't think this is for you, where are we getting the funding? Where's this funding coming from?
Brian?
Commissioner, this funding is coming from the general fund.
General fund. Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I had also pulled this item, so that was one of my questions, is this $30,000 coming from what we already pay BSO or coming in additional to what we already pay out of the general fund? And the answer is the general fund. And I also couldn't help when I saw this, and then also saw the skate park on this, to just go back to our budget session that we had in July and think about the different investments and how we talked about a Northwest substation and the need for that, and a skate park. And one of them has obviously moved along much, much faster than the other one. So it's great to get grants like this, but when are we going to make a real investment in the Northwest to improve the safety out there? Because this is incremental and it's helpful, but it's not what, a substation would do, and it's not the investment that I think the area in the Northwest needs long-term for safety. But thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
Yes, Mayor. Overtime is very important for police officers. We need all the help and safety and security we can get. But I do not agree with taking $30,000 out the general fund when we're already paying BSO approximately 50 million. So I wouldn't agree with this, and that's just my take on it. Because of the 30,000 coming out of the general fund. Now, I'm pretty sure there are other grants out there that perhaps we wouldn't have to contribute anything, but to take 30,000 out of our general fund, I do not agree with that. Thank you.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
So if you subtract 30,000 from 75,000, what, you come up with 45,000. So one could say that that's 45,000 in free money. And I don't really have any problem with that. And thank you very much for the state.
Yeah, it's, I mean, in essence, that's, I mean, it's, yeah, we're getting 75, but we're having to chip in 30, so yeah, you could look at it like a net gain of 45. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Smith.
I was just going to say the same thing. It's free money, and it pays for the overtime, and it might be 30,000 coming out of the operating fund, but we're gaining. The net is positive for our officers, so I think we need to think about that.
Positive for the city. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fessig?
I very much appreciate everything that BSO does. I just wanted to, I know that I didn't have much time, I have to say no just because I don't understand the components to the general fund and what we have and all of, so no on my.
Can we postpone?
Can we postpone it? Yeah, is it possible?
Is this time sensitive, Mr.?
Yes, sir. We applied for the grant and we received it. We just have to confirm that we're going to pay this portion of it.
Gotcha.
If I can just add something, we're repeatedly asked to do these extra operations. So this money would be, if we don't get the grant, it's going to end up coming from the city, more than likely anyway. So it's 75,000 of free money. You can't use any portion of the 75,000 for FICA and benefits.
Mm-hmm.
It's 30,000 to pay for that, and you get 75,000 for free.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably operations that we'll end up conducting anyway.
Okay, so, is there one sub?
Out of the general.
Sorry.
You're good? Yeah, okay. We're calling a roll. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And that's a no vote?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. No vote, okay. Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
No.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Okay. Let's see, item number 5 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute an interlocal agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Broward County for film permitting services, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Seconded.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner, Vice Mayor Fournier.
Thank you. I just had a question about, we get filming inquiries and details all the time when it's in our district or anywhere in the city. Is this formalizing that process or making it more difficult to, or do we need permission from the county? What is it doing that's going to change what we already do? And are there any assurances we're getting from the county that we need?
Chris, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Chris Clemens, Economic Development Manager. This is formalizing the handshake agreement that we've had for 20 years. It's no more onerous on anyone.
So why are we doing it?
County asked for it.
What was the reason for wanting it? The county asked us for land that we gave them a great deal a couple of weeks ago with no assurances from them. So I'm just wondering why they want us to do this.
The new film commissioner was asking it of all municipalities. We're just
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
I done got discombobulated coming up here. What happened with the last, why we not giving the BSO the extra money?
Ms. Jackson.
Because they need it.
Ms. Jackson, that item is passed. I mean, it's
Yeah, we
passed,
got a
meaning
lot of
behind us.
crime in the
It
Northwest area.
It failed. I'm
When
sorry.
the hell
Ms.
did
Ms. Jackson,
that?
Ms.
That's
Ms.
crazy.
Jackson, I'm going to have to ask you to stay on item 5. Otherwise, you don't need to speak, okay?
This what I'm talking about. This some bullshit here. I don't like it.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick.
So I actually have a unique actually, this is one I do know about fairly well. I did have a unique perception from working, doing some work, consulting work with Los Olas Association. And this was something regular that was done with the city of Fort Lauderdale and Broward County. And I believe, is it Christie that is the new film person? Right. So I've had a pretty good working relationship with Christie when I was doing some assistance when working with them as well. And she was always very communicative and very, very much helpful in terms of letting people know when things were going to be happening in the area, what hours there would be, if there was going to be any disruption. And she was so communicative that I had her cell phone number, still do it somewhere. And so this for me, there's a lot of things going on by the beach, and I have personally gotten a lot of emails already just in the very short time that I've been in office, and I can say that the communication is still exceptional. So just wanted to throw that out there for commission discussion.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Well, I've got one item. I wanted to come over here. I've got one item which really, it's not perhaps germane to the item on the agenda, but it's an important matter that I wanted to address here at this point in time. And I want to put thanks out to the Economic Development Council for their lead on this, which they took the lead last night. I've got a proclamation I'd like to read. Proclamation. Whereas Chris Clemens has served the city of Pompano Beach with unwavering dedication as Economic Development Director for an impressive 24 years. And whereas during his tenure, Mr. Clemens has played a pivotal role in shaping the economic and developmental landscape of Pompano Beach, contributing significantly to its growth and prosperity. And whereas his work ethic and collaborative efforts have been instrumental in reimagining and reinventing Pompano Beach's downtown with the hope of fostering a vibrant and dynamic urban center that reflects the community's aspirations. And whereas, through his work, Mr. Clemens has consistently demonstrated professionalism and commitment to improving the quality of life for residents, businesses, and visitors alike. And whereas, the Pompano Beach City Commission recognizes the impact of his contributions and the legacy he leaves behind. Now, therefore, I, Rex Harden, Mayor of the City of Pompano Beach, on behalf of the entire City Commission and residents, do hereby proclaim and congratulate Chris Clemens on his impending retirement and for his outstanding service and contributions to the development and transformation of Pompano Beach. Additionally, we extend our heartfelt gratitude and best wishes to Chris as he embarks on his next chapter, confident that his influence will continue to inspire future growth and innovation in the community. On this 10th day of December 2024, Rex Harden, Mayor. Congratulations, Chris, for all you've done, and enjoy those days ahead. Thank you, sir. So now, no further discussion. Let's call the roll.
Okay. Commissioner Fessick.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Very good. Let's take a 10-minute recess. Right, all right. Let's go ahead and call this meeting back to order.
Sorry.
Pompano Beach City Commission meeting December 10th,
Mike.
2024. If I could ask folks to please quiet down. If you want to continue your conversations, you can go out in the lobby during the meeting, but in here, please try and keep it quiet, and also remember those cell phones. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right. I'm sorry, did I hear? No? Okay. Well, that takes us up to our regular agenda. Item number 7 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and accepting the city's fiscal year 2025 annual public art plan and directing staff to proceed with the projects included therein, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Taving.
Ty Tabing, Cultural Affairs Director. I can respond to any questions or comments that anyone might have.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Seeing none, I got Commissioner Smith, followed by Vice Mayor Fournier.
I just want to say how awesome it is to drive around Pompano Beach, and everywhere you look, there's a piece of art. Thank you for what you guys do.
Whoop, whoop. Very good. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So I think one of the first meetings I had when I entered my first term was talking about this mural on this building on Atlantic Boulevard. So everything takes longer than we want, but seeing it in the plan, and this, I know it requires a partnership because it's a privately owned building, made me very happy. So I think that will be an interesting, fun statement piece as you drive east towards the beach on Atlantic Boulevard. I did have a question about the cultural arts, investment. I mean, I know that nothing happens quickly, but with the downtown development and the civic campus and the cultural center potentially being redeveloped, is there any, I mean, we're going to continue to invest in those facilities in ways to maintain them, but is there any thought that we shouldn't be adding public art to, or more, things like that, if they're going away in 5-8 years?
Are you referencing the honeybee mosaics that are on some of the buildings?
I'm talking about in the plan, there's the entryway to the Cultural Arts Center, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm familiar with that project, yes. So at the Cultural Center, we've had some challenges with an identity for some time. Often people confuse us with the library. So we're excited that we will soon have a marquee installed out front. That should be in the next few months. And related to that, we are making some accommodations to really make it work. Included in that will be a mosaic piece right next to the doorway. In fact, in the last few days, some of the skinny palm trees that have been out front at that location have been removed in anticipation of the public art project. So this past summer, we looked at the possibility of a performing arts center in the new downtown. And the feedback from that study was that it was a very competitive landscape with the Kravis Center and Broward Center and other big players in South Florida. So the recommendation was to not pursue the Performing Arts Center. And so consequently, there's a feeling on my team's part that the Cultural Center is likely going to be our preeminent cultural facility for some time to come. And so consequently, we're going to be meeting soon with an architect to look at how we could improve the existing facility, in particular the theater upstairs, and what kind of investments are needed to really raise it to the level that it should be at. So that is underway, but our feeling is that that Cultural Center will be our predominant cultural institution for the city for some time to come.
Okay, thank you. And then I had one other question about the underwater sculpture for District 1. Is that the seahorse?
No, this would be the next one.
The next one. So how long do we intend to continue the plan of having a piece of the beach and then sinking it? Is there some limit on that?
Well, we are, this 2025 public art plan is the last plan in our 10-year master plan. So we're soon going to be writing a new master plan. It's likely going to be a 5-year master plan. and exactly whether we should continue that, whether the program should be modified. All of those questions will be addressed as we get community input and your input and others as we create this new master plan going forward.
Okay, because I do like what we've done, but this continual every year sinking it, maybe at some point we need to try and put some public art into District 1 in a different way. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Very good. Further, Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yeah, can you tell me what mural that was being referenced on Atlantic Boulevard? Because I'm not sure I'm pinpointing it in the backup.
Yes, that plan, it's called the, what's the name of that building? Yeah, that is the Southern Boating Media mural at District 3 at a cost of $37,000.
What's the address?
I'm sorry?
What is the address? Or what page is it on in the backup?
It's on page 3 in the backup.
Page 3 of your master plan.
Correct, of the 2025 public art plan.
Okay, then I'm not on the wrong one. Okay. 2025 annual public art plan.
Correct. It possibly may be on page 4 in terms of the pagination. It may have rolled over to the next page.
Okay, so it's just a description?
It's just a description. There isn't public art, of course, that's been selected at this point. That's a project that will occur in FY25.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Perkins?
Well, thank you, Mayor. Does this include the black box?
Well, previously we had allocated some money for a mural. It was going to be done by the artist Say Adams at the Black Box Theater. It was going to be a cost-sharing arrangement between ourselves and Business for the Arts of Broward and the Community Foundation of Broward. As it turns out, the artist didn't think that the theme of the murals that were being funded, they're called love murals. You may have seen some of them. There's one recently done in Plantation, there's one in Las Olas, and they all say the word love in various ways. And the artist didn't think it was a good fit for that historic building, and it didn't really capture the essence of the community. And so we're going to do a mural with him in the next fiscal year, in 2026. So we still have to find a wall to do that project. And so we're looking at alternatives as to how we might really make that Black Box Theater pop, but it's not reflected in the public art budget.
Okay, how do you go about choosing your artist?
We always do artist calls. Those are issued through the Public Art Committee. Depending on the scope, most of them at a higher budget level are advertised nationally. Some of the smaller ones, like the Pompano Fish, those are more regional in focus, so we don't do national calls. But there's a competitive call for every public art piece that is approved.
Yeah, I've always been interested in perhaps trying to find local artists rather than artists from outside the state of Florida or Broward County. Now, there was an issue, I think a while back at the McNair Community Center, where this guy, I was told, it could not be true, was from California, putting a mural on the wall outside the building. And the community was not pleased with it in Collier City, and the young man had to stop. And I want to say that, I don't think it's quite been a year yet, but nothing has continued from there. And the reason, it was a little uproar in the community because, I'm trying to remember they were putting a face there that the community did not want to see there. And I think that's where the disconnect is with the community. I think there is a board, I understand that, but with that board, I think it's a good idea to make sure that you communicate with the people, with the community, where this project is going to take place, to make sure that they understand and that you're both on the same page and everybody is happy and getting what they want. So I don't know what happened with that project. Now, I was not pleased with the artwork that was put there on MLK underneath the overpath of I-95. I felt that it should have been something to identify more with the community. I see a lot of that going on with the art department, whereas you, and I love art, whereas you're just coming up with an idea and say, well, let's put some art over there, let's put some art over here. I think you need to talk and speak more with the people in that area that will be affected by whatever you're doing. Because you're just putting art everywhere and thinking everybody's happy, and that's not always the case. Now, at one point, this is before you, there were two or three, I think, statues that were supposed to go at Annie Gillis Park. And the statues were ridiculous. I mean, they looked like monkeys. And they were going to be placed there if I had not stopped it and pulled it. And it was not something that the community can identify with. So with your artwork, I think it's a good idea to work with the people in the community. Now, I think you all did meet with the E. Pat Larkin Center or the new senior center about what you're displaying there. That was great, because they basically had input on what you were going to do and what they wanted to see. So if we can continue that road, I would feel more comfortable with it. But I just think that, in my opinion, you're just getting carried away with art. We all love it. We all appreciate it. I think, number one, you should start dealing more with local artists. I met a lady at the Christmas tree lighting. She had a display in the, I think it was a Bailey, in the remember when I walked out the door, I saw you guys. It was a really nice display, and she's local. This is what she does, and she's local. So I think we need to reach out. I do have her business card, but I think we need to reach out locally before we go national, because there are a lot of talent here around us.
Yeah, we keep an artist depository. We get lots of information about local artists who do great work, and we circulate all of these calls to them particularly when they're issued. So we do provide that opportunity that everybody locally gets first crack at this. Whether they choose to respond to the call or not is, of course, something we can't predict. But I think that as we go into this next 5-year plan, I certainly learned a lot through the McNair Park mural, and to be candid, some of the mistakes that I think were made in terms of the community outreach. And so we're going to be better at that going forward, and it likely will get memorialized in that 5-year plan going forward. So it becomes part of our standard operating procedure.
Okay, all right. The other thing, the last thing I would like to see you, the art department do is connect with the high schools and middle schools so that they can get the experience of what you do and with some of the artists. I think it'd be great to work with the middle schools and the high schools, of bringing them in to work with some of the artists that you bring in as well. Okay. And that's it. Thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I do love the idea of working with the kids. And I will say that I have community meetings every month, and Ty, you're the first person who has offered to come back to one of them. So you are definitely out there willing to talk to people, trying to promote what your department's doing. So I appreciate that.
Very good. I put my 2 cents in as far as the sculptures on the beach and then being sunk. I think that's a great program. I think we ought to continue it long term. It was designed to have public art on land and then have an economic development engine under the water to attract divers to this area who spend dollars. And I think that's a great idea. I think it's a great program. And I know people differ on things, but I think it's a great program. Anyway, further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item number 9 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a design-build construction agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and New Line Skate Parks, Florida, Inc., to provide professional design-build services for a multipurpose skate park to be located at Community Park, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
And
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Dr. Good.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Tammy Good, CIP Manager. This project is to award a design-build contract to design and construct a skate park at Community Park. This project has been a very long time coming. In 2012, we had a master plan that identified and recommended a skate park. And again, it surfaced as part of the general obligation bond in 2019 and was identified to be one of the amenities at one of our parks, but due to site constraints and funding, it was put off until last year when Commission approved the budget to make this part of the capital improvement plan. And the budgeted monies were from ARPA, and $1.5 million of the approximately $1.8 million of this project will be funded by ARPA, with the additional $200,000 funded by the Park Impact Fund. And that concludes my comments.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record. Speak into the microphone. Thank you very much for being here.
Hi, Rafael Dradrak, 3225 Northeast 13th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. Yes, it's been a long time coming. Been leading this advocacy since 2012. Know lots of you are new. You were a commissioner when we started. Of course, Mayor Fisher, helped vote it in. But first and foremost, I'd like to thank Parks and Rec. But they've been steadfast on top of this, from the beginning and helping out. So to Mr. Boudreau and your entire staff, thank you very much. Same with the city manager's office, Mr. Greg, Harrison. He's been on top of it and dedicated his time, to make sure that this process moves forward. But most importantly, I'd like to let everybody know this isn't going to be, a big concrete monstrosity. What we're going to plan on doing is having this design be a park. So it's going to basically be rolling hills, have mature trees there, and have a skate park built within it with pedestrian pathways throughout the area. This way it invites not only the skateboarders, but inline skaters, bicyclists, pedestrians, mothers that want to leave the little playground area that we had, our kids grow up in and walk to watch baseball. Now they have the opportunity to walk and go right into the skate park and, walk throughout the whole facility. Which is going to include a street course. It's going to include a bowl, a pump track for people, also a snake run. Now, of course, I've heard several people today already say, because this meeting is at 1 p.m., there's, of course, a lot of students that couldn't be here from Pompano Beach Elementary School, from Pompano Beach Middle School, and Pompano Beach High School. We had plenty of them here earlier. They had to leave, as you can see. But if you wouldn't mind, I'd like everybody to stand who supports the skate park, so you can at least visually see. But unfortunately, like I said, we had a lot of people had to leave. But it's been a long time coming. It's been 12 years. We have, in our city, we have 2 Olympians, professional skateboarders, one in the name of Jamie Foy that graduated from Pompano Beach High School, and the other one, Zion Wright, and his father, which reside currently in the city of Pompano Beach. So we do ask for your vote yes, on this project, because it's been a long time coming. I think it will be a great asset to the community, as we've all supported it for all these years. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Very good. Next speaker. Just take your time.
Hello.
Just name it.
My name's Tony, and I'm a mom of 2 skateboarders, and I get to work with a lot of these kids here. We ran a skate park in...
Sorry?
My address 2006 Northwest 48th Avenue. We ran a skate park at Calvary Chapel for 15 years. Now we run a STEAM education program that teaches STEAM through skateboarding and surfing. And these are just some of the kids that we've got to work with. There's actually ones that are grown and in the community, like Raph was saying, Jamie Foy and Zion Wright. Zion skated in the Olympics. Jamie Foy is probably going to be Skateboarder of the Year this year. They both have houses in the area. And yeah, and definitely there's over 53,000 skateboarders in Broward, and we barely have any skate parks. The ones we have are built from playground companies and not from skaters, so they're not really the best parks we can have. And so Miami, we actually had the two guys that helped get Lot 11 in Miami here earlier. They had to leave. But Miami's got a great concrete park. It took over 10 years to get. But it brings people from all over the world. I mean, last weekend, Travis Scott was there. They did an Art Basel event. Thousands and thousands of families and kids and people are there. And every time you go to the park, there's somebody using it. But a lot of these kids here have to go all the way to Miami to get something like that. So it would be great to have one locally. And so they're learning, we learn about physics and civics. We come into meetings like this, and we get to learn about architecture. We actually do an architecture mentoring program right here at the library every 2 weeks. So the kids are learning all that stuff, but also it's really good physically, mentally for them, and it's just really important. So I really appreciate Pompano and our home having a skate park, but I know all these kids, it means a lot to them. So.
Very good.
Yeah, so I think they want to say something quick.
Sure, absolutely. Just since you guys are minors, just give your names. That'll be good enough. Just what's your name?
Hi, my name is Lua, and I'm going to talk about how you guys should do the skate park. So, my school, it's a, small school, it's a micro school, and, every Friday we go surfing or skating, and last Friday we went skating. So, it takes us, 45 minutes to, go, and it takes us a long time, and, skating, all the skating kids who come, if you see them, it makes their face so happy. It makes them so excited when they love what they're doing. So my teachers picked out students who want to go skating. So it's not we told them to go skating. We choose that we want to go skating. And sometimes we go to one of the skating places we go to is Lot 11. And if you see how many skaters there are, that there's a lot, and that means they want to skate. And yeah, that's it.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. All right. All right. So what's your name?
Zarek.
Okay.
We really like skating, and I'm really good at skating, and a lot of people, I can speak for a lot of my classmates, including that guy right there. Yep. We really love skating, and we really want to go.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. You guys are on a roll.
Yeah. My name is Mateo, and I love skating. I like skating. Basically, I just want to thank my school and my friends. And I feel inspired for all these people motivating me every day. Whenever we go to the skate park, they help us a lot. That's it.
All right. Very good. Okay.
My name is Jax, and I just want to say, whether you like street skating or a bunch of ramps, I met a lot of my friends at skate parks, and it's fun because you can skate with other people and skate together as a team and stuff.
Very good. All right.
And I'm glad my name is Jocelyn Jackson. I'm glad this was able to come back because I've been up here twice about the skate park. My nephews, they have nice skateboards. They love skating because kids do different things. Some like soccer, some like football, some like baseball. And some of our kids, they like skateboard. And whether you know it or not, skateboard is up there. It's in the top like cricket. So if we can get this skate park approved, it brings in big money. Whether you know it or not, it's larger than soccer. And I know everybody know Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne's a skateboarder, so yeah, I'm here. And you see I got on my skate gear too, my Vans. Yeah, that's my skate gear, okay?
Very good.
Hi, my name is Liana, and we need more skate parks near where we live because you learn so much from just skating. You can learn science, you can learn math, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And it also builds community relationships. Thank you.
That's it. Very good. Yeah. Okay. All right.
That's our next commissioner.
Next speaker. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Kai, and I think y'all should build more skate parks and more programs for skaters like me and other kids that love skating.
Very good. All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Commission. My name is Tio Marquez. For the record, the address is 753 Southwest 17th. I've been on and off here in America my whole life. I'm a proud migrant here from Europe. One thing that I can say that skateboarding has changed for all the lives of the kids behind me and for those to come is community. There's nothing that you can take away from these kids more than to say no to a skate park. Where are they going to go next? Exactly. I don't need to say more than that.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Next speaker. What's your name?
My name is Mason McIntosh. I'm homeschooled, and I travel the world for skating. And I'm training for the 2028 Olympics.
Wow. All right.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good luck.
Yeah.
My name is Sebastian Jack. I go to Pompano Beach Middle, and it would be great to have a skate park right in the community park, because then I could just walk over, or anybody from Pompano Beach High School or Pompano Beach Middle to just walk over and skate.
Very cool. All right. Thank you.
My name is Vince D'Agostino, and I think it would be great to have a new skate park because they closed a bunch of the really good ones around where I live, and we have to drive really far to get to them.
Gotcha. All right.
Hi, I'm Chloe Drajak. I'm Linda and Rafael's daughter. I attend Pompano Beach High School, and I told everybody about this meeting today, but because of the time, nobody could come. But if they could, there would be a whole high school in here supporting a skate park.
Very good. Thank you.
W.R. Carney, 101 Northwest 30th Avenue. And just for all of you in the audience, skateboarding is not for kids only. And one thing, I picked up skateboarding in my later years, and one of the things I found out was how wobbly I am. But I believe that it can help me. So if, my mother, she crossed over at 87, and one of the things she had problems with was mobility. And I started looking on YouTube, and there's senior skaters. So if you haven't tried it yet, try it. Make sure you get pads and a helmet. But it's not just for the young ones. Believe me, it may save your life getting that mobility back, because there's nothing worse than falling in your later years. So give them the park. Oh, one other thing. I had melanoma, so I'm allergic to sun. And I started researching. There's only 2 parks in Florida that are indoors. I think it could be a great attraction for a lot of professional skaters if you made something indoors also. That's all.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you so much. Maui Goodbeer, Executive Director at Street Waves. For the last 16 years, I've been bringing inner city kids to this city to swim and to surf and to boat. We partner with BSO. We take the deputies offshore fishing with inner city kids. It's been a very important initiative to give these kids an activity after school. The skate park is an amazing concept, and I want to thank the city for bringing that to this to the area. I want to give the kids a round of applause for standing up for a skate park. In 2003, my younger brother was brutally gunned down by a 16-year-old gang member, and it changed my life drastically. I made a promise at his funeral that I would do something to help inner city kids. So for the last 16 years, we've been bringing them out to the beach, swimming and surfing and doing some really amazing things in the water, and it has been life-changing. This skate park is so vital for kids in the community to have an opportunity to find something constructive to do after school. I was speaking to a mom out here in the lobby, and she told me that skating has helped her son come out of his shell, has given him an opportunity to find courage and commitment and self-esteem. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because these kids are right now, they're traveling far north and far south, and many of these children don't have transportation. And so what does that do? That puts them in a situation where they find trouble. So from the organization that I represent, Street Waves, and from all of the kids and everyone in the community, I want to thank you for this opportunity to have a great skate park in our city. Thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker. All right.
Hello, my name is Gabby, and I wanted to say that if you let us get a skate park, it will help our school have a better year and have more activities to do, and we don't have to drive 45 minutes. And if you do, I would just want to say thanks.
Very good, thank you. Appreciate you being here. All right.
Hi, everyone. My name is Linda Dradrak, 3225 Northeast 13th Street, Pompano. I am Chloe and Sebastian's mom. We've been working on this project for 12 years. So a yes on this vote would be so greatly appreciated. The one thing I love about Pompano, and you guys are all very, I can see it, you're very, what's the word that I'm looking for? Passionate about community here and art here. And that's what this skate parks are, and this is what they do, and that's what this one would be. It would be state of the art. I drive every week, 4 days a week. I go to Boynton Beach and I go down the Lot 11, and I do it because he loves it, and I'm gonna support him. So I'm here to support all of our babies. They're all here, we're all here for them. You know, also, I will say, we went to Lot 11 because Sebastian pretty much grew up at Ramp 48. And at Ramp 48, we started doing Thanksgiving for the skaters, like Skatesgiving, and it has stuck with us. And so this year we didn't have Ramp 48, right? So myself, Surf Skate Science, Yuli, Tony, the whole skate community, all these people, they all potlucked it together. We trucked it on down to Lot 11, set up the tables, not only fed the skaters that were there not expecting it, but then we packed up food, went walking, and fed the homeless around the community. So that's what this means to us. It's our heart. We love it, and we hope you vote yes.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Bila, 320 Southeast 11th Avenue, Pompano Beach. Lived in Pompano Beach for 13 years. I think you guys have done an incredible job. I can't remember what it used to look like. I just know how awesome it is now. The beach is incredible. The parks, the available facilities that you guys have for everybody is incredible. If you want to play basketball, soccer, baseball, swimming, pickleball wasn't even a thing 5 years ago. It's all over the place. You got it all for him. If you want to skateboard, you're out of luck. Not just in Pompano Beach, but in Broward County as well. We need it. We need it big time. It'll be a destination for kids from all over the county, all over the state, and probably all over the country by the time we're done. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you. Appreciate it.
My name is Carlos Guerrero, 320 Southeast 11th Ave as well. I think we definitely need a skate park here as well for the kids, so yeah.
Very good, thank you. All right, we're getting there.
Mayor Harden, distinguished commissioners, my name is Scott Fogel. My address is 300 Southeast 12th Street, Pompano Beach. I just want to let you all know that I really respect everything you do for the community, like others have said. It's the beautification process and the period of time I've lived here over the past 13 years has been amazing. The children here are all amazing. I know a lot of them personally, and they just need a place to go. We've been doing this. We've been coming to these commission meetings since 2012. in support of this, and it was approved then. And, you know, things happen, kind of like some of the other situations that are going on with parking and that today. Things just kind of get kicked down the road. I think it's time to, you know, join together as a community and, you know, approve this for these children.
Very
Thank
good.
you for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right.
Hello, my name is Diego Orton, and I stay at 1116 Northwest 29th Court, 33311. And I previously worked at Ramp 48, the skate park that everyone was talking about. And I built a lot of relationships with all the kids and all the skaters. And one thing you notice when the skate park closed is that a lot of the kids stopped skating, and a lot of the kids started doing a lot of street skating, getting in trouble with security. There's a lot of things, and a skate park is what they need, somewhere to skate, reside in.
Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate it.
My name's Eden Feliciardi. Yeah, once Ramp closed, we didn't really have anywhere to go besides like all the way to Lott in Miami or all the way to Boynton. So it'd be a lot better to have somewhere around here to go skate, because it is like a whole community. That's where I met like all my good friends through that. And it's just a good thing to have somewhere to go, meet up all your friends, just be able to skate and not have to like go out and street skate or take the train to go all the way to Miami.
Yeah, very good. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Motunala Gumbiade. I am the director at Colossal Academy. Some of my students spoke earlier, but to repeat what they said, I've just seen such a change. It's my second year at the school, and watching the kids as they come in as sixth graders and as they develop and learn the skate skills, how it builds confidence, community, they're cheering each other on. The idea that it's okay to take a risk, it's okay to fail, and then do something over again and keep trying until you get it. Plus, we have science classes that have to do with physics and all these different parts and aspects of skateboarding as well. So I've just seen a change in the kids that come through. They come back to the school super excited, super proud of what they're able to accomplish, and to have something. Right now we're going pretty far out, I think about 45 minutes to get to the nearest skate park. So to have something right here in Pompano would just be amazing. So yeah.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Ulysses Feliciardi. My address is 2006 Northwest 48th Avenue, and I'm super encouraged for what I just saw, because I know that skateboarding sometimes gets a bad rap, bad image, but sometimes you have to be the change to change other people's mind. Skateboarding really brings people together. It helps with confidence. We run a STEM program. We teach science. We even teach these kids about civics. That's why some of them are here, because we have to tell you guys we really need a skate park. So thank you guys so much for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Further input from the public. Anybody else? Very good. Public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns, suggestions. Commissioner Smith.
I would just like to get an explanation of the ARPA plan, which is the primary contributor to this project.
Sure. The American Rescue Act Plan, and it's an economic stimulus that the city was awarded due to COVID. And these are some remaining funds that we have available that were put forth for this project. And I just wanted to reiterate that there is a deadline to spend those funds, which is, I think, December 20th. So this is a very time-sensitive project. Yes.
It's good. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So thank you everyone who stuck it out. You've been here for a while, and I saw a big group of kids who had to leave. So I apologize for how long we've gone on with stuff that you really don't care about, but thank you for sticking it out and coming out here and telling us how important it is to you, because that's really what it's all about, and that's why we do it. I know not all kids play baseball and football, and there's a need for this type of facility. And I always want to be a city that has fun things to do for families and for our youth. So I am excited about the skate park. I do have some questions, so let me do my thing. It's not about you all. I do have a couple of questions about some of the process and just what we're doing here. But I hear you, and I'm hope we can deliver an amazing product for you and all your friends. Number one, when I get to reports, I'll circle back to it, but we need to talk about a 6 p.m. meeting again, because I feel so bad watching people, these kids who wanted to be here and couldn't and had to leave. So with respect to this project, I do have a couple concerns. When I was looking at the backup in the procurement, it looked like the RFP went out in early July, but we didn't even vote on this until our budget session in mid-July. So from a procurement perspective, how did that go out before we had put that into the budget?
Well, we knew that there was a time-sensitive issue, and let me rephrase, the ARPA monies have to be encumbered by December 20th. So we wanted to put that out concurrently, anticipating that the budget would be approved. If not, we could have just withdrawn the solicitation, but knowing that that is a very time-consuming process, we did not want to delay that, so we went ahead and did that simultaneously. The committee met in August, and we didn't, obviously, we're coming before you now well after the budget has been approved to award the contract, but the committee ranked the company that's going to design and build, if we so get a yes vote, we ranked them in August of this past year. So we were just trying to get ahead of everything, knowing that this is a time-sensitive issue with the funding.
Okay, so I saw that the ranking happened in August after our meeting, but I did have some concerns that an RFP went out before something was approved in the budget, because a lot of times when I ask the question here, oh, why didn't we vote on that, or the answer comes back, oh, you did vote on it, you voted on it in the budget, so it was implied in there. But this RFP went out without it actually being in a budget or a plan. So is that standard practice?
It's not always standard, but again, because we're in such a tight deadline with the monies, we did not want to lose the opportunity to spend those monies.
I hear you. I just, from a procurement perspective, that gives me some heartburn. So I'll probably have some follow-up questions just on procurement issues and the timing and what we do when and how. And then the other thing is, at one point recently, I believe it was Commissioner Searson-Eaton said that she wanted this in her district. And is there still some debate about where this is, or is there a location in District 2 for this? Because we're losing a flat field, which I was at the Parks and Rec Master Plan, or the Parks Master Plan meeting last night, and one thing that was very clear at that meeting is that there is more needs for just fields for kids and adults to use to kick soccer balls around. So we are losing one here. Did we find one to replace the field we're losing? And is this is 100% the location that we're doing it? We're not contemplating something in District 2. Is that right?
So, Mark Boudreau, Recreation Director. I am not contemplating anywhere else but this site. It is community park. The infrastructure is there. It already has overhead lighting, concession, parking. All of those amenities are there. If we were to move it anywhere else, you would have to probably include another $1.5 million, $2 million to provide all of those amenities. So I'm not looking at any other. I've searched this thing for 10, 12 years now. So that's the final destination of it, and I'm committed to that. It's a great spot. It's the right time. It's the right place. It's the right thing to do. It's right there between a middle school, high school, and elementary school, all within walking distance. This is the correct site for it.
Okay. And have we tried to find another flat field to replace what we're losing? Because while overwhelmingly I get emails and feedback from people who want the skate park, I have a handful of people who've called, texted, and emailed and said, who play soccer, who are angry that they're losing their soccer field.
So don't forget, we have the Ultimate Sports Park field coming online when that's developed, and we just have to look at things differently. There is room at other facilities as well, and we need to look at having practices and games and things of that nature on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. We just haven't done that. Now's the time to look at all those possibilities. So while there may be some other things, peripheral things that may distract us, I don't have any concern that we can accommodate Hammerheads, our own program that's doing fantastic with over 400 kids. So do we have some issues to resolve? Yep, and I feel confident I can resolve those.
Okay, so you can program around those. I mean, one thought that I had out at Youth Sports Complex and that it's been brought up to me by the parents is we don't have any lighting on the western rectangular field that's not actually a field, the small field between the fields and the bathrooms. So the kids are out there trying to play, but there's no lighting there. Is there a plan for?
There will be a plan to address that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, those were all my questions that resulted from this, but I'm just happy to see so many faces out here who are excited, and if we can do something to make this many people in the community happy, then I am happy.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton, followed by Commissioner Fesick.
Yeah, how long do you anticipate this is going to take to complete?
The schedule that was in the solicitation, I believe, was 400 days, which includes design and construction. 400 days?
400 days.
Which includes design and construction.
And will it also have lighting?
It already has lighting.
Okay, I mean, I'm just curious. And will there be places for the, onlookers, parents?
Yes, we're going to have bleachers, stands, so we're going to...
Oh, nice.
Design it state of the art, yes.
So it's a very active thing. And, just to sort of clarify your point about District 2, Commissioner, is that I did discuss it with Mark and Tammy, and a lot of the things and what it is when you have something, and most of my parks are sort of pocket parks within neighborhoods, and it's not really a good fit. And there wasn't enough land at the North Pompano Park to put it there. So in case you were wondering, there you go. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fesick?
So I just wanted to say thanks to everybody who did stick it out again. It's my first time up here, but not my first time standing at the podium looking at a city commission. So congratulations to all the kids who had the guts to stand up and say their piece, because it's not always easy, and I wanted to congratulate you guys and commend you for standing up for something you believe in. Secondly, I had 4 kids, and 2 boys, 2 girls, and every one of them has been on a skateboard at some point in time through their life. We have been fortunate enough to travel quite a bit, and in multiple places that we've lived, there have been indoor skate parks, et cetera. I know that safety is always top priority, and I have sat through the budget meetings and sat through the many conversations that have been had at the Parks and Rec development in terms of how it will be developed and the lighting. I am actually also fortunate enough to have been to Europe and see some of the skate parks that they have in their outdoor parks. And to see the kids actively using those and doing so safely where there's lots of green space, it doesn't look like a concrete jungle. I know some people have used that terminology. There's actually rolling hills and grass combined into the landscape of the skate park. So I'm looking forward to seeing the design and the progress moving forward. And I think anything we can do to bring kids together and bring kids to get off their phones and be in the community and be outside and not on video games is always a positive thing. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys do with this.
Very good. All right. All I can say is sorry it took so long. Sorry it took so long, and thanks for all your help throughout the years of getting to this point. We'll get it over the finish line. Anything further? Seeing not, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fesick?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Very good. Thank you, guys.
That was my victory dance.
All right. They're kids. They're allowed. All right. Thank you all. We'll take it's just a minute to clear out there. All right. Very good. Stay safe, everybody. All right. Woo-hoo. All right, all right. Item number 10 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a second amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Pompano Beach and Air Gas USA LLC, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Randy Brown, Utilities Director. This is the second amendment to our CO2 chemical that we utilize for adjusting pH in the water treatment plant. We're the leader of the co-op on this, so a lot of other utilities are dependent on it.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Did we do an invitation to bid again, or we're just extending this?
We go through bids, but this is an extension of the last bid, and there's like only 2 vendors in the whole state.
All right, Randy, but sorry, Mr. Brown. I was looking at numbers. I mean, this is essentially a commodity, and yes, it's gone up in price, but from March 2023, when we entered our first contract, price is up about 12%. And over that same time period, our contracts here and the costs are over 27% higher. So this does not seem like a good deal to me. So is there an opportunity to put it out to bid again?
You will get a higher number because we have this agreement with them.
Was it that low to begin with? So, I mean, what's the argument that you're going to get a higher number? If the commodity itself has gone up 12% and we're paying 27% more, was it just an under market contract when we entered it, or? I mean, so when you say you're going to get more, well, okay, so 2 years ago it was 500 something a ton. Now we are paying 27% more than that.
$40 a ton more, yes.
Than 2 years ago. So, yes. Now it was 450 up to 570. It was 450 in the original. So, but the actual material itself is not. So, you're telling me if we put out an invitation to bid, that you actually think it would be higher?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fessig,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
No.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item number 11 is a second reading of the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 131, Offenses Against Person and Property of the City of Pompano Beach Code of Ordinance by amending Section 131.24, Unlawful Lodging and Storage of Personal Property, to provide additional enforcement options and procedures for violation complaints and notice of same, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Moved and second for discussion. Good. Mr. Berman.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the second reading. No changes since first reading. That's all my comments at this time. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this one since we passed it the last time, and this whole process, because I know I get emails and texts and phone calls about issues with homelessness. And this city email address, while I think it's probably, like we discussed last time, maybe a legal mechanism, I'm concerned about the practical implications of having this and having it monitored. And now, if someone writes an email to the city about an issue and they don't get a response, I'm going to get a phone call. I'm going to get an email about this because there's no process backstopping this. Have you talked to Cassandra Redd and our homeless outreach team and come up with a process and a plan for how we're going to use this email address to actually help solve some of these homelessness issues instead of just have a legal mechanism? I mean, I know I've sat up here for 2 years and asked for some type of homeless outreach board not made of citizens, but made of all of the stakeholders, where we actually talk about what processes are working and what's not and how to improve our processes. And why aren't we doing that as part of this? And every time we ask for a homeless outreach board or committee with the right stakeholders, we get a memo back, within a week saying, no, we're not going to do it. But other cities have done it, and I still think it's time that we try. We heard the story earlier about the amazing work that Cassandra Rett is doing with the community court and in the community, but that woman, I don't know if I see her here today, she has so much on her plate, and if there is some committee that could help connect her to and help bring the services that she needs to the people in an easier way, then we need to be doing that. So this is, to me, like it's like a bandit on a bullet hole or something. Or this just helps you legally, but we're not actually doing anything about the problem of homelessness here still. Thank you.
Would you like me to respond, or?
Do you have a plan for how this is going to be monitored?
Absolutely. First of all, that's not what this is for. This is not trying to solve the problem of homelessness. This is a response to what the Florida legislature has done to municipalities and counties throughout this state and setting them up for legal liability. And this is an intention, number one. And this isn't the only way the city can get notified. It says may. We're providing a process that will be monitored. It's already on the website. It's already set up. We've had numerous meetings. We're going to let Sandrette know when we get this notice. BSO is going to let their team know to get out there, offer assistance, offer programs, and do everything that they already do. This is an extra opportunity to get to these people that need help. That's what this is, while at the same time helping safeguard the city to not be caught off guard by a lawsuit from a party that claims there's camping in a public street where we don't know anything about it, where it wasn't seen or observed. So this serves the purpose of, number one, trying to safeguard the city. Number two, trying to get these services that you're talking about to more and more people. It's an extra opportunity. It's an extra tool to get to people that need help, and that's what we're going to do. We've met. We have this up on the website. It's all being set up if it's not there now, and we've already looked at it. We're still working out the final details as to procedure. BSO, Sandra, the whole team is going to get notified and be able to utilize this to help people as well, in addition to trying to safeguard the city. Does that answer your question?
I certainly believe this is the legal response to HB 1365, and that part of it I get. The other part of it, I do not think that we have adequate details on how that's going to function, and I know that, I know as a result of it, my phone's gonna ring more with people who say, I sent an email to the city and I didn't get anything back, because that happens all the time on every issue. So I'm not convinced on the process, and I am still of the belief that we need a board made of not citizens, but the right stakeholders here to work on homeless outreach issues and ensure, and that board needs to be working with the county and making sure that we're bringing the right resources from the county, from Broward Partnership, from Task Force, from all these entities that are around to serve the community, that we're getting our fair share of it here in Pompano, and then we're advocating for Pompano at the county in the way that we need to, because we bear a disproportionate burden of this problem in our city as having one of 2 homeless shelters. We need to be doing more. Thank you.
Very good. Further, Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I voted for this be the first reading, but I didn't. I'm glad you brought it up, Vice Mayor, to kind of understand it a little bit better. I did hear Berman said this is to get help to the people who need it, and it's also safeguard for the city. So can you reiterate that to me in layman terms, what this is supposed to do?
Yeah, the state law, certainly. The state law allows residents to file litigation against the city. If the city does not enforce the state law or our code, which we've had in place for many years, about that prohibits camping in public. rather than having a lawsuit walk through the door about something that we don't know anything about or haven't seen or haven't heard. This is an opportunity. This requires that person to let us know ahead of time where it is, what it is, and we can go out, we can offer the services. So that's helpful, again, to those people that need services. But it also puts us on notice so we're not caught by surprise and wasting taxpayer dollars litigating these things when we could be spending that same money helping people. So it's just a mechanism. This is what the county has put in place in their countywide ordinance. This is what other cities, similar wording, similar processes in their cities in Broward County. It's a good idea. It should be done. It doesn't solve the problem. It's not meant to solve the problem. It's meant to help protect the city with regard to the state legislation. It's meant to help the public that needs these services as well. It puts us on notice where they may be. We may go out there and they may say, I don't want your help. And then we have other ways to deal with them, and that's the other thing we've met and discussed as well. But it gives us an opportunity to have more knowledge as to where the problem exists and to help save taxpayer dollars, hopefully. This may evolve as this process, it's a brand new law, so this may evolve over time. I may come back to you with something else, something in addition, don't know. But this is the way to proceed. My recommendation is you proceed in this manner at this time.
Okay, so if it does not pass, then what?
Then we'll probably have more litigation against the city for things that we don't know about, and we're going to spend our money defending the city, taxpayer dollars that could be going elsewhere and be used for better things. This will help protect us. And
We've had
people-
litigation before this came about, am I correct?
Well, this is new. This is addition. Every resident, business, property owner can go ahead and file litigation thanks to the legislature in Tallahassee. And that's something that's an unfunded mandate to us as a city and to our residents. And we're trying to avoid as much of that expense while also using it as an opportunity, again, to get to the people that we need to get to. So to me, it's a win-win. Again, that's why I'm recommending it. Is it going to solve the homeless problem? It's not meant to solve the problem. It's meant to be just another tool in the tool shed to deal with it. And that's all I can recommend at this time.
All right, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yeah, okay. I think we have to get to the crux of what this is about. It's about camping on streets or in vestibules or alleyways or anywhere in the public. Well, in lay terms, what it means is a resident or a store owner or a property owner can sue the city of Pompano Beach, and correct me if I'm wrong, can sue the city of Pompano Beach for a person, unbeknownst to them, camping in a park or on a street corner or in front of somebody's business somewhere.
On public property.
Private?
Public
On
property.
public,
not
exactly.
Not private property, public
Well,
property.
If it's
You said
public.
correct to you, so I'm sorry. I
Okay,
had to
so on
just-
public property, that would include sidewalks in front of businesses, potentially, or in the right-of-way. Whatever's the right-of-way is public, or a park.
Correct.
So if some guy, and I see these posts online all the time, oh, they're sleeping in front of my shop, or whatever, at night, they get their sleeping bags out. Well, if the city is not aware of it, then we still can invite a lawsuit. We could still be embroiled in litigation, but this law and code will set out procedures that provide for notice to the city of a person sleeping or camping on the public right-of-way. And BSO has their opportunity to interact, and there's a time period involved. Otherwise, we'll just get lawsuits. So, anyway, thanks. That's my take on it. Did I cover that pretty well?
Yes, let me make clear. My intention here is that should we end up in front of a judge or a jury based on this new legislation, I want to be able to demonstrate to the court or to the jury or whoever I'm arguing to that the city has used every power in its means, that we've done everything we can to try and deal with the problem, that we've hiring additional police with specialized units to deal with it, that we've hired and utilized, even before we were required to do this, our own homeless staff to assist people. We're going to show with what reasonable methods that we've taken to deal with this situation, other than by arrest, other than just jail. That's not, as we know, what works. Sometimes it's all that you can do if someone's uncooperative or causes issues. But the idea is to demonstrate that the city is doing everything it can to put itself and be put on notice of these issues and help where help is wanted and needed. So I can't say it any more differently than that.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
So I don't want to just be able to legally demonstrate that to win a case. Like, this is a legal CYA. Like, that's what this is what it is. What I know I've been asking for up here for a couple of years is actually a real coordinated board of the right people to be able to advocate where necessary, whether it's with the hospital district or with task force, with the homeless shelter, with the North Hack here, to advocate for Pompano and for our needs to actually tackle homelessness here. So almost every time I'm out there, there's no shelter beds. That's a problem. We have asked over and over, whereas Mr. Donovan, I've sat with him and asked him over and over, how do we get, because Cassandra Rett says it, how do we get some beds dedicated to Pompano? And then when I sit on the phone calls with the county administrator on homelessness, and she says she has $1 million to build a pallet shelter, you know who she's looking at to put that, where she wants to put that pallet shelter? Look around. It's not Parkland or Weston. It's here where we have land. We need a board that is made up of the right people, that's actually advocating for Pompano and for the resources we do need and against the things we don't need here. So I'm going to make a motion that, because this is just a legal thing for 1365, what you're doing here, and I understand that because you need to be able to go to the court and say, look, we knew about it, but it's not actually doing anything. So I am going to make a motion, I think it's the third time since I've been up here, that we form a homeless advisory committee with the right stakeholders that meets, call it monthly or whatever, and actually advocates for Pompano wherever we need to get the resources that we need to bring to bear to help Cassandra and to help everyone else in our city actually tackle this problem appropriately.
A second.
Okay. Been moved and seconded to create I'm sorry, what was it?
Homeless Advisory Task Force, let's call it that.
Homeless Advisory Task Force, okay.
This is not resident-based. This is with the right people, actually, the right stakeholders on it.
So this is different than the county continuing care.
For sure, different than the COC, yes.
Okay.
Fort Lauderdale has one. We've talked about this before. We've been down this.
You brought it up before as an advisory board.
Well, I mean, you can call it whatever you want. Fort Lauderdale has it.
There's a huge difference. In all due respect, there's a huge difference between an advisory board and and a group that actually does stuff. Now, if we want to talk about having a group that does stuff, some sort of a task force that can help Cassandra, I'm all for that, but that's completely different than some advisory board that sits around and says, yeah, well, we need to do more about the homeless situation. I agree. I've been sitting up here for a long time. We do need to do more about the homeless situation, but another advisory board to sit around the city and talk about things and impede the progress that Cassandra and Brian Donovan actually try and make by doing things and going to these meetings where they're drawn away from that, so they have to sit at this advisory board. I'm completely against that. I want things to happen. I don't want to just sit around and talk about them time and time again. So if you want to bring up an advisory board again, I'm going to vote the same way I have before, and that's no. Now, if we want to talk about a task force to get things done, a group of individuals who are trained to help Cassandra, not to sit around and make policy, because that's what we're supposed to do.
Mayor?
Yes. Commissioner?
Bring it down, bring it down.
I'm all good. I was just talking. Come on now.
we all agree, and everybody agree, that we have a homeless problem in Pompano. I mean, we're getting off this subject here, but.
Yeah, we need to stay on the subject.
And I agree with the Vice Mayor. I've been wanting to put an advisory task force, something together, because what we're doing is not working. And the new law that just passed said that these homeless people are not allowed to sleep in public places, parks and sidewalks and things of that sort. And in my district, like I said, I have over 5 or 6 shelters. Now, the last time I visited, I guess 2 months ago, was just 4. But I understand they're multiplying. So because they can't be visibly in public, they're hiding. The largest one I have is on Copens and Blunt Road. And that's county property that they're on. It's huge up in there. I mean, you've got to walk in there to see what's really going on. There's 2 on MLK. But when you're really driving, if somebody didn't know the community, you would never know they're there. I mean, you could pass by in the night and you could see the TVs in between the trees and wonder how they get TVs over in there, but they're there. And I just don't think, as a city, I think Brian is doing a wonderful job. I think Cassandra is doing a wonderful job, but there still needs to be more done. If you suggest that a task force will get more done, let's do that. I just feel like, well, Fort Lauderdale does have a board and whatever, that's nice, but I'm really selfish when it comes to Pompano. We have homelessness all over Broward, but I'm really concerned about Pompano. It's not gonna go away until we do something about it. I mentioned to the city manager 2-3 years ago, hire some of them. Let's hire some of them, put a T-shirt on them and tell them to pay them to pick up paper. You know, because some of them wanna work and some of them don't. You know, some of them mean well and some of them don't. And you just have to weed them out. But we got to do something because we're not doing enough. And it's multiplying. And you know, during this time of the year, they're all here because of the weather. So I just really think we need to do more. The city manager or somebody would like to walk with me in my district so I can show you the little hidden homeless shelters. Oh, Commissioner, there's one, too, that's hidden in yours off of 31st, where those trailer homes are. It's growing. It's huge back up in there. So there are a lot of them out there. They're growing all over Pompano. They're looking for a little bit of space where they can hang out and live where we don't see them. They're multiplying, and we're working with Cassandra and Brian, where we have a whole city that can come together and think of something. So I would like to suggest that we make it a task force. If you suggest they can do more with the task force than a board or whatever, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, then let's disband it.
Well, Commissioner Perkins, I mean, there's a motion on the floor, so I'm just talking. But, you know, it's been tried before, a motion towards an advisory board. An advisory board is not recommended by staff. An advisory board, I think we all know, can accomplish certain things, but it can also take a tremendous amount of time away from folks who are dedicated to spending their time doing other things. If we wanted to figure out a way to actually augment what our people are doing now, figure out a way to actually have a core of folks who can help Cassandra, who can help Brian Donovan, who can help BSO deputies, beyond just sitting around talking about the issues. You know, I've talked about this with Mr. Harrison to a certain extent, and, you know, trust me, you know, our staff, I mean, they're not perfect, but they're pretty good. And I bet if you wanted to make a motion to ask Mr. Harrison to come back with some ideas on how we can make our current folks more effective, he might have an idea. But saying, let's do an advisory board, I can't support that.
Well, I just said, you seem to like the word task force because they do more, right?
Yeah, but even a task force, that's like, okay, it's momentary. This is an ongoing problem. I think we all agree.
Let me just ask you this, Mayor. So with what's going on right now with the homeless in Pompano Beach, you're just very pleased and think we're doing all that we know how to do to resolve this issue. Are you comfortable with saying that?
No, I certainly wouldn't say that.
So we have 2 people in place that are doing an awesome job of homelessness, but it's not enough. So what are the other suggestions that you might have? Because we're just not doing enough in Pompano. We're not. I hear a lot of people coming up talking, saying they were homeless and they need help and we're just not doing enough. And for me, it starts at the top. It starts with the person that runs the city manager. And I don't think that he takes this seriously enough. I think he says, okay, Brian, you do this, and Cassandra, you do that, and that's enough. And it's not. Because obviously it's not working. They don't have the problem we have in Deerfield, because we have the jails in my district. We have the nude clubs in my district. Everything you could think of is there. So this is where they are. We have a few on the beach or whatever, but as soon as they get out of jail, I can tell you exactly where they go. They go right across the street there at McDonald's, sit there until somebody can give them a few dollars to go somewhere or do something, because they have just been released from jail. And from there, there's the homelessness. So I don't know if there's something we could work out with. I just know what we're doing is just not enough, and it's just not working. I'm done.
Okay. So, well, there's a motion on the floor. So, Vice Mayor?
So I spend a lot of time on this issue, and there's so many examples of where we could be helpful and provide the resources and support that Cassandra needs. I know because I get emails from her all the time. Hey, Allison, I need help because this issue is actually a federal issue. Can you help? So then I end up going through Sheila Shervelis McCormick's office. So I end up trying to do that. So but there's no process in place. It's relationship based. And then there's all this follow-up required. There's people who need U visas. I didn't know what a U visa was a few months ago. Now I do. But if they don't get one, they're probably going to be homeless. There are big issues, and we don't control all of them at the city. In fact, we control very little of them. The county, the state, and federal agencies do. But what we need to do is be able to make those connections and be able to have those relationships and be able to take those resources and make it easier for the city, the people here in the city, to do their job and to access those resources. And so this, to me, is something active to help them do their job. This isn't to sit around in a meeting and complain about homelessness. This is, okay, here's a new problem we came across. We've got this woman and her, and every one of these situations is different. That's the thing too. There's no cookie cutter solution here. They're all different. But if there's people on that board, on this task force, who are willing to make the call to the county and say, this is what we need, how do we get this done? Because they don't always take Cassandra's call. Or if this is what we need, and it comes from the federal level or from the state level. That kind of working group that actually helps push things through and get things done would be so helpful. She has an amazing triage plan she wants to pilot here in Pompano Beach, but can't get the traction from the county to do it. Well, if we as elected officials came together and put pressure on the county, then maybe we would get some traction there. But we don't. We need to advocate for ourselves as a city and for the resources we need to help BSO and Cassandra do their job. And that is a job for us and for whoever else we decide the right stakeholders are that could be part of this task force. And that is what I'm talking about. So I am modifying my motion to call it a task force and not an advisory board, if that makes you feel better.
Mayor?
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
So you're asking for volunteers who can interface with county agencies, state agencies, who can get what, resources, money, housing, I mean.
Attention. Generally, it's attention, getting something prioritized. So yeah, I do think on this board, there's at least an elected official on it. 100%. There's an elected official on that board. There's BSO. We'd have to come up with, and I'm sure Mr. Harrison and Mr. Donovan could come up with the right group of people.
I actually do have the floor.
Correct.
I remember this discussion about a year ago, and you were invited to join the county task force as a member. I specifically remember Mr. Harrison saying that if any of us wanted to be on the county's homeless task force board, we would be able to be on it.
That's incorrect.
So you haven't stepped up. That board's available for you to be on it, Commissioner.
Okay, go ahead.
Also, this takes money. I mean, you say there's not enough beds. Well, that's true. That's a problem. There's not enough shelter beds, or the shelter's not open, or, it's under repair, and whatever it is, that is a problem county-wide, if not statewide. Why are we now building a affordable housing complex on county land that caught the land out on 31st and MLK? Just read an article about it. Why is the county giving cities more units for affordable housing? So that there's workforce housing, because they're trying to solve the problem of housing. Why do you have people like George Berlinge, who works for a ministry, and other ministries who are helping homeless people every day? I mean, there's a whole bunch of people that are helping them. The problem has been there. And I don't know if are you looking for the solution? I mean, it costs money, throwing money at it. And then you have your high resource users that come and utilize everything. They're the chronic homeless, and they take up time, effort, and resources. And yeah, well, there's a lot of things, people falling through the donut hole. And they make just a little bit too much to get on assistance or to get food stamps. And who needs to change that policy? Well, it's the county that needs to change that policy. What do you mean? You're shaking your head no? It's not the county?
Commissioner, go ahead.
County sets the policy. I'm sorry if you're unaware of that, but you're incorrect. Yeah, I'm finished, because we're going down a damn rabbit's hole. Go get on the task force. And Mayor, I would just ask the people over here to sort of stop their chatting.
I was
while
about to,
talking.
Commissioner. I didn't
If
want
you
to
don't
interrupt
mind. Thank you.
If the folks, listen, please keep the chatter non-existent. If you want to say something, please take it out in the lobby, okay? It does get to be disruptive. Thank you, appreciate it. Further, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I do believe I was invited to attend a COC meeting, not join the continuum of care. So you're welcome to, anyone I think can just go attend a meeting. So I think there was a misunderstanding there. I have calls with the county administrator all the time, and we sit here and we talk about what the Pompano shelter needs. And I say, how do we add capacity then? Well, they have a plan, but it requires Pompano to do certain things. So then it starts this dialogue, well, what does Pompano need to do, and how do we help push that forward? But if we don't have those conversations and those relationships, it doesn't happen. If we don't help try to streamline the processes to get things to improve it and to get the resources we need to work more efficiently here in Pompano, it doesn't happen. You're either on the ride or you're like, you're trying to help steer it a bit.
Well, tell us, what do we need to do?
And I think we can probably do a little better job of getting more resources if we try to steer it a bit more, because this is one of our big problems. When I meet with Mayor Ross in Cooper City, he talks about garbage. His problem is garbage. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. We didn't even join the ILA because we don't have that problem. And I talk about homelessness, and he's like, oh, we don't have that problem. So every city has different issues, and this happens to be a big one here for many reasons, which Commissioner Perkins pointed out, between the jails and the shelters. And I think we need a task force to do more to help Cassandra and BSO make them more efficient at doing their jobs. It is a tool to help them do their job.
Very good.
You don't care? Well, I care, actually.
It's okay.
Well, that I can understand. I understand you not getting it.
Vice Mayor.
I'm done.
Done? Okay. Further discussion on the motion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on the motion. For task force.
Task force?
Commissioner Fessick.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Poinier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Okay, now we're on item 11, which is the actual item we're supposed to be discussing here. All good conversations, but on item number 11, despite the misgivings about it won't solve our homeless problem, which it won't, that it's not the silver bullet. It's not. That it's not doing enough. It's not. Despite all of those things, Mr. Berman, I think you've done a good job of trying to keep the residents and taxpayers of the city of Pompano Beach protected, which that's part of our job too, is to make sure that we protect our residents, the folks that pay the bills. I don't want to see the people in the city of Pompano Beach get sued because they don't know about some homeless encampment or something of that sort. This is an additional tool to help protect our residents, our taxpayers. And I, for one, fully support that. Now, if somebody up here doesn't support that, you don't think it's important to protect our taxpayers and our residents from lawsuits? Okay, then that's your prerogative to vote that way. But I support it. Further commission discussion on item number 11. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
It's already been done.
That was done.
That was 11.
Go ahead.
Yes. Commissioner Fezzik.
Sorry, this just says a yes?
Yes.
For the motion, for the actual, for number 11?
Actual
Make sure
item.
I'm clear with
11.
The item.
11.
Wow.
So then, I'm sorry, can I have one moment to just ask a question to Mr. Ormer?
Sure.
Is that all right? This, as written, even though these two separate things are separate, the task force, this protects the city of Pompano Beach from potentially being sued because of, or potential litigation because of the new state rules.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it does. It's just an extra notice for us, an opportunity to help others that are out there, which we've been doing for years already. And this ordinance has been on the books for years, but with the change in the law, we want to make a minor adjustment to it. That's it.
Okay. Then yes.
Okay. Commissioner Perkins.
No.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 12 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a Fourth Amendment to the Construction Manager at Risk Agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and the Whiting Turner Contracting Company for construction of Segment 3 of the Dixie Highway streetscape improvements from Northeast 10th Street to Copens Road at a guaranteed maximum price of $12,984,223.34, and to execute the Second Amendment to the interlocal agreement with Broward County under the County Transportation Surtax Program to increase the scope of work, extend the term, and increase maximum funding amount, and to authorize the proper city officials to make non-substantive amendments without further commission approval as may be required to Broward County for program funding, not including the guaranteed maximum price, and to provide copies of such amendments to the City Commission and City Clerk, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So
Moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, it's still afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Danovich.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Commission. Horatio Danovich, President, Stagey LLC President and consultant to the city on this particular project and among others on the GO bond. There have been no changes since the first reading on November 12. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Very good, thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
I don't know enough about this one, so I'm going to have to go with no.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
No.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Very good. Item 13 is second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a master services agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and MCCI LLC, and addendum number 1 to the master services agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Just FOIA, Inc., a subsidy of MCII LLC, for software services, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Mr. Alfred.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Kerwin Alfred, City Clerk. This is the second reading of the Master Services Agreement with CCI LLC and Just FOIA Inc. for the continued use of their software for processing public records and lien search requests. There have been no changes since the first reading. If any of the new commissioners would want me to give a recap of what this is about, I'm open to provide that. That concludes my comments.
Very good. We'll go ahead and start with the new commissioners since you offered. Do either of the new commissioners want Mr. Alford to give more of a description of what this is?
I would, yes, thank you.
Okay. This agreement includes provisions. It's actually an upgrade of the services that we currently receive from Just FOIA, which is the software that we use for the public to submit their public records requests and also lien search requests. The agreement includes provisions of upgrades aimed at enhancing efficiency in tracking and managing records requests. Additionally, the public will still be able to check the status of the requests online and also make payments for the records that they were requested to obtain via credit card. The duration of this agreement is for 3 years. The cost of the first year is $12,887. No, sorry, $12,897.12, followed by an annual fee of $12,300 for the remaining years. This initiative represents a collaboration between my office and the building department. The building department involvement is tied more so to the lien search. Staff recommends approval of this agreement for the continued use of the software.
Very good. Thank you for that better, fuller explanation. Now we'll go ahead and open up to the public. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Any further questions, concerns? Anything? Nope. Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fessick.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fanier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 14 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a labor agreement between the Federation of Public Employees and the City of Pompano Beach for the contract period beginning October 1st, 2024 and ending September 30th, 2027, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Donovan.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Commissioners. I'm surprised all the kids left. I thought they were here for my item, but I'll give you all, since we have two new commissioners, I'll give you all a little more thorough explanation on this. Like I said, this is a second reading of an agreement with the General Employees Union. We have two unions in the city. One is fire, one is general employees. Obviously, fire is self-explanatory. General employees pretty much covers everyone else. The last agreement we had with them expired September 30th of this calendar year. So we've been in negotiations with that union and have come to a tentative agreement. The changes that are in this agreement that are being presented to you is adding Columbus Day as an additional holiday, merit increase from up to 4%. So currently merit is when people get evaluated by their supervisors. They can currently get a merit of anywhere from 0 to 3%. Under this proposal, it'd be 0 up to 4%. So that additional percent is the change. The COLA, which is probably most of the cost in this agreement, is proposed for 3% this fiscal year, which is currently budgeted. Next fiscal year would be 3.5%, and then the following fiscal year would be 3.5%. The agreement is 3 years and can only be up to 3 years. So it can be less, but it can only be up to 3 years, and this one's 3 years. We do have incentive pay for certain licenses and certifications. We always want to encourage our staff to get additional training and certifications. We feel that provides better services to the public. We also are looking to do an annual stipend for utilities personnel, and that's consistent with state statute. We do have a lot of cleanup language in the agreement itself, but the highlights I went over, those are the major changes in the agreement. That concludes my remarks.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Vice Mayor.
Mr. Donovan, was there ever any thought of tying COLA, at least long-term, to CPI? I mean, obviously, inflation's high now, so it would be higher than that, but is there, if something, we had a recession, we have some kind of crash, is there, those COLA raises are automatic, they're not tied to anything?
That is something we haven't discussed at the table. That is always something we can discuss at the table if, of course, the union agrees to that. If I understand what you're saying, the COLAs would be tied to the CPI, so whatever the change in the CPI is would equate to that COLA.
Or some factor of it or something, so in times when we need more, you get more, in times when you don't, you don't.
That hasn't been discussed. We do, staff does do research, and also the unions do, into what other cities are providing, and also they do look at the CPI at times. Ourselves, we looked at a number of other cities. I know myself, I looked at Broward County, surprisingly, has a lot of unions, so I had an opportunity to look at those, and those COLAs ranged from anywhere from 2 to 5%. So the lower 2%, they had cash incentives with them, and of course the 5% were the 5%. So we felt pretty confident and comfortable bringing it forward at what we have proposed, or at least negotiated.
Okay, and then I mentioned my concern the last time, and since that meeting, I've heard from a lot of residents who share my concerns about these 4-day weekends with the 4-day work week, or that becomes a 3-day work week, and the access to services. The main thing I hear is the building department and scheduling inspections and having renovation projects or inspections that people need done just completely put on hold. You had mentioned that there is a process or a way to do that.
Yes.
But no one I spoke to was aware of that or had managed to navigate that. So I really think it's important. Look, our employees work hard for our city. They deserve the schedule that you think works best for them. But for those services, the people are not happy. They feel that they can't get an inspection. They have to wait a week, especially with the number of 4-day weekends we have and the 4-day work week. So what happens is you end up with Friday off and then a Monday off. So if you call for an inspection on, a Tuesday night or something, and you don't get it for Wednesday, you won't get it until the following Tuesday. So then your project is basically on hold. So we've got to figure out a way to do better for people with their building department needs with this work schedule that the city has and the number of 4-day weekends.
Yeah, that's a good point, Vice Mayor. We have, since 2020, we've been monitoring our permit department in terms of at least our customers. So we have, we've done surveys since 2020, and I think it's about, up to this point, I think it's about 8,000 surveys we've done where we've reached out to folks who have gone through the permitting process and have, one, how was your experience? Did you have problems? Did you have suggestions? So we did analysis of that, and surprisingly, the problems with at least the 4-day work weeks were very low in our analysis. I think it was about 0.5% out of all of them. Now, of course, if you're in that 0.5%, you're not happy. And I actually had the opportunity or luck to meet someone who actually fell in that 0.5%. And I spoke to them, and they said, yeah, I called at 7 o'clock and no one answered. I said, well, that's unacceptable. We should absolutely be open. So we will, I'll get with Mike, and we'll look to do a better job of making sure people are aware that the building department is there for their service. They've done inspections anywhere from late at night at 11 p.m. all the way to 3 a.m. with those concrete pours that happen. So we're always welcome to making those changes and making sure that people get the services they desire. And of course, if anyone has a problem, please send them our way.
Right. And I will say that when we send someone your way, it is dealt with. It is dealt with and handled. The problem is I always want everything to be a process. Like, it shouldn't be who you know. It should just be a process that works.
Right.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fessick,
No.
Commissioner Perkins,
No.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
No.
Mayor Harden.
Yes.
Item fails.
Mr. Berman, where does that put us?
It puts us back, I guess, at impasse and negotiation, or creates an impasse with the union and all city employees. No? What do you have? I mean, it's never happened before, so.
I understand. It's uncharted territory, but that's why I'm asking before we move on. It's an important topic. The employees of the city.
There's no contract. The contract expired. When does the contract expire? Let's ask our.
So
It's already expired.
Yeah, the contract expired at the end of September of this calendar year. So if the only thing in our experience that we may want to contemplate doing is going into a shade meeting and having a discussion about what the commission wants staff to negotiate in a proposed contract.
What is it that you three that voted against the general employees contract, what is there in that contract that you want changed? What can we do to please you?
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've been clear both times about my issues with the schedule and the flexibility with the 4-day work week, and especially for customer facing.
Brian just told you that they surveyed 8,000 people that did work with the building department, and 0.5% were the ones that had a problem with the Friday work day off.
I can appreciate that that's Brian's perspective from his survey. I don't know how it was done, but I know that I'm available to people 24 hours a day via social media, via phone, via text, via email, and I hear about it an awful lot, actually.
We are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week too, Commissioner. There's not been one person that has ever been denied a service out of the building department. Mike.
He's here.
Mike Radd is right here and can verify that.
It's the, hey, I drove to City Hall to drop this off on a Friday, and I drove 40 minutes down there, and they're not open. That kind of text and phone call that I get.
So Commissioner, Vice Mayor, so just to be clear, so you're voting against the union contract because of the 4-day work week for the city?
For the, like I said the last time, for the customer-facing services,
So
yes.
you're voting against the contract because of the 4-day work week for the city?
You don't have to. For certain services.
Okay, I'm just trying to be very clear. 'cause
And
I
I
mean,
don't, and I have yet to hear a plan, and I've been talking about this. I mean, I think I was asked this in a debate 2 years ago, and even the person I was running against said, yeah, the 4-day work week is a problem for certain services, and I still feel that way, yes. That is why for me.
Okay, so that's why you voted against it, okay. I'm just trying to, Mr. Harrison's trying to figure out what we need to do here, because I mean, it's, obviously we got to do something. We need to have a contract. So it's, I mean, anybody else want to chime in and explain?
Mayor, what Commissioner Fournier is talking about is not part of this agreement. The 4-day work week is not part of this.
I didn't think it was, but.
It is not germane to this agenda item.
I would agree that it gives the contract gives the flexibility for it in there. It doesn't, you could say it's 5 days. You have the power to do that as a city manager to decide that, but you haven't. So the contract says that it is an option, so it is in there.
Mayor.
So you're saying that you would hold up the general employees contract because of the 4-day work week? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that I've asked you for over 2 years at different times and other people about the 4-day, especially when you tack the weekends on, how difficult it is for people to get things accomplished through the customer-facing services part of our city.
And we have shown you and proven to you time after time after time with individuals that they were taken care of.
What would show me over time is if my phone didn't ring all the time on 4-day weekends, my phone still rings constantly with complaints about it. The process, whatever it is, and even with all due respect, even the last time Mr. Donovan, when I asked him, he said, well, we always accommodate that when we find out or when we know, but there is no way kind of like the email address for homelessness. There are no processes that seem to work. I end up as a clearinghouse for the city when someone's got an issue. The processes need to work better. And I have asked that.
Sure. Mr. Berman, you had something? Was that? Ladies and gentlemen, please.
There's several options. Number one, obviously this affects every single employee with the city, so this is of great importance. We need to set a shade meeting as soon as possible for us to discuss this. The only other option I can think of at this point is someone make a motion to go to the work week, and if it passes, that's one thing. If it doesn't, then that's where we know we are. But at least the commission gets to decide whether or not, as a whole, if that's what's holding up this contract, you could address that now if that's what you wanted to do. But if it doesn't, at least the commission considered it, and what one person or two or three want, that's fine. I appreciate and respect that, but it's the commission as a whole that'll make that decision. If that's the only issue, if you want to look at that issue now, you might want to do that. If not, we need to go to a shade meeting and discuss what our strategy is going to be in terms of additional discussions with the union at this point, because again, this is from out of nowhere. This has already been through first reading. We haven't heard that there was an issue coming up for today. There is no contract with city employees right now, and at the worst, certainly the worst possible time of year during the holidays with financial expectations. So we've got to get together and address this as soon as possible.
So if we go to a shade meeting, then it has to come back on an agenda?
We may have to call a special meeting.
We could call a special meeting and get it done, in other
Yeah,
words.
as long as there's adequate notice, we'd have to do that, yes.
Okay.
Mayor.
I've got Commissioner Segerson.
I'd like to make the motion we go to a 5-day work week. Second for discussion, maybe? Let's see if we go to a 5-day work week or not. If it doesn't pass, we stay at a 4.
Well, there's no second, so, okay.
All right.
Probably best to go to a shade meeting. Well, how quickly can we get it? What's the notice requirement, Mr. Berman?
We would have to set it, obviously, for next week. We would set the notice. We may have to call a meeting to announce the shade meeting. Normally, that's what you do for litigation. I have, in my almost 30 years here, I've never called one for union negotiations. We might have to call a special meeting to announce the shade meeting unless we can pick a date and time right now.
Okay.
Want to set the date now so we can announce when the meeting will be?
Yeah.
And pick a
Everybody pull up
date
the calendar.
next week?
Okay.
Grab the calendars in front of you.
That's it. So conceivably, how soon could we have it, Mr. Berman? What kind of notice does it require?
I would think there should be at least 48 hours. I don't think we can get it in this week. It's going to be very difficult to have proper notice of that, so
Right,
I
'cause we
think
don't-
Monday would be the soonest.
Okay.
Water taxi ribbon cutting, 10 a.m.
Water taxi ribbon cutting is at 10, so we should be finished up there by 11:30. Could we set it for 1 o'clock on Monday? Are people free on 1 o'clock on Monday?
Yes.
Good.
Commissioner Smith, say yes. 1 o'clock Monday. Vice Mayor, you say yes, 1 o'clock
said
Monday?
yes.
Commissioner Fessick, 1 o'clock Monday? Yes. Commissioner Perkins, 1 o'clock Monday? Didn't hear you.
I said yes
Very
before
good, thank
she
you.
said yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton? Yes. Very good. Okay, 1 o'clock Monday it is. Special shade meeting, discuss union contracts. Okay.
I'll work with the clerk to get the notices posted.
Okay. Very good. Well, that takes care of item, that was item 14. Okay.
Well, item 15 basically is on hold until item 14 is approved, so.
Okay, so then I don't want to postpone it until a date certain, because if we call a special meeting, we'd want to have that at the same time, correct?
That's correct, but it's an ordinance, and since it needs to be advertised, is this first reading of this one?
Yes.
It is.
Yeah, we didn't have to advertise, so we can just postpone it and just put it back on the agenda again, or table it at this point. We'll put it back on when the eventual contract comes up. That's when we'll put it on. This would have been first reading of this one today, and the second reading would have been in January to, obviously, if you're going to approve the contract, you'll need to make these changes to the code to coincide. So this may change, so you just may want to strike this from the agenda for today, and we'll bring back something that
Similar.
coincides with whatever eventual changes are made to the contract.
Okay, is there a motion to strike item 15?
Motion to strike item 15.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Takes us up to item 16, first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a software services agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Camino Technologies, Inc. for web-based solutions to improve the permit and licensing processes, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Weems.
Good afternoon. Max Weems, Principal Planner and Development Services. This is to approve a contract with Camino LLC. They provide a software that we use to intake, route, review, communicate with applicants for all zoning applications. We've used this software for 3 years now. However, they are incrementally increasing the price. And so to prevent an annual increase, we figured we'd enter into a multi-year contract and set a rate for 3 years. Because it's a multi-year contract, it requires a resolution. This is the reason I'm here.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Question, Commissioner Fesick, yes.
Hi, Max. I have one quick question for you related to the software. So I appreciate that it's what you've used and you continue to use. Is there any way for this to be at all also have a public-facing component? That, because I know that sometimes, for me, it would probably eliminate a lot of FOIA requests or requests in general if there was some way for that to be some things to be public-facing. Maybe not everything needs to be, but perhaps that component, is that available with the software as well right now?
I don't believe that that's the route that we've gone for public records and requests of information. The items that I'm referring to are not things that go to public hearings. It's general, like business applications or administrative applications. Obviously, all of that is subject to public records requests, and of course, anything that's ultimately placed on an agenda is done through our Granicus software, where that is then made publicly available. But there is not a public face to request the information that has been submitted by applicants for their various zoning-related applications.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission, Vice Mayor.
I could not find the old contract in the backup, so I don't know what the price increase is.
It's $2,000. The price increase is nominal. They've indicated that they'll raise the price with CPI, and so I can't really say what the cost savings is, but just to prevent the $2,000 that may be incremental year after year, I don't know what we're saving, but preemptively, I'm doing a multi-year contract.
Okay, I understand. I just was looking for the prior contract, so.
$40,000.
Okay. Can we make sure we have things like that in the backup?
Certainly.
Thank you very much.
Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fesick?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Seeger-Sid-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 17 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a piggyback agreement for roofing inspection, maintenance, and repair services between the City of Pompano Beach and Advanced Roofing, Inc., providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Good afternoon, Ms. Ventura.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, City Attorney. The item in front of you, it's an ordinance for the services to our roofs, city roofs, inspection, maintenance, repairs. Not to exceed $150,000. This is a piggyback agreement out of the city of Cape Coral. I'm open to any questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record. And be nice.
Okay, man, you might be nice. Vicente through Pompano Beach. To the mayor, to staff, how long will this piggyback agreement be in place?
What is the term of this contract?
1 year.
1 year.
And following then after that 1 year, you will, to the mayor, to the staff, will you be seeking to go out to bid?
We're going to go out to bid at that point in time?
Yeah, I'm asking a question, yeah. No, I guess I'm asking staff, Mayor, to the mayor, to staff.
Does staff, do you have an idea of what we're going to be doing in a year down the road?
Well.
Good afternoon, everyone, Commission, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Mary Rivero. I'm the new Procurement Director, so I wanted the opportunity to explain. This piggyback is being put in place as a stop gap solution because we're currently already using this vendor advanced roofing, and through this piggyback, we're going to obtain savings of up to 30%. The goal is to put out a solicitation in the future, yes, to give the opportunity for the community and other local vendors to participate and respond to the city's work.
So the future.
So the question was at the end of this year. Is it anticipated you're going to go out for bid by the?
Yes, we will be. I wanted to give that background because it's important that you understand that we're currently using this vendor. By approving this, you're going to obtain savings.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Okay.
Okay, happy with the savings, but still want to make sure that it goes out for bid. Thank you, Mayor. All right, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Further input from the public. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Jocelyn Jackson. First of all, I would like to say I appreciate the building department. That's number one. They do an awesome job, and it's very difficult sometimes when the people don't have all their information together. So I stand 10 toes down with the building department because I also develop. And I'm going to comment on that, Mayor. Give me 1 second. I need to get that out. The second thing is this vendor. Where is this vendor located?
Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale.
Yes, ma'am.
So with this particular vendor, were they registered with the city of Pompano? Because I know city of Pompano Beach have vendors. Were they registered or someone told them about this job? How did this come about?
They are registered with the city. They have done work with the city. 6 years ago, they did the BSO building. That's a brand new roof. It's a TPO. So yes, they are registered. They're registered, they have insurance, they have everything.
Okay, so when you guys do the piggyback, because I know about piggyback, I'm a licensed realtor, I'm a investor also. So I know about the piggyback. So with the piggyback, are you gonna go, do you guys go in random order, or how do you set up your piggyback? How does that come about? Because we just used him for the BSO building, right, this company?
Yes, so great question. The vendor, Advanced Roofing, the contractor that's being used today is not through a piggyback. The piggyback that we were able to get access to has the same vendor. And by using the contractor, by piggybacking, as we say with the Cape Coral City contract, we're going to now get the prices that Cape Coral pays instead of the prices that we're currently paying in Pompano Beach. So again, the vendor's the same, that they're located local, but we're getting the prices from Cape Coral, which gives us a benefit of the savings for the time being, and then obviously we're gonna hopefully in the future put this out to bid.
Right, and I really hope you do put it out for bid to give the other people that's who's been here, like our local contractors and our local vendors, the same opportunity, because they could be in a position also to give you better pricing. So I'm a strong believer on that, because we have vendors right here within our corridors, and we need to start utilizing them. And again, building department work hard to get stuff done.
Very good. Thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Vice Mayor.
Just quickly, I agree Jocelyn, I agree with you. This should be a Pompano company, so in the future, when we put this out to bid, I'm sure you're going to have conversations about in procurement and the importance of minority inclusion and local companies, but it should be a local company going forward. And the 150,000, just clarify for me, is that the total or that's per project? Or that's the total amount?
Yeah, it says 150. Well,
It's
not to
determined on a
exceed 150, yeah.
project-by-project basis, not to exceed 150,000. So
It's going to be 6 projects of 149,000 each, or is that $150,000 over the course of a year?
That's the total for the year, sir.
Total
that's
for
a
the year.
total. So we're talking about a total maximum of 150,000. So multiple projects that add up to something under that. Thank you for clarifying that.
So basically, it's like if the roof starts leaking right there, you call this company, they come out, they fix it, they send you a bill. Okay. But we won't use them for anything over $150,000 in the course of a year, no matter how many leaks we get. Gotcha, okay. How long have we been using Advanced?
For the past 4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years, so it probably is due to go out for a bid. But good job piggybacking with Cape Coral to get the savings for the remainder, yeah.
We do use other vendors, which are Pompano vendors too. So
Depending upon the job, you can just pick up the phone and get some quotes.
Infinity Roofing is one of them, a Pompano. Vantage Roofing is another one, it's a Pompano vendor. So I do use few roofing companies. They're busy, so.
Yeah, they're busy. And I agree with the Vice Mayor. I mean, if we can do it with a local company, of course, I support that. But I want to make sure that we get the best price for the taxpayers too. I don't want to use a local company that charges double what we can get elsewhere, because we're supposed to represent the taxpayers. But thank you. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. With this roofing inspection, you're going to be, the services here will provide, you will be providing services for roofs that need to be repaired in the city.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there already a list in place of those roofs that you plan to, which has nothing to do with this item, but do you have a list in place of the roofs you plan to repair or do maintenance to or with in the city?
So we're going to be doing a roof inspection on all large buildings citywide.
What do you consider large?
City Hall, Commission Chambers, civic centers, that type of.
Okay, and that's all this is?
Emalu, Ipat Larkin, Highlands, Herbst, Skolnick.
Okay.
All of them.
All right. Can you make sure you do one on Blanche Ely House? That's not a large facility, but
On Chile House, I
needs
just did
an
it about a
inspection.
year ago. I inspected it, we cleaned it, and we sealed that roof a year ago.
Did you go back and inspect it again?
Okay, we will.
This year?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, 2025.
Yes, sure, no problem.
Great. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fessick,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Hart.
Yes. Item 18 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 51 Sewers of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pompano Beach by amending Section 5105 Wastewater Tariff to modify rates and charges for sewer service, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Be Mayor, Commissioners, Randy Brown, Utilities Director. We're bringing forward a rate increase for wastewater due to Broward County's increase of their wastewater rates. We had planned for 4%, and it came in at 8.4%. We're already paying that bill right now as of October 1st, so we need to catch up on that and pay the bills for the future. It's a pass-through cost.
So Broward County, this is initiated basically, I mean, we've got to do it unless we want to just take the hit on our finances, because it's a pass-through charge to Broward County that bills us.
Yes.
Gotcha. Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just front podium here, name and address for the record. Thank you.
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Commissioner. Peter Colelli, 1410 Southeast 4th Avenue, Pompano Beach, since 1999. May I have clarification on just exactly what we're talking about? Amending Section 51-05, wastewater tariff to modify rates and charges and how it affects homeowners like myself.
The rates are going up. Broward County has increased their rate. Broward County handles all the wastewater treatment for us. It gets pumped directly to Broward County, and it's based upon volume, and they have suddenly jacked up their rates, and that's what happened.
Understood. Could we say that based on economic conditions and the sudden increase in apartment buildings being, I should say apartment high-rises being built throughout the city, it seems that portions of land are being scooped up and single-family homes aren't going to be there. Condominiums aren't going to be built there, but it's going to be apartment buildings. Okay, if you took a tract of land maybe where 4 houses could be built and suddenly you have a 6-story building, that is going to burden the wastewater system substantially. Could we say that that is an impact to the city and to the county? In other words, this development is impacting the city in ways that we have never had before. Could we say that? And if we could say that that is a factor, might we consider an impact charge to the developers who have these rentals where the renters pay no taxes, they're in and out, yet it burdens our system? Might we consider some sort of impact rate for them against across-the-board increase to homeowners and taxpayers?
Well, I'll turn that over to Mr. Brown.
Well, this increase only involves the volumetric portion of the sewer bill. So it's not the base charge, it's not the availability charge, it's not any of the customer service charges. It's just the amount of wastewater that's produced by each building or single-family home.
So in other words, if a single-family home uses 1,000 gallons of water, they get billed for 1,000-gallon usage charge on the sewer. But if an apartment uses 50,000 gallons, they get charged for 50,000 gallons of sewage charge.
So this is...
I'm sorry, this is Elaine Conte from Raftelis Financial Consulting. She does have a presentation that will show the impact, but she knows that answer.
Okay, hold on one second. Should we, and I apologize, should we have the presentation before we have public input? Well then, could I interrupt you and ask you to sit back down just for a moment so we can actually view this? She's the rate consultant for the city. She figures all this stuff out. You can come right back up, but maybe it'll answer some of the questions or give you more questions. How about that?
That would be fine.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your indulgence. Yes, let's have the presentation.
Yeah, I think this will answer one of his questions, and then we can address the first one that he asked. I did want to just kind of review, since we do have 2 new commissioners. In 2013, we came to the commission and presented a series of rate increases as the city typically adopts rates for a 5-year period. And during that time, 2023, sorry, 2023, we came to you. And at that time, we used the information that we have from Broward County for their treatment rates, as well as the capital improvement plan for the city, and we make the best projections we can based on the information that we have. And these were the rates that we proposed at the time, which were 9.5 for water, which you also know you just issued a revenue bond for a large water project. That's what's funding, that's why the rate increased for water. And then for the wastewater rates, we had asked for a 4% rate increase at that time. And this is the bill impact that we presented at that time, which you'll see is a little over, this is a combined water and sewer increase to the average single-family bill who uses 8,000 gallons. So again, just recognize this is for the average single-family customer. This results in about a 6.5% increase, or a a little over $6 per month. That's what we came to you and requested. It was approved and implemented. The first rate increase that you see here was implemented on October 1st, a few months ago. Subsequent to us doing the study, every year we will review expenses, we'll look at future Broward County rates, relook at the capital improvement plan that you have for the next 5-year period, and assess the ability of the rates that we have implemented to if they're sufficient. Broward County implemented a rate increase to their volumetric component that was the equivalent of 15%, which we had not factored into our calculations. So that increase is on the volumetric portion. So any flow that is sent to them is going to be assessed that 15% rate increase, and that's why we are now asking for an additional 3.5% rate increase that's being passed on to everyone because of the fact that that is on the volumetric component and so is impacted by all the flow that is sent there. What that'll do, this shows you the increases in cost. The blue is the projections that we had, and the kind of darker green is the additional cost from having this rate increase and us increasing our projections that we had previously had in future years. So we had assumed 4%, now we've bumped that up to 5%. Again, Broward County just gives us 1 year at a time. That results in almost needing an additional $6 million. So the impact of increasing the rates to 7.5% for wastewater will add an additional about $2 to the wastewater bill. So the total impact to a resident will be $8, going up all the way to $10 by 2028. So that's about an 8.5% increase, whereas we had originally forecast 6.5%. So that's the increase that we're recommending and proposing to be able to pass through that cost that is coming from Broward County. And that was the end of the, actually one more. We do track how the single family average bill for the customer compares with other municipalities, and we've continued to stay in that bottom quadrant. So this does reflect that others as well. There's a few communities in here that also receive wastewater from Broward County. You could see the trend in just water and wastewater rates in general. We continue to stay in that lower quadrant. So that says the city's rates are increasing comparable to others, which unfortunately the past several years we have seen significant increases in specifically capital cost, not to mention operations and maintenance cost as well. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Colelli, can I call you back up? And I appreciate your indulgence there. Thank you. We should have taken care of that at the very start. So now, let's continue with your questions.
Yes, sir. I understand what they're speaking of. But in the 25 years I've been a resident of Pompano Beach, I haven't added to or taken away from the burden of wastewater treatment. I don't think it's right that a person like myself should have any sort of increase. Let's put the expense where it belongs, and that is these developers that come in, scoop up this land, put these 6- and 8-story apartment buildings, and then they're burdening the system, and I should pay for it? There needs to be some sort of an impact fee applied to the people who are increasing the volume, in my opinion. I think that would be fair, and I think the commissioner should consider that situation because development is going to continue. We know it is, so let's deal with it, and let's deal with it properly and fairly. I think that's the proper approach to it, because it's inevitable. There's going to be more land scooped up and developed. There's going to be more apartment buildings. They are not taxpayers. We shouldn't foot the bill for things like that. I thank you for the time you've given me.
Very good. Mr. Brown, would you care to comment on that?
Well, each person is charged their proportion due to what they use through their water meter. up to single-family homes are capped at 10,000 gallons for wastewater treatment due to some that we believe go through irrigation systems.
I can just barely hear you. Can you pull that a little closer?
Sorry. People are billed based on their water usage. Single-family homes are capped at 10,000 gallons due to irrigation usage. It doesn't go back into the wastewater system. However, there are expenses that increase, and everybody needs to bear that cost. We have a master plan that shows our wastewater system and how we're able to maintain service at the levels desired as we go through our development.
Oh, okay. We'll have more on that. Further input from the public. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Thank you again. I'm Pastor Dr. Sherry Abram, address 704 Northwest 10th Avenue.
I could ask you to pull that down also. Thank you. So we could, there you go.
Short.
Thank you.
Okay. Question. Does the wastewater leak cause flooding in Broward County?
Could you say that again, please?
Does the wastewater leaks cause flooding in Broward County?
No. When we find a wastewater leak, we repair it.
Okay, because this has happened in November of 2023. I was in a flash flood, lost my $90,000 Mercedes in a flash flood in Sunrise due to flooding. And it was also in an investigation that some of the wastewater underneath the surface was one of the causes of this incident. And that's why I asked, because it's not only the sewer being wastewater, but also the drainage not flowing properly. Not flowing properly. And being in Florida, I'm on the good side, District 4, we don't really have floods over there on 10th Ave. And our elevation, because my husband is an engineer from the beginning, in 1999, we built our house 12 feet higher than it was required by the code. But we do have neighbors that are right at that bottom level of the 6 feet. But I just wanted us to think about that, because it sounds almost like to help ourselves, we're hurting ourselves. And giving us additional increase in our bills is definitely not helping us if we're not helping the problem of the sewage and the drainage being better. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Further input from the public. Anyone else? Seeing none, public input closed. All right, commission discussion. Vice Mayor?
So I personally am just really disappointed we're sitting here like this, because we spent so much time together back in 2023 talking about all the infrastructure projects, talking about the exact points you were making that I was asking about how do we pass some of this impact along to developers, because there are additional impacts, not the volumetric things. I understand this is different, but we came up with a comprehensive plan, and we all went back and forth on this with something that was palatable, barely, to someone like me. Like I was, I voted for it, but I had to hold my nose and do so, right, at the time. And now we're coming back, and it turns out some of the assumptions, either we didn't have sensitivity baked into this, I'm assuming, or I would have assumed previously as a banker, we built sensitivity into things, and you kind of, you know that nothing's going to be exact. So we either didn't do enough or we didn't. And then when I asked the city manager the other day what happened, the answer was we got blindsided, which really bothers me, because did the county not know they were going to do this? Did we pick up the phone ever and ask the county, hey, we're doing through a big analysis here. Are these good assumptions?
They only do their rate adjustments after the true-up one time a year. they don't look down the road the way we do, where we try to be proactive and to maintain our infrastructure. Theirs is, here's the bill at the treatment plant, this is what it cost us to run, so therefore this is what you get charged.
So did you assume in your analysis that over the life of this bond that they weren't going to increase rates?
We had increases built in, but not when it was double. Yes, double.
So for me, when we did the plan before, it is important to keep in mind that there were a lot of projects, and we were able to play with the timing of things to try to get to this table that was acceptable. Are there other things we can do to adjust the plan or delay other parts of the project to help absorb some of this?
Delay in repairs, say, in the wastewater system in Pinnacle Village, we had a manhole that just sunk 5 feet deep due to the condition of that manhole. It's cost us $160,000 to get it repaired. Now, those are the types of things that we're spending our money on, and that's why bond work and the information that we're working with is to be proactive to take care and find those situations. So doing less is going to cost us more.
So remind me of the pieces of the bond, though. There were upgrades to the plant, right? There's pipe, there's new piping,
Right.
there's drainage. There's a lot of pieces to play with. And I even at the time asked you guys to look at how to pass some of this along to developers, and you did an analysis and came back and said that's not a good way to do it. But I'm going to ask you to do it again. I'm going to ask you to look at all of this and figure out a better plan. Maybe something has to get delayed a year. I don't know, but to just keep passing it along to people is I've already gotten calls about bills going up. And I told you last time that after we went back and forth, that I couldn't stomach anymore. And this is disappointing to me that we didn't build in enough sensitivity to our models, assuming that Broward might change their rates. And maybe there is a way to be creative and find some way to pass it along or to change the timing of things. We did that the last time. You changed the timing of certain things, and it made a difference. So have we tried to do that here?
This is typically a straight pass-through cost.
I understand, but is there a way to
Cut projects?
change timing of things, all of that? I mean, you did the last time when you. We're still in that 5-year period where we already moved the timing to the best that we could.
Please come to the microphone. Repeat that.
Sure. Last time when we looked at the capital improvement plan, we already moved projects around so that we could layer in these rate increases and keep them where they were. So we've already done that. And then the delay, you may want to speak to the cost increases in general of projects, even within the past several months, the increase in cost of just delaying them.
So what happens when the county comes back in a year and it's higher than you expected again? You'll be back here.
Yes. Because building that sensitivity means then the rate increase that you're looking at, if I built what they've increased the past 2 years, you'd be looking at an additional 2%. I don't want to build that in without knowing what it's going to be. So I try to normalize it based on what the historical trend has been, knowing that the last 2 have hopefully been unusually high like others have experienced.
So next year, you're assuming it's going to go back down?
To about 5%, yes.
Instead of 40.
Because that's the best, again, trying to keep sensitivity of what the rates are. Because being overly conservative on cost then means these rates are going to be higher. And I don't want to build in continued 15% increases on the volumetric component when that's not been historically the case. They've fluctuated and averaged probably around 4 or 5%.
So is there any way, to the gentleman's point, to somehow shift the balance? I know it's volumetric, so I'm guessing, I think I know the answer to this, but to shift it more towards development, I don't know, like the density of toilets in an area instead of just volume usage. Like, because we have this density that we didn't used to have. On small parcels, we have, 400 bathrooms when there used to be 3.
I think you were talking about two things. The one is the fees that developers pay for new infrastructure, which is that's when you can do that for density and capture the impact of growth versus rate setting, which is, in this case, this is a cost from Broward County that is a volumetric component for all wastewater. So you can't parse it and say, well, this customer base should pay more because it's flow and everybody's flowing into the system. When we looked at if the capacity fees, impact fees for development could be higher, when you're looking at the capital costs that you have, a lot of those are for repair and replacement and dealing with regulatory issues, which is not something that you can oftentimes pass on for growth. They're not necessarily growth related. So that's why we had difficulty doing that in the past. Now, as you know, if there are growth projects, on the horizon, then we could potentially revisit that. But that is what we looked at last time, and part of the reason we're still having difficulty increasing those capacity fees for development.
I think we need to continue to look at that. I know we did, but I think we need to continue to look at that, which I understand is different than this pass-through per volume, but we've got to do more on that. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Smith.
Broward County increased it because they upgraded equipment? Or what caused the rates to go up so much in this?
Most of it was operational cost due to electric and chemical cost. But yes, they've invested an awful lot of money lately in upgrading their plant, which is making a better product for the environment.
And we have no option. We can't put our wastewater through our own system. We get it when it comes back through.
We signed a kind of a lifelong deal with them when we gave up our plant, which is where the parking garage sits now.
Okay, thank you.
Further commission discussion? I got Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton, followed by Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, I don't know if you can speak to this, but we do have the concurrency, the impact fees that developers already pay, correct? And is that a set fee, or is that on a scale basis? Maybe somebody from Development Services can answer that.
I think it's based on meter size.
Meter
If I'm
size.
mistaken.
Okay. So they do pay. Thank you.
Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. So we are increasing the rates because of Broward County. And the residents are not going to look at it like that. They're going to say Pompano is increasing the rates, of course. Is there any way, and I don't know if this has ever been done before, that staff can get together and possibly think of a way where we can get monies where the rates wouldn't have to affect or impact the residents? Is that, is that possible? Staff, anybody from staff can answer that question? In other words, instead of increasing the rates which will impact the residents, and we find funding somewhere in the city to cover that so the residents' rates will not increase. Does that make sense?
We could raise taxes, I guess, and take money from the general fund, but that's really just shifting where it comes from. I mean, it's as far as.
Did I hear you say that next year it will decrease? You said increase more.
No, I don't know, from Broward County what's going to happen, but we just have these rates set now for the 5-year period. But we'll just have to see what Broward County's rate increases for the next year.
Wow. So they really have the control over us because hands are tied. Okay. All right, thank you.
And if I could just add,
Sure.
The water and sewer fund, it's an enterprise fund, so it has to be self-sustaining. So the revenues that are generated from the water and wastewater rates, have to pay the bond that was just issued, and you have certain debt coverage, so it's all factored in. Like, those are the revenues that come in. Bringing, from another source wouldn't wouldn't work. The bondholders are not going to like that.
Well, that's because of the bonds that we have. If we didn't have those bonds, we could do that, though. Anyway, so to follow with Commissioner Perkins, if Broward County came through next year and reduced their rates by 14%, I mean, it's not going to happen. I know that. But if they did, if they said, oops, we made a mistake. Geez, sorry, folks. Okay, we're going to reduce our rates. We could then correspondingly reduce ours, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we could reduce rates if there's green cheese on the moon.
Depends on our bond covenants, because we have certain things set, and I don't know what those may be, the restrictions, so I don't know if we can or not.
So it depends. Could be, maybe, not sure until next year. Okay, that's very definite.
So, excuse me, so
yeah,
we
go
have with the county, we have a contract with them based on the volumetrics? Is that what you're saying?
We have a contract based on volumetric and the cost to operate the treatment plant, yes.
So have we evaluated or looked at that contract recently or ever made any changes to it or adjustments? I mean, how long has the contract been in place?
1966, I believe.
Oh, wow. So that needs some evaluation.
They're the only game.
See what we could possibly change in that contract to make a little bit more convenience for us and the residents. All right. Okay. Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Because they really are the only game in town. They treat the sewage for North Broward County.
11 communities, yes.
Yes. Our only other option would be to build our own treatment plant, which, yeah, we wouldn't want to do that. It'd cost a lot more to do that. Any chance we could contract with some other treatment facility?
There's no one with that capacity. We have purchased 17 million gallons a day out of Broward County's 100 million gallon a day plant.
Okay. And as we add users, though, have we had to increase our allocation with Broward County wastewater?
We haven't done that since 2008 or 9, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
We added 2 million gallons.
So, and do we pay, I assume that we would pay some sort of additional charge to have that reservation?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So for that additional charge based upon that reservation, is that passed on to new users or just existing users and all users?
All users.
So there's no way to take a subset and attach additional fees to any particular subset with the wastewater?
I think that's where you could. The next increment that you have to purchase, you could revisit the capacity, the impact fees.
That's what I was thinking about. It's like, okay, if in 2008 we went up 2 million gallons, okay, well that's not because of Mr. Colelli, that's because of somebody else. So that 2 million gallon reservation, and not the actual flow, I understand, but the reservation charge, that should be paid by people who utilize the additional flow, I would think in my mind. And if you're now telling us that we can.
I think that's one of the things that we could look at for that next increment.
I mean, I'm sorry, did you just say we can or can't?
Can.
Can, that's what I said, and that's what I was looking for you to say. That's one of those things we can, so we can. Okay. Thank you, appreciate it. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Can we not look at it like backwards looking so all the development in the last 5 years that has been reserved, there are not a lot of new single-family homes that have been built here. Why can't that be allocated to the larger developments?
I don't know that you could go backwards legally or not. It would have to be something that our esteemed attorney would have to consult with.
We're holding this reservation for growth or for what future needs, which aren't going to be us. It's the apartment buildings. So I still think that hearing that only the next time we can do it doesn't make sense if we're already paying for it right now.
Our capacity study showed we won't need increases till another 20 years.
But when I go sit in a DRC meeting with a developer who's putting in 400 apartments and they check the box and they say, yep, there's enough wastewater capacity, Like, that's one of the things, there's, enough parks, enough schools. Is that wastewater capacity that we are all paying for now just holding for them? Like, basically reserved for when they build that?
Part of the system, yes.
Well, they should be paying for that.
And they do with their capacity fee when they do get a meter.
Yeah, but in the meantime, I'm paying for it until they get that meter.
Yes.
Okay, so the other thing is there any volume discount that we get? So like, what if we partnered with another city and instead of 17 million, we were all of a sudden, 40 million of what they need? So there's no literal volume discount you get for giving them more wastewater also?
No, they would be happy with less.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
So Randy, supposing the will of the commission was to vote no on this, what happens?
We go in the red.
We go in red.
In the red, yes.
Okay, and what does that do? I mean, explain it. I mean, really, give us a breakdown of what happens then if we vote no on this. I really want the brass tacks here so everybody hears it.
Yeah, well, we go into not being able to pay our bill for the wastewater services of Broward County, and that certainly is something that we could be, in contract violation with them for not paying our bill.
Okay, so what does that mean? Okay, so what?
And our bonds, if we're not sufficient in being able to do our coverage of our bonds, then we default on our bonds for our projects.
Okay, and what happens then?
Then we don't get any projects, and then the system falls in disrepair.
Okay. Fair to say there'd be lawsuits involved?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to be clear. Now, how do we know they're not Broward County? How do we know Broward County is not going to do the same thing next year and say, whoop, we need 14% more?
We don't. It depends on the chemical costs, the electrical costs, construction. I can tell you in the future that they're going to construct a biosolids facility because of the new state law that biosolids or sludge, wastewater sludge, has to be treated to a certain area. And that's going to be passed on to all their users in the future. So these costs are not going to go down.
And there's virtually no option. It's just we have to do it. I mean, it's really not an option. So the mere fact that we're sitting here discussing it is like, well, okay, it's almost a fait accompli, unless you want to put the city in legal jeopardy and bond jeopardy and everything else.
Right.
Understood. Okay. Yeah, Broward County kind of has us by the short here, so to speak. Yes. Further, Commissioner Fessick, did you?
So just wanted to go through some emails that I received, because I received at least 10 emails, probably in phone calls regarding this specifically. Does the recycled water project have anything to do with this wastewater, or is it just something we're able to, okay, so we're not using that. Another question was, when was the last increase? So from
This October 1st.
This past October, okay.
We do a rate study annually to make sure we're running like a business and we're paying our bills.
And another question from this resident was, why aren't the infrastructure sewer repairs budgeted correctly? So I feel like we've addressed some of these things, but I just wanted you to understand that the same questions are being asked by a number of residents, and these are the same questions that I'm getting over and over and over again, and I feel like I need to have a better answer for them.
Yeah. There you go. It's pretty much all of us. Further, Commissioner Smith?
I just want the commission to realize that if we don't vote to pass this, it hurts our city. And I'm hearing good things that we can do on the other side, but that's separate from this pass-through for the wastewater. For impact fees for developers, yes, let's look at that. Change that structure, whatever way it is. But that's separate from this pass-through that's before us today. And I think we need to be good stewards of the enterprise fund and to make sure that the quality of water that we have in Pompano Beach continues to be the good quality of water that we have in Pompano Beach. And that is something that all cities can't say, but we can. So, Commission, you just we need to realize that there's been a lot of discussion since this item has come up, but the basic thing is, if we don't pass it, we're going to have a lot of problems other than debt. And also, it's $8 a month if you use 8,000 gallons of wastewater. I don't know how much an average home uses in wastewater, but it's probably not that high, and it's $8 a month is what we're talking about. Just want to make sure that everybody understands what the reality of this is.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fessick.
Yeah, I understand that it's $8, and I understand that the costs of everything have gone up. McDonald's is double what it used to be for an Egg McMuffin meal, but the reality in my district specifically, and I have this conversation with a lot of residents, there's a lot between the new condo rules that they've had, there's a lot of assessments that they've had added onto their monthly budget. There's constant additional fees being tacked on left, right, and sideways, and a lot of my residents are on fixed incomes. And so it's really hard to see if, I agree, if there's any way that we can find some way somehow to fix this without passing on as much, or if we can shoulder some of it. If there's any way that could be possible, do you have any ideas?
Well, we're building our reserves right now because we spent down our reserves as we were waiting for the rate increase last year. We have to have 35% of our revenues for the bonds in restricted assets. So, other than cutting improvement projects, I don't see how.
Wait. That's it? Okay. Commissioner?
Because does this rate increase impact multi-family homes the same as it impacts single-family homes?
The volumetric cost does overall.
All right, thanks.
Very good. Vice Mayor?
To Commissioner Fezik's point, it's like death by 1,000 cuts. It's everywhere you turn, there's something else. There's parking meters where there didn't used to be. And this is what bothered me the last time. So we've got this. If we don't have a choice on this, it just puts more pressure on this commission to do better on everything else we choose to spend money on, and to be extremely thoughtful about where else we spend money. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
I understand the reasons why but I have to do what I told my constituents I would do and say no.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes. Now, do we need to, are you asking us to declare an emergency for a second reading?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what would be the emergency?
Emergency is to pay our bills, so we can go ahead and make our payments.
Gotcha. Is that sufficient, Mr. Berman?
That's fine. That establishes that there will be financial impact.
I can't hear you.
Your microphone.
Yes, that'll indicate severe financial impact potentially to the enterprise fund and the system itself. So yes, that's an emergent circumstance.
Very good. Can I have a motion declaring an emergency for second reading?
So moved. Wasn't the vote yes?
Pardon? No, this is for a second reading. This is an emergency second reading so that we can go ahead and do the second reading now, get it out of the way so they can go ahead and set the rates.
It's been advertised.
Did I hear yes?
So moved.
Oh, wait, I've got Mr. Berman.
I just want to point out that knowing this in advance, the clerk did advertise this. This matter has been advertised.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner Segerson-Eaton, you made the motion
Yes.
for emergency second. Is there a second? I'll second it. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous for an emergency second reading. Okay, item number 18 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 51 Sewers of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pompano Beach by amending Section 51.05 wastewater tariff to modify rates and charges for sewer service, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Brown?
No additional comments, sir.
Very good, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
I completely disagree with doing this right now. I know that I'm going to get backlash from people from how I just voted, and I want the opportunity to hear from them when they know what just happened. And I also had some questions, I think, that I've asked and will ask that aren't totally answered. So I need more time to be a yes for a second vote.
Okay. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call a roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
No.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Okay. Motion fails. Number 19 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a service contract between the City of Pompano Beach and Miller Electric Company, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good evening, Mr. Zamoski. It is evening now.
Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Gene Samoski, CIO. The city uses the Genetec video security system, which includes video security cameras and ALPR, which means automatic license plate recognition cameras. ESO operates and monitors this ALPR video security system. Genetec utilizes a network of certified and trained partners around the world to provide sales and local services to end-user customers, and Miller Electric is the certified and approved AutoView partner assigned to the, to the Southeast U.S. territory. Miller Electric provides preventative maintenance services for Genetec's license plate recognition system that are unique and proprietary solution where the contractor is a certified reseller with local offices in the state of Florida. Therefore, the city has determined that the contractor is a sole source vendor. This 3-year agreement will provide labor service for our Genetec system at a cost of $70,000 per year and is budgeted out of the IT department's funds. This agreement will also provide for the installation of new video security projects. Materials necessary for repairs and new installation shall be charged at a 15% markup on cost. Funds expended on materials for purposes of this agreement must be approved by the City Commission each year this agreement is in effect. This new agreement with Miller Electric has the same terms, condition, and pricing as the previous 3-year agreement. That's all I have.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 20 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Air Park Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach to fill the unexpired term of Larry Erd as alternate 2. Said term to expire on July 1st, 2025, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Are there any nominations for this
Yes,
item?
Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
May I appoint Jason Smith? He was appointed the last time, and then there was an issue with his application where it was.
Jason Smith, District 3. Any other nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 21 is discussion and consideration item for the annual performance evaluation for Mr. Kervin Alfred, City Clerk.
So,
Well, I guess
Second.
we'll discuss it first. Let's figure out what we're going to do. Then we'll have to make a motion. Ms. Sinigo?
You received an email, Lisa Sonego, Human Resources Director. You received an email last week in regards to the particulars of the backup for Mr. Alfred. And any pay increase that may be discussed would be effective December 1. And this is your opportunity to discuss his performance and do a review at this point in time. That's it.
That's it. Very good. Okay.
Questions you have, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mr. Alfred, I think you've done a marvelous job. I really do. You're modernizing the office. You're utilizing new technologies. You're, I think, doing a great job. So I would make the motion that we give you a 5% increase in pay. So I'll make that motion, 5% increase.
Second.
Okay, moved and second for 5%. All right, commission discussion.
Yeah.
Commissioner Seegerson, Commissioner Perkins?
Yeah, I agree. The city clerk's office has been modernized, streamlined with the processes, and Kervin has really been very attentive to keeping track of when the ethics training is, what's needed, the advisory boards when they're up, and so and all of the paperwork associated with elections. I think he's just done a wonderful, wonderful job. He's really grown into the job. Maybe you fit well. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Kervin is he's really good at what he does. He's very, very detailed, sometimes too detailed. But he's a great communicator. And he gets back with you in a timely manner. He always follows through. So I think we should give him the 5% raise. He deserves more, if you ask me. But yeah, he's an awesome team player as well. I hear about how he worked with other departments in the city. But if we had more people like him around the city, we would have an even better city because he's a well-rounded person. And he goes out the way for every and anybody. And I watch, I notice, I look and see. So thank you so much. Keep up the good work. And you have very good leadership skills, and I'm impressed by that. So keep up the good work.
Thank you. Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
So I know I'm new here on the dais, but I will say that I have dealt with you, Mr. Alfred, for probably the better part of 2 years now. And so as a resident first, I can say that I have always seen a smile on your face, even in the most insane of city commission meetings or questions or answers, and you have been always very responsive, not just to me, but to anybody I have been in contact with. And I'm continually impressed as I've gotten to know you better and better. So thank you for your service. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Woo-hoo. For the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So if my phone rings late on a Friday night or a Saturday or a Sunday and it is a city phone number, I always know who it's going to be, sometimes quite late. I don't think that anyone works longer hours than you, puts in more time and effort, and you do it because you care, and it shows. So you treat all of us with dignity and respect. You are extremely responsive, and it is an absolute pleasure working with you. So continue what you're doing, continue taking the initiative to modernize the application process for the advisory boards and modernize your office to make it even better. And we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Smith.
I'm going to
Commissioner
chime in
Smith.
here too, because I've known Kervin for close to 10 years. I always find him professional, knowledgeable, and so proactive. He anticipates what you're going to say, and he's got the document right in front of you before you ever ask. So I appreciate your attentiveness to all of us. Good job, Kervin.
Thank you.
Mr. Alfred.
Good. All right, further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll. Let's see what happens.
Okay. Commissioner Fessick?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Poinier,
Yes.
and Mayor Harden.
You got it, buddy.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Yes. Here. Great job, great job. All right, that takes us up to additional audience to be heard. Now, this is the sticking point here. Answer correctly.
No audience.
All right, we love it. We love it. Thank you. Our next scheduled meetings, we've got January 14th, 2025 at 1 p.m. Regular City Commission meeting, followed by January 28th, 2025 at 6 p.m. Regular City Commission meeting. Takes us up to reports. Mr. Harrison.
Yes, sir. So, Ms. Duncan, Carlene Duncan Smoke back there, didn't have her address on this form that she left with us. So I wanted to make sure all of you knew that her mailing address, she's ready for those checks to start rolling in, right, Smoke? 1851 Northwest 15th Street, Pompano Beach, 33069. That's 1851 Northwest 5th Street. Zip is 33069. Yes, ma'am. So everybody knows that the water taxi is going to open on Monday the 16th. And we have an award. Can't believe it. 3CMA, the City County Communications and Marketing Association, the nation's premier network of local government communicators, awarded Sandra King, our Strategic Communications Administrator, the 2023 Outstanding Event Award for the annual drone show.
Oh, very nice. Congratulations.
Here's the award right here. And other than that, Merry Christmas.
Oh, there's another one.
Okay, sorry about that.
Greg wasn't finished yet.
No, that's okay. You get up and do it. I'm sorry, Mark. I didn't make a note. Yeah, I know. I just didn't make a note.
So our fabulous tennis center is being recognized by the United States Tennis Association. And we have Kathleen Blower, the supervisor, and come on up, the Sposa, our tennis pro.
Oh, wow. They had to wait this whole time. Sorry. Yeah.
This is the award.
Lessons you didn't want to know.
And this was the press release that came out from the United States Tennis Association. The headline was, City of Pompano Beach in Pompano Beach, Florida receives 2024 USTA Outstanding Facility Award. The USTA announced that the City of Pompano Beach in Pompano Beach, Florida is one of 41 winners in the USTA's annual Outstanding Facility Awards program, which recognizes excellence in the construction and/or renovation of tennis facilities throughout the country. So.
Very cool. Congratulations.
There you go. Anybody take a picture of that?
Yeah. Heck, no, you got the pelican right there. She's trying to get a picture. Turn towards. Yep. All right. Congratulations.
All right, thank you, Mark. And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
There you go.
All of you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Appreciate it.
Sir.
Mr. Berman, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor.
You have to make an announcement about some kind of a meeting or something, right?
Well, I've got 3 items I need to discuss with you, all related to this agenda, and I will need to put this on the record and give and have you consider what I have to say. First of all, let's look at item number 14, the union contract. We announced that we would have a shade meeting. I didn't announce who would be present, and if we're going to do that, I'm going to announce who will be present. That, per statute, needs to be announced as well. I didn't have a list of everyone, but I do now. As far as the union contract is concerned and the shade meeting is concerned, we can only discuss during a contract negotiation terms that were discussed and CBA negotiable items. The 4-10 workday was not a negotiable item. that was not discussed, that was not changed, and therefore, should we decide to still meet in the shade, that's not a discussion item we can have in the shade. So that was not part of the agreement, that was not negotiated, nor can it be discussed. So a shade meeting is not the time to have that discussion. Normally, you hold a shade meeting, and if a contract is rejected, it's because of terms in the agreement that were negotiated. It was made clear on the record that the whole reason that this was rejected was because of the 5-day or 4-day work week, and that was not negotiated. My concerns are, of course, that you're punishing the employees of the city for that reason, because this was not a negotiated item, and my concern really is that you're setting up an unfair labor claim by rejecting this contract for that reason and no other reason. Now, we can still meet in the shade. If you still want to do that, I will place on the record those will be present. I would instead recommend that a motion for reconsideration, and it has to be made by a party on the prevailing side, meaning one of the parties that voted no needs to be made, and that we move to approve the contract again, that motion be made, it be recalled on the agenda, and that it be approved. And then we can deal with the specific concerns at any workshop, meeting, whatever you want to do. Hood of a bus, I'll meet with you anywhere on it. But this is a concern because this was not a negotiated item, and we can't talk about it if we meet in the shade. So I had to read through, and I also had to confirm that I didn't negotiate the agreement, so I got in touch with our outside counsel that did, and with Deputy City Attorney Tracy Lyons, who negotiated. That was never part of any negotiation, so we cannot discuss contract terms that were negotiated and were not negotiated. So that's number one. So let me stop there and give you guys an opportunity to discuss if you'd like.
So is that the only part of your report that is on that particular agenda item?
On that item, I've got two other agenda items I want to bring some issues to light as well.
Okay. So we've all just heard what the city attorney has told us, that does anyone from the prevailing side, which is the side that voted no, wish to call for a reconsideration to discuss the contract again? Seeing none, I guess that we'll just go forward with a shade meeting, and I'm not sure what issues we'll address there, but we won't address the 410.
That's correct, we cannot. Now, present at the shade meeting will be City Manager Greg Harrison, Assistant City Manager Brian Donovan, outside Labor Council, well, first of all, legal, Lisa Sonego, our HR Director, will be there. Myself as City Attorney, Tracy Lyons, who negotiated, Deputy City Attorney Tracy Lyons, Lindsay Riders, our outside counsel, and Allison Furtado, our Finance Director. So we'll keep that on Monday as scheduled.
And Mr. Berman, you're concerned about an unfair labor,
Well, the contract was rejected for a reason that wasn't negotiated. I mean, it's not a negotiated item. It's bringing up something that was not dealt with in negotiations between the city and the union representatives. I'm concerned that it brings up issues that the city could come out on the negative side of. But I'm not the union counsel. I'm just telling you that it's a dangerous game that's being played here.
The mere fact that it's been delayed, I mean, because I understand the contract, and I'm just trying to frame everything. I understand the contract has already expired, but that is not uncommon with labor contracts.
I understand.
So the mere fact that we have delayed approval of it is going to put us subject to an unfair labor practice?
We've rejected approval of it. We haven't delayed it. We've agreed to meet in the shade, but this was not tabled and then with a meeting in mind. This was rejected for a reason that was not part of the labor negotiations. That's my concern.
So if we reconsider the item and table it or postponed it until, I mean, because it's you know, I'm just trying to figure out a way to protect the city. If the commission does not choose to act on the contract tonight, is there a way that we could reconsider the motion that has already been made, or the result that's already taken place, and then just, instead of reject it we can delay the final motion. In other words, postpone it until.
That's doable. There'd have to be a motion to reconsider, approve the motion to reconsider, followed by a motion to postpone the matter until either January or until a special, it would be January, but we could probably call a special meeting if we wanted to prior to January.
So could we leave it open-ended, postpone
When you
until?
postpone, it's supposed to be to a date certain, so I would make the date certain the first meeting in January. However, if we do want to call a special meeting, we can notice that.
Notice it and just have the special meeting so we can get it done before Christmas. If
that's what the commission wants, yes.
Okay, gotcha, okay.
Mayor?
Vice Mayor.
So I made several points, including the 4-day weekends with the 4-day work week, and that definitely was negotiated in there. There's an additional day off with Columbus Day being added to the contract.
We can discuss that in the shade meeting.
But I'm just saying, so there are things that are negotiated in here that are reasons I have given. So when you're saying that the reasons I gave are not things that were negotiated, that's not correct.
Okay, well, we can discuss that in the shade meeting if you want to do that, but we cannot discuss items that were not negotiated, including the 4-day work week.
So would there be an interest on the part of the commission, someone on the prevailing side of that particular issue, which would have been the folks that voted no? Would there be a desire on the part of those folks to call for reconsideration so that we could then talk about the matter once again, to perhaps make a motion to postpone until our first meeting in January, which that way it's not been rejected but merely delayed, which would not put the city at jeopardy of an unfair labor act? Would there be any desire?
There could be a claim, but, again, that's my concern. I'm just trying to.
I understand, Mr. Berman. I heard what you said. That's why I'm talking.
Yes, thank you.
So is there any interest on the part of the prevailing side to taking that route? Hearing none? I guess not. Okay. I can't do anything because I wasn't on the prevailing
Whatever
side.
comes up, we'll deal with, and we'll continue to work with the union on this as well. The other two items. First of all, item 2 on the agenda, that was the rejection of the density bonus within section 155-3709 of the city's code of ordinances. Again, that was rejected. Per the section, in the code section, they're entitled to a density bonus of 20 units. That's section 155-3709E3. It is a vested development right once they agree to meet that, and what you're doing is denying someone what then has become a vested development right, also potentially actionable and costly to the taxpayers of the city of Pompano Beach. So again, I would encourage a motion for reconsideration and a vote on that. And if we want to change what's in the code, that's great. And if you don't like what's in the, I understand, and I'm certainly willing to work with staff and the commission to do that. But this is in the code. This is approved. This is what they're entitled by law to get, and they've met the requirements to get the additional density bonus. That's what exists now. And it is therefore a vested legal right as far as I'm concerned. I didn't want to say all this before. I don't want to be quoted in the complaint in paragraph 1. But I have no choice at this point but to make that clear to the commission. You've left me really no recourse but to do this. But you need to understand the complexity and the seriousness of your decision in that matter. So I would, again, seek a motion for reconsideration from prevailing party and a motion, once that's hopefully approved, approval of the item.
Okay, so that's, we've heard what Mr. Berman just said about that item. Is there any interest on the part of the prevailing side, which would be those who voted no, to call for reconsideration of that item? Vice Mayor?
Can we make a motion to postpone this since we've asked for a few workshops and information in the meantime? Is there a reason this can't be postponed?
Well, the problem again that this has expired and we need to have something in place. I'm sorry, this is not. Yeah, you could probably. I don't know what their development schedule is. Development services would have to opine on what harm a delay, if any, would cause. I'm not familiar with that aspect of it. But it doesn't change the facts of the situation anyway. I mean,
Let's hear from Mr. Weems. Mr. Weems, could you come up and describe to us just their timeline, what problems would prevail if we postponed as opposed to denied?
Well, I mean, if you postpone or deny, I don't think it's the timeline for them. They already have their development order. They've been through our development review committee, they've been to our planning and zoning board as well as our architectural appearance committee, and they received a development order that's valid for 2 years. And one of the conditions of that approval is that they obtain the approval from the Public Art Committee and the City Commission for the density bonus for the public art that they've selected. They also selected a density bonus for the parking garage, but there is no additional consideration for a parking garage like there is public art.
So, okay.
They have the development order.
Then basically, they can move forward with their project, but the artwork is not been approved by the commission. That's where we're at? Is that it?
If they are required to modify their site plan, their plan in a way that is a substantial deviation from what was already approved in a development order, they have to do a new application and go through that review process again.
I'm getting confused. So in other words, their development has been approved, but their artwork has not. So if we denied their artwork, so they can have their development with blank walls.
Yeah, right. They would have to
until we approve the artwork.
The artwork, the public art bonus entitles the additional units, which is conditioned in their development order. So they won't be able to build those units without this approval.
Respectfully, I have to disagree with my colleague.
Okay.
The resolution, you're approving the artwork in Section 1. Section 2 approves the density bonus option pursuant to the table. So if you don't approve one, you don't approve the other. They can't go ahead and have that density.
They'd have to either identify something that isn't a different density bonus that wouldn't substantially change their design, requiring them to go back through the design process. Off my head, I can't come up with what this would be. So not approving this is basically requiring that they go back through a building design or a DRC process.
Okay. I've got Vice Mayor.
What if we hadn't approved it because we didn't like the piece of art? What if it was something obscene, or we just said we don't want that on a building on Federal Highway? What if that was the reason?
They would then have to go back to the Public Art Committee, get something else approved, and then bring this back to the commission.
But they still would be in a similar situation where they could either do a different piece of art, but they wouldn't be able to exercise their density bonus right now until they had an approved piece of artwork.
Correct.
Okay. And so when was it decided it was a mural? Has it always been a mural?
Yeah, it was presented to the Public Art Committee in October, and they unanimously recommended it at that point.
But it could be we didn't like the piece of art too. I mean, it's.
So, okay, so those are our options. So we're back to it. Does anyone from the prevailing side wish to call for reconsideration of that item, to reconsider it and maybe postpone? Got Commissioner Eaton?
Yeah, I just want to ask Max a question. So how long have they been in this process approximately thus far? And reel off the names of the boards and development review, architectural review, all of this different disciplines, site plan review. What have they done so far?
I'm sure. So their application number is 2352. So I imagine their original submittal to the city was mid-third quarter of 2023. And then, the full process beyond that is getting through the staff review, then the Architectural Appearance Committee, which is a public hearing, and the Planning and Zoning Board, which is a public hearing. The Planning and Zoning Board is where the conditions are made, which include the approval of the public art through this process.
Okay, so if they don't get that, then the building has to be completely redesigned, site have to go through all the process, and that process is not free. So there will be potential damages for the denial. Now, the other thing would be, have, in your opinion, and obviously in the opinion of staff, they've been approved, they've met all the requirements for the public art, and enough so the approval allows them the additional density as a vested right. So they had all their ducks in a row, and that's not a free, you have architects, engineers, planners, designers, bankers, lawyers, et cetera. It could be a $250,000, $300,000 cost to get a project up. That's been my experience after I've gone through and talked to a lot of the developers that have gone through the trenches here in the city of Pete, and we are putting ourselves at risk for their costs and the loss of value for what they could have had because they did it the right way. There's also that, the loss of revenue going forward. Like, people think we can just deny projects, but if they meet all the criteria that are within their vested rights, they do. And if they don't, they also get the loss of business. They get the loss of income. They get the loss of revenue because that's codified at the state level. So this could be a multi-million-dollar lawsuit.
So, back to it. Is there anyone from the prevailing side who would like to call for reconsideration of this item to discuss it further? I can't because I'm not on the prevailing side.
Neither can I.
I believe Commissioner Smith, neither is she. Okay. All right, Mr. Berman.
One last item to bother you with this evening, and that is the next agenda item, item 3, the Sands Harbor. I want to point out, because I had opportunity to go back and look at the variance that was granted, and that was back in 1986, and then in 97 it was amended even more. You know, this is how we got a hotel built back in 1986 in that area, and by working with them because they couldn't meet the parking requirements, so that's how that, originally it looks like how that developed. They were given a variance. The variance says that they are entitled to their addition, which they've already constructed, without providing 40 parking spaces, and they were required to purchase 80 spaces eventually from the city, permits to use those spaces. They're also available to the public. Now, the variance says that if it's no longer available, they have to obtain 80 other spaces by a means acceptable to the city. So all we've done here is say you can't have the permits anymore, but we haven't given them an option. That's why they're doing 1-year continuations, because there's a plan to build a garage and to deal with the parking. So from year to year to year, we don't want to drag this on longer than that and that's why it comes back to you every year for approval. The variance runs with the land, I must point out, and is a legal right of the property owner. He has a variance, it runs with the land, and he has legal rights as well. We were trying to get this approved, or staff was trying to get this approved again for 1 year to give us an opportunity to get a parking solution and have the discussions and workshops and everything else that everyone wants. But to deny it, it punishes our business. It may punish the taxpayers. It may be costly for the city as well if they decide to take certain action. I can only stress again, I would request that you reconsider this and that we, during the next year, work on a permanent parking solution, but to pull these available spaces for an ongoing business that's been there for almost 40 years with no alternative could be a legal problem for the city. I just want to stress that again, and I think it's the first time I've ever used my report for this type of matter. And then other than that, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I've got nothing else. That was what I thought my report was going to be. So thank you, Mayor.
Very good. So is there any desire on the part of the prevailing side on agenda item number 3, dealing with the Sands Harbor Hotel, to call for reconsideration of that item for us to discuss it further?
Mayor, I would make a motion, like I did the last time, to do a short-term agreement, 3 months, but not the year. Does that help our situation?
Well, first off, we have to call for reconsideration if we,
Well, but before I bother, I'm trying to ask Mr. Berman if that is helpful or not.
It may need an extension, but it's better than a no, yes.
I will call for a reconsideration of that item for a short-term agreement.
oh, you'll call for a reconsideration of the item first.
I will call for a reconsideration
time.
of item 3.
There's a motion to reconsider item number 3. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to reconsider item number 3. In which case, item number 3. All in okay, well, let's call the roll on this one. Call the roll, and this is for the reconsideration, if you're in favor or opposed.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
No?
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, item number 3 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a second amendment to the parking license agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Sands Harbor Resort Marina LLC, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for consideration. Mr. Lance, you already made your presentation. We appreciate that. Can you just hang tight for questions? How's that? Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. I believe I've got Vice Mayor.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend this agreement to be a 3-month agreement, and where in the meantime, we as a city are briefed independent from RMA, about parking options in the East and Northwest CRA.
Okay, so you've made a motion to approve this or amend this agreement to make it a 3-month agreement, and then direct staff to come up with some sort of
Plan to show us the plan for parking
okay.
in the East CRA and the Northwest CRA.
Okay, but you're trying to mandate to administration who they can use to develop a plan?
I'd like it to be independent, yes.
Well, that's, well,
Outside.
I'm not sure about that. Can we mandate what administration does in
Mayor, this is like Star Trek where no man or woman has gone before.
I understand that. But it's, there are certain administrative rights here.
It's a policy matter for the commission. I can't tell a commissioner they can't demand something. However, normally that's something that's left up to management and the commission to determine. I think mandating who they use and who they don't use would be more of a procurement type situation, saying use this vendor and not that vendor, but I think that might be difficult. I think it would be up to management to say they'll look for somebody else. I don't know if they guarantee they can do somebody else. They have someone who's familiar with the city's parking situation, who knows the pluses, minuses, and plans for the future. They might be the most efficient group to do it. But whether or not they use it or not, I mean, that's up to management to determine who to use, quite frankly, with a strong suggestion from the commission to look for somebody else, which I'm sure they will do, but it may not be possible, or it may not be the most effective way to deal with it.
Well, my concern is, I understand urging, and that's fine. My concern is the way it appears that it's being worded in this motion. It's a dictate. And I just, that's my concern.
I understand. Why not make two separate motions, that we do a study and then another motion as to who does the study, as opposed to one?
Well, I'm not making
I know it's not your motion.
Not my motion. I'm just concerned that Mr. Harrison's going to look at this and say, well, no, it's not within the commission's purview, and I'm asking your advice. Is it or isn't it?
It's normally not within the commission's purview to say who to use for the study.
You're saying normally. You're saying normally it's not. Is it or isn't it?
It is not.
It is
I would
not.
say it is not.
I understand you're a lawyer, but give us a straight answer.
The answer is no.
Okay.
Say no.
Then explain that.
Because staff is instructed to perform functions on behalf of the commission, on the behalf of the city, and it's up to staff to determine who's in the best position and situation to do that work, not the commissions.
Very good. Would you care to reword your
No, I would not. I need a source I trust, and that's my motion.
Okay. That's the motion, to approve a three-month contract and direct the city manager to come up with, show us a parking plan for the east and northwest CRA, was that it, east and northwest CRA? That is produced by someone other than RMA. I believe that's what you were after. Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Is there any further motions on this item? Well, now that it's on the floor, I can make a motion. I make a motion that we approve this contract for a 3-month time period and ask the city manager to come back or show us any parking plans. Show us any parking plans, or if we don't have any, then make progress on developing a parking plan for the east and northwest CRA. But I understand that if it can't be done in 3 months, but I expect he's got something sitting on a shelf. That parking is something that we have been dealing with for years. So this is not a surprise. I'm not sure why it's such a surprise to some people. But anyway, I'd make the motion we approve this for a 3-month contract and ask the city manager to get us some parking information. Is there a second to that? Okay, no second. Dies for lack of second. Any motion at all on this, any further motion on this item?
Original motion.
I mean, okay.
I'll make a motion, we do a 6-month time period with the expectation of receiving a parking strategy for the Barrier Island, East and Northwest CRAs.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, very good. So this is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Hearing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fessig.
No.
Commissioner Perkins.
No.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
No.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Motion fails. Any further business?
That's my report. Thank you.
Very good. All right, let's see. Well, that takes us up to, thanks for that report, Mr. Berman. Takes us up to, let's see, City Clerk, Mr. Alfred. Hey, come on, lighten up.
Thank you for the thoughtful and encouraging feedback during my performance evaluation. Your kind words mean a lot to me, and it will definitely motivate me to continue to strive for excellence. Thank you so much, and I wish everyone happy holidays.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Appreciate all your work on behalf of the residents of the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us up to City Commission. Commissioner Fessig.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you again to any and all of the volunteers through this whole campaign process, just in case they didn't hear me the first time, and a very special thank you to everybody in the city. They've been very helpful to me during this onboarding process, which I am still very much in the middle of. And I do appreciate everybody's time and willingness to take the time to help me understand things and processes and how they do work. So I do know that I have a lot of questions, and I am grateful for your patience with me. For the public, I have begun to send out a monthly email newsletter, and if you do not have, if you're not receiving that, you can go to Audrey, 4pompano.com, and there's a simple way you can add your email to that list. It's right on the main page. You can, of course, follow me on Facebook or Instagram as well. I try to keep things up to date with things going on in the city. Just some quick calendar items. Tomorrow, Wednesday, December 11th at 6 p.m., we have our District 1 specific master plan parks meeting. So that is at 6 p.m., and that's going to be at Ocean Headquarters at 50 North Pompano Beach Boulevard, again at 6 p.m. This is your opportunity to provide feedback for the master plan for Parks and Rec. Thursday, December 12th from 9 to 10 a.m., I'm going to host my first little coffee and conversation. That will be at How You Brewin at 3435 Pier Street. This way, if you'd like to come meet me in person because you haven't yet had the opportunity, I will be there. And finally, on December 15th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., Wild Heart Foundation is hosting a beach cleanup. And so I would invite people to come on out there to Pompano Beach Pavilion number 3 from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. to help clean up. And finally, just wanted to wish everybody a very happy holiday season, and hope you guys get to spend the quality time with your family and friends, and have a wonderful new year. See you there.
Very good. Thank you for that. Commissioner Perkins.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I have several things here. One being the order in which we sit on the dais, which is alphabetical order. I'm aware that the city manager has his seat, the city attorney, mayor, you have your seat, and we also know where the vice mayor will sit. But the other three, why does it matter that we sit in alphabetical order?
I don't know. I mean, it's.
So I know, I just want to know if it's a law or is it just a tradition?
I think it's probably just tradition, isn't it, Mr. Harrison?
Yeah. Kervin, is that through the city clerk's office on the
Seating arrangements,
process?
yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
And that's the way it's been.
as a tradition.
Mr. Perkins, how long have you been on the city commission?
Too long.
8 years?
Come on now.
Well, my thing is this, I think I've moved around in every seat up here, I think, except this one. Yes, I would love to change my seat with one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, one of the 4 commissioners. Because like I said, we know where the mayor sit, we know where the vice mayor sit, we know where the city manager sit, and we know where the that too. So can we, because if you're going to call the roll, you can still call the roll in order, alphabetical order, without us sitting that way here, right?
Yes, I can.
Yes, you can.
But it's just,
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we change the alphabetical order of names and switch with whoever agree with changing seats, other than the people I just mentioned.
So we stay where we're at.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
The mayor, the vice mayor, the city manager, the city attorney.
Can I ask for clarification before I second your motion?
Yes, go ahead.
Are you trying to use some other criteria, like your duration of time on the commission, where you then next get to that
No,
person?
not
Or
at all.
you're just trying to negotiate, like barter with someone for a seat?
Yes. Has nothing to do about how long I've been on the dais, no.
But I just meant, like, well, if there was a process in place, you were looking for a different process.
All about process, aren't you?
I am, so I'm looking for a different process.
What's the process?
And where do you want to sit?
Well, the process is here. I don't want to sit here. That's it. I just do not.
Your name.
I do. My last name is really Moody. I really would like to change seats. That's just it. Is there a law against that? What is the big deal about alphabetical order?
I'll second your motion. I just would think we'd need a process then instead of.
What's the process?
Well, if
Drawing names out of a hat?
Where do you want to sit?
If I go to one of those, if I go to Commissioner Smith or Commissioner Fesnick and say, would you consider changing seats? If they say yes, we will. If they say no, we won't. Simple as that. It's a negotiation between the 2 commissioners.
Sunshine.
Yeah, go ahead,
I
Commissioner.
have no problem sitting in whatever seat, so I'm fine with.
Oh, would you like to change seats with me?
I will change seats with you.
It's done.
If it's
Change
okay with
seats.
everybody else, I'll change seats.
It's-
I don't care.
But anyway, moving on, I wanted to mention the Parks and Recreation. Is there a timeline when the master plan survey will end for the Parks and Recreation? I know there's a survey online for residents to fill out. Is there a timeline for that? And,
Here comes Mark. Mark's coming up.
oh, good.
Mark Boudreau at the ready. Take your time, don't hurt anything. Come on, you're a Parks and Rec guy. You're not supposed to be holding your back.
All right, these
been sitting there since 1
65-year-old
o'clock.
bones are getting weary. What was the question, ma'am? I am.
So we have a master plan survey online for Parks and Recreation.
Yes, and it's doing well, I might add, over 840 responses.
Now, is there a deadline for those?
Complete our first round with all the districts tomorrow night. There will be a second round in each of the districts. In between that, we'll have one-on-ones with the commission as well. So we anticipate the whole process to be about
holidays. Loud music. So about, I think it was December 1st, came home and the music was loud, and of course, because of the weather, everybody's kind of keeping the windows. I thought, let me just ride around. Everybody's kind of keeping the windows. I thought, let me just ride around and see where it's coming from. So of course, it was right there in the country, and I know I can call 911 because of the relationship we have with BSO. I can just call somebody in BSO and they'll help me out or take care of whatever needs to be done. So since I've been elected, I have never had to call the non-emergency number. I've never had to call 911. So after sending the text to Chief Elwood and Captain Stallings, Chief Elwood responded by saying, anyone having any issues with loud music should call the non-emergency number. And he listed the emergency number, and then he said, or call 911. Well, I felt some kind of way about that. Because like I said, since I've been elected on this dais, I've never had to call 911 or the non-emergency number because of the contact and communication that I had with BSO, but all of that stopped when Atkins left.
Oops, sorry.
So that hasn't been resolved. But there was another young man called me yesterday about the same complaint in Liberty Park with the music, where he called BSO twice, and they never came for the loud music. So I just want to throw that out there to let everybody know on this dais, when you have an issue, just like the chief said to me, don't call them, call the non-emergency number, or call 911. That's the kind of treatment I'm given. Okay, lastly, I wanted to talk about my citation that I received from BSO. So on October 16th, around 5, I'm headed to a meeting. So I'm traveling south on 3rd Avenue, just past the little daycare center. So for some reason, the traffic stopped in the middle of the road, and I stopped, of course, too, but the truck in front of me just proceeded to back up full force, and I'm laying on my horn, so he just rammed me in the front. So I get on the phone and I call Captain Stallings. There's a guy just hit me. Can you send somebody over? I'm trying to make a meeting. He says, okay. I think he said they were kind of changing from the 7 o'clock crew and the 6 o'clock crew or whatever. So I said, okay. So I waited. Police officer came, gave him my driver's license, gave him my insurance card, and I gave him my registration. He comes back to the car and he gives me my driver's license and he gives me my registration. So he says, something's wrong with your card. Your insurance card is not working. Do you have insurance? And I said, yes, I have insurance. It's up to date. So I waited at least 2.5 hours. I'm still sitting there. So during this time I'm sitting there, I have called Captain Stallings at least 6 times. What is he doing? I'm just, no answer. No answer. I kept calling him, and to this day, he hasn't returned my call. So The officer came back to my car and he says, "This is a citation because you did not have any proof of insurance." Mind you, I gave him the insurance. Now, I don't know whether this camera was working, but you know, when they talk to me, they turn their cameras off. When I'm talking, they turn it on. So the officer walked away with my insurance card. But he came back with the citation. So after sitting there 2 hours, I didn't say anything. I just took the citation, went home. First thing I do is I get on the phone, call my insurance company. "Do I have insurance?" "Yes, ma'am, you're up to date." So I don't understand why such disrespect. I look at the citation here. You had my driver's license, my address is wrong. You have my tag expired in 2023. It's just crazy. So now I gotta go to court and I gotta fight this. Because if the officer had the camera on, they could see the information I gave him. So why? And this is, I had a similar incident, 3 years ago at the EPAT Larkin Center. I'm trying to turn in, this officer said I couldn't. I'm telling him, "Please just let me go through. I'm just trying to." He cursed me out. When I walked inside EPAT Larkinson, came back out to his boss to get his name, he said to his boss, "Turn your camera on her, man. Turn your camera on her." That's the footage they put on TV. But when he cursed me out, his camera was off. I don't have a problem with BSO. BSO have a problem with me. I don't think any commissioner sitting on this dais would be treated that way. No one. I don't know this because I'm just Beverly. I don't know this because I'm female. I don't know whether it's because I'm black. I don't know this because I speak up. Not quite sure. But I gotta waste my time and go down there and fight this ticket, hoping they don't get rid of the camera, the footage, that I didn't have any proof of insurance. And I thought to myself when I got home, what do I look like as a commissioner not having insurance? What do I look like, expired tag? Come on. These are things you do. So I just want to bring that out as to the treatment of what I've been going through with BSO, and I just pray that those of you sitting up here don't have to experience that as well. But if I'm told to call the non-emergency number, I think you all should do the same. I don't know what's going on in my district. I don't get no updates. I think one girl 2 weeks ago sent something to me. But just behind my house in Sanders Park, I saw yellow tape. I don't know whether somebody was murdered, killed. I don't know what happened. Just maybe 3-4 streets behind me. Nothing. I don't know whether to be aware or be alert or anything. But since when Atkins left, all the communication stopped. So everybody felt like they could do their own thing, and he wouldn't know any better, or this one wouldn't know any better. So I have no anything. People call me all the time. So-and-so was shot. So-and-so was killed. So-and-so, I hear it on the streets. There's no communication with BSO. So I just want to share that. It's a sad ending, but I'm wishing everybody happy holidays. Enjoy your holidays. I really enjoyed the Yuletide parade was very nice, and I really enjoyed the Christmas tree lighting at Annapolis Park. And with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that input. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you, Mayor. I enjoyed the Yuletide parade very much, and also the Highland Civic Association earlier in the month. So I was not able to make either tree lighting at the Untapped or light up MLK as I was under the weather. So I hope to see that again next year. I heard great things about it. just want to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, and enjoy your time with your families and friends. Thank you.
You're here. Thank you for that. Commissioner Smith.
I just ate a peanut, excuse me. This was my first preparation for a city commission meeting, and I received the agenda on Thursday, which is when I expected it, but I found even with planning my time, it was really a tight schedule to get everything studied. So I'm asking if it's possible, Mr. Harrison, for us to get the agenda a little earlier, maybe a day earlier?
Certainly. Have it to you by Wednesday instead of Thursday.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Okay.
That would be awesome. I'll reschedule and you won't hear any complaints from me at all. But I've been in orientations, just like Audrey has, and I've really enjoyed my conversations with the managers and the department heads. You guys are truly a professional team, and you do our city proud. I enjoyed the water treatment plant. I think, did Randy leave? I think Randy left. But I stopped drinking filtered water after seeing the way our water is filtered over there, and it tastes the same from the tap as it did from the filter. So yeah, I'm just really pleased with the quality and award-winning water that we have in the city. So tomorrow I'm touring BSO's Command Center, and next week the air park, and then I look forward to the golf course. And through all of this, I find that all the departments, they just work together. And it's interesting enough that I learned that at the golf course, they water with the, what's the reused water. And they actually take the sludge from the lime treatment and they're using it to build berms at the golf course. So our departments just work so well together, and it's just so refreshing to see that. I got my business cards this week. Audrey, did you get yours? Yeah. The back of it, I just wanted to, was a good reminder for me, and just wanted to read the back of the card, because I don't know how often people turn over and take a look at it, but I loved it. For people who value genuine home qualities, but also want a lifestyle a progressive modern city offers, we will provide an environment where your comfort, enjoyment, and success is our top priority. We will do everything possible to make it easy and pleasant for you to enjoy our beaches and parks and to do business here. In every interaction, we will affirm your choice of Pompano Beach by welcoming you warmly and making you feel like a valued part of our community. And commissioners, I hope that we can do that together in this coming year. And Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. It is great to be here with you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I remember what I called City University, Commissioner Smith. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So I know other cities actually do things like that for their residents. They have.
That's one of my list.
Yeah, it's. I know Coconut Creek did it because my mom went through it and they loved it. They learned about the city, and you actually got to see water plant and the things you're talking about, and you get a much deeper appreciation for the city employees and all the work they do and what goes into running a city. So it's a good idea and something we should consider here. So I have a couple things. Like Commissioner Fezzik said, we did just have an election, and so we all spent a lot of time out there talking to people, in some cases thousands of people in parking lots, and hearing their thoughts and concerns. And over, I heard the same things. They want us to work harder to make the city run like a business, more transparency, more accountability. And they look at us as their commissioners, and they completely expect us to do that. So, Mr. Harrison, you tell me all the time that I'm in the weeds and that I ask too many questions, but the people I work for tell me that's my job. So I think it is my job.
I never told you you asked too many questions.
Okay.
That is not correct.
Okay.
I'm in between the two of you. I'm going to lean.
Go ahead, Vice.
No problem. So I think it is my job to ask questions and to be in the weeds. And it turns out we have to be sometimes, because when I ask and the answer is we're blindsided by things, I don't like being blindsided. I don't like being blindsided by the special meeting that was called a couple weeks ago. And I don't like being blindsided by rate increases. And I don't like being blindsided by things I hear from so many people in the community, but not from you. So I go to advisory board meetings to learn what's going on in our city, and I'm kind of sick of doing that. So I recently went to one at the golf course, and I wrote you a really long, detailed message, having had many conversations, asking specific questions, and I got back maybe a 4-sentence message that basically said, "Thanks for taking an interest in the golf course, Allison," but with no real answers. I have a question. Here's something I've heard from countless sources, but no one in the city has said something to me. Do we still have a flagship Publix going in out by the Pomp where the Cordish project is, or has that changed into something else?
I don't know. Cordish has not informed me one way or another on that. I know they have one or two of their signs have Publix on it.
So you've heard nothing about a change out there?
They haven't started construction in that corner of the property.
I think you need to ask for us, please, if that's still what's going in there. I would appreciate that. I also think it's time that we move our meetings to 6 p.m. I think today proved that. So is that something we make a motion? Who decides that in the city? Is that a city manager decision? Is that a commission decision? I'd like to make a motion that we move both of our city commission meetings to 6 p.m.
Second.
Mayor,
Mr. Berman.
per section 30.02 subsection B of the city's code of ordinances, it must be done by resolution. So the appropriate motion would have to be to bring back a resolution before the commission.
Understood. I'd like to make a motion to have the city bring back a resolution to move both city commission meetings to 6 p.m.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second to bring back a resolution to move our second city commission, or our first city commission meeting of each month back to 6 o'clock. So it's been moved and seconded. Very good. Any commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Sorry. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
No.
Okay. And with that, I think today has just been an incredible showing of how ungovernable this body is right now. So, Merry Christmas to everybody. I personally have little confidence in the leadership, right? And I'm hoping I'm proven wrong. But right now, I'm disappointed by all the questions I've asked and all the things over the last couple of years that were ignored. And so let's hope that changes. But Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everyone. I have my final community meeting of the year on December 16th at the American Legion at 7 p.m. Hope to see you out there.
Very good. Thank you. I've just got a couple of things. Shelley, I'm sure we'll be contacting each of you individually when it gets closer to time for the Mayor's Gala. We always get a table or however many seats we need down there. It's coming up. The Mayor's Gala is Saturday, April 26, 2025. Once again, it's down at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. So yeah, Shelley will be contacting each of you to find out if you want to attend that or not. So, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody. I got to say, you know, tonight has been, or today into tonight has been a challenging meeting, and I hope it doesn't, you know, continue that way for the future. And I know we wind up with different ideas about different things and things we want to change and do differently and tweak and everybody thinks
I mean, she hope I get hit by a truck. Really? I wouldn't
really-
wish, really? I wouldn't
really-
wish that on my worst enemy.
You are antagonizing me, Commissioner. Please, don't put words
Why
in my
would you
mouth.
want that?
Commissioners, please.
Don't say that to people.
Commissioners, thank you. Thank you, sir. But yeah, each of us have our own ideas about the things we think need to be done or not done, and ways to do things or ways not to do things. But, you know, bottom line, we're here to represent the people the best we can. And that involves voting on things and making decisions like that to represent the people. And, you know, some of the stuff that and I'm sorry, some of the stuff that went on today, it's just, I don't understand how the votes came out the way they came out. I mean, when we got when we've got our legal counsel that tells us that you're putting the city, and by the city, that's not just some idol up there. The city, that's the residents that we represent. When your attorney tells you that you're putting the residents at legal risk, we're not talking about you know, whether you like the city manager or not. That's serious, and I just, you know, I don't understand how that can happen. I've been doing this a long time, and a lot longer than a lot of people on this dais, and I know I've had disagreements in the past with administration, with other commissioners, all that kind of stuff. But I tell you what, we've persevered. We've made it through. And not everything's perfect. You're absolutely right. And you can point to all kinds of pimples on this city. But you can also point to an awful lot of things in this city that people point to and say, wow, you guys are really doing a lot of good stuff. So we all want to do better. But remember, we didn't just get here by chance. We've got an awful lot of talented people. Mr. Harrison, his staff, Mr. Berman. We've got Curvin Alfred, for gosh sakes. I mean, come on. So we've got a lot of talented people that have worked hard to get us where we're at. This is not like, oh, wow, we just woke up and realized that everything is going to hell in a handbasket, because it's not. But sir, I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask you to please be quiet. Thank you. You know, just take things to heart. I mean, I know everybody wants to do what they feel is right, and I get it. But you know, at the end of the day, we've got to govern too. So, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Mayor, just before you close.
Yes.
For the record, there was a motion made on the floor regarding the seating arrangements. As I said earlier, the seating arrangements has been in place by tradition, and there was a motion made to go by option or selection between. So what I'm asking essentially is if action could be taken on that motion, because it was motioned and then seconded, and I'm looking just for closure of record.
Okay.
If a motion can be.
So I think the motion was, how should we paraphrase it? Free seating, where it's just up to individuals to determine seating. Yeah, there's no, yeah. I mean, it's not something that's going to, Mr. Berman, I mean, can somebody pick up the phone and call their colleague and say, hey, I want to sit where you're sitting? That's not something that's going to be voted on.
That doesn't deal with business unless it's brought before a vote before the commission.
Well, that's my concern here. I mean, do we really want to have votes on this kind of stuff, or should we just, people can make a phone call? There's nothing set in stone.
Or they can ask them at the commission, would you like to trade seats at the meeting in public if you want?
Would you like to trade seats?
But rather than codify it with a vote, so maybe just the
But
motion.
the clerk is certainly correct. We need to dispose of that motion one way or the other.
Yeah, so
You can't have it sitting out there.
we could just, you know, if somebody wants to rescind the motion, rescind the second, then that would just, it'd be gone, rather than codify
Okay,
something.
I'll rescind the motion since I made the motion.
And I'll rescind the second.
Okay.
And Mayor, I just, for the record, want to point out that the shade meeting will be held in the commission. I think I neglected to say the commission conference room.
You did.
To state the location. Thank you. Sorry to bother you.
Yes, you're right. I hear you. Okay. So we're good, Curvin?
We're good.
Okay, great. Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, all that kind of good stuff. Thank you.